Morning, we are learning new details about the deadly strike operation that President Trump says he ordered on Islamic State terrorists in Nigeria. Listen to this. That, as you can see, released from the Department of Defense yesterday evening. The U.S. military reports multiple ISIS terrorists were killed in the attack, which the president first announced on social media. This comes after the president for months has warned that the United States could take military action in the African nation, claiming that ISIS had been targeting Christians in the region. The president, writing in part this on social media about it: I have previously warned that these terrorists, that if they did not stop the slaughtering of Christians, there would be hell to pay. And tonight, he goes on to say, the Department of War executed numerous perfect strikes, as only the United States is capable of doing. Now, Nigeria confirmed the two countries coordinated in this effort, in this strike. Their foreign minister joined CNN earlier this morning.
What took place yesterday clearly underscores the fact that Nigeria is not lacking in will and a commitment to the fight against terrorism.
CNN's Nada Bashir tracking this one for us. Nada, what is the very latest that you're picking up?
Well, we're still not getting full details just yet from U.S. officials with regards to the details surrounding this strike. What we do know is the U.S. Africa Command has said that multiple Islamic State targets and militants were killed overnight in these deadly strikes. We've heard, as you mentioned, from the U.S. president himself addressing this military action in social media, saying and describing this as a powerful and deadly strike against Islamic State terrorists. And this strike took place in the northern Sokoto region of Nigeria, just bordering Niger. Now, at this stage, again, no clear details with regards to the impact. What we do know is that this was carried out in coordination with the Nigerian government. We've heard from a Nigerian presidential spokesperson and advisor saying that both the US and Nigeria are on the same page when it comes to tackling these security concerns. And of course, what we've been hearing from the White House for several weeks now, and from the US president himself, is the ramping up of concern around the protection of Nigeria's Christian community against extremist attacks. And it's important to note and underscore that, of course, Nigeria does have a deep-rooted history of security troubles when it comes to Islamist extremist groups. But these attacks that we have seen in the past have targeted both Nigeria's Christian and Muslim communities, two of the largest religious communities in the country. So this is certainly a historic concern within the country, but we are now seeing very clearly that first-hand action by the US military in Nigeria, according to officials, in coordination with the Nigerian government.
Nada, thank you so much. Much more detail to learn here for sure. Appreciate it.
And the president warning, of course, there could be more to come in Nigeria, writing on Truth Social to the, quote, dead terrorists, warning there will be, in his words, many more if the slaughter of Christians continues. Joining me now in the group chat, Sungmin Kim, CNN political analyst and White House reporter at the Associated Press, Ashley Davis, Hopkins University Agora Institute. It's nice to see all of you this morning. Sungmin, when we look at where things stand, the fact that the president really has cast himself as this peacemaker, often talks about the war
Thank you. Good evening, and thank you all for joining me on this live stream. I really appreciate you all that have managed to join so soon, and sorry for the delay. There was a technical challenge and a bit of a kerfuffle. Is there no audio? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? I'm not sure. Let me ask. Can you hear me? I'm not sure they can hear me. Let me confirm. Oh, it's good now. Okay, perfect. Hasvelian, thank you for that. Yeah, thank you all for joining me, and happy festive season, and to all Nigerians and Africans and the world in general. Thank you all, and thank you for making time to join me this evening. I'm going to be covering quite a few topics today, rounding up the year 2025, and more of such coverage will be ongoing towards the New Year's celebration. And this week is the Igbo Week and Igbo Culture Week. It's all about culture. You know, I've covered the Ijaw, covered the Urobo, covered the Edo, and I've covered the Efik, which is the Calabar Kwaibom, and now is the turn of the Igbo. Then after Igbo, I go to the Yoruba. Then after Yoruba, we start heading north towards the Benue, the Thieves, and heading Plateau. Then we end up in Sokoto and Borno State. So clearly, you see, Trump bombs Sokoto. I think that's where we might choose to end what we are doing. So let me play this as a kind of starter to show the richness of the Igbo culture. You know, I've been online lately, and on TikTok, there's some poisonous discussion and maligning of the Igbo culture. And, you know, some of the questions people ask online is so disturbing. Like, oh, where did Igbo people come from? What are they all about? It's just weird. Some Nigerians are strange people, I tell you. They have so much energy for each other, but they don't have energy for other people. They can't even have energy to defend themselves. All right, so let me play the Igbo introduction, and people should be, you know, you see, one thing I've learned in this process that I'm going through, because when you try to put these things together, you have to look at quite a few videos and images, and it's quite interesting how similar many Nigerians are underneath. Maybe the change we experienced happened more recently than we like to think. This scarification, the way people mark themselves, you know, sometimes you'll be confused to think, okay, the image I'm looking at, is it of an Hausa person or an Igbo person? That's how confusing it is sometimes. I'm actually seriously concerned some of the images are not of Igbo people because of it. So, but you're going to get to see some of them. So let me play them now.
Make I shoot you bazooka, make you for Yakata. I drink on
So as you can see, that was a very, sometimes when you watch some of all these cultures in Nigeria, you can't help but just be completely gobsmacked and amazed how we take ourselves for granted. But that said, I'm going to cover more of that, that the culture, Igbo culture. I think next week we are going to be going towards the Yoruba. So, hey, the Igbedu people are coming. All right. So that is the Igbo compilation that I have there. There are more. My goodness, they have a lot of materials online. So there's a lot of rich materials to pick from. I just managed to pick a few together, and that's what we've got for now. But like I said, thank you all for joining. And the conversation we are to have here, just to be clear, you see, I think some people have conversations, and you as a person have to be able to make your discernment when people are having a conversation based on trying to keep some truths from you. You deserve truths, and you deserve to get those truths so you can make better opinion, inform better opinions and make better judgments. Because my whole purpose here is to try to get to the truth as much as possible. And this is why the chat hates me. Actually, the chat, they really badmouth me and tell me all kinds of stuff, because I'm not here to try to please people, and people don't tend to like it when you try to get to some truths. And the reason why that is partly because in the process of trying to get there, you make mistakes and they get cross, and or you come across as know it all, and all those sort of things. So people misunderstand it sometimes. That said, I also know that some people just want to come and bare their chest, and they want to come and just have their say. So they are not there for it to learn. They are not there to learn, and they have a right to that. And sometimes it's good for those type of people to just tell us they are not there to learn. They just want to get their opinion out there, and that is it. But on this live stream, generally, we are here to try to learn. So keep an open mind. When you are challenged, don't see it as if somebody is trying to disgrace you. No, we are all here to learn. I'm here to learn, and you should all be here to learn, because some of the truths we'll be able to uncover of this world and of our problems, the way you get to them is by being open to learning. And that's why I'm not ashamed to learn more, because if you are to get out of where we are, we need to go deeper, go further in anything that we understand, and learn. That's a kind of capture more of the truth, so that we can be able to make better choices, and choices that people cannot see coming. Because when you want to get out of problems, often they can't predict you. They can't, because they can't catch up with where you are, how far you have evolved. So that is how it's supposed to be. And we are not here to divide people. That's number one. All races, all tribes, and all gender, name it. You are all welcome here. And as long as a human being, you're welcome here. You have the blood of a human being running through you, you are welcome here, and nobody is going to be able to tell you what to say, and nobody's going to intimidate you. And you should be completely immune to hating any people. You should be completely immune to getting deceived. You have to make your own choice, listen to what people are saying, and use some critical ability. Just think, just use common sense, really, not even this big grammar of critical thinking, just common sense. Think about it. All right, so that's all I thought I should say before we start. And let me play this. We're going to be covering the events of the week, the year. I mean, we heard about the Wiki stuff. We know about the Fubara stuff. Everybody also know about some of the news that has been going on, the tax reform bill, name it. So, and Nnamdi Kanu's conviction too, that one was a big one. It almost passed as if it's nothing, actually. For such a momentous event, it almost passed as if it's nothing. It just happened and boom, it's over. Straight to Sokoto, that's the end of it, which is very interesting. And so let me play Wiki, and then I'll play the other events of the year, and then I'll start welcoming people to come and share some of their thoughts. Obviously, I know people will gravitate to us talking about the attacks by the US government in Sokoto. That is also fine. You're free to speak about that. And when you speak about that, please, I really don't like to use please, because I feel like I'm trying to give you something. Why should I be begging you to give you something? Nigerians do that quite a lot. They beg people to listen to them, and so that they can get a message through. And some of the people that do that a lot, what I find is that they're actually lying to you. Many people that do that, when they have to tell you please to tell you something, they're trying to lie to you. But that's why whenever I say to people, I feel like I'm underselling what I'm trying to tell you, because I'm trying to give information that is actually true, at least as true as I can make it. I'm not stupid. I tend to, when I see information, I'm very skeptical until I check it and check it and check it. And I also see whether it makes sense. If it doesn't make sense, if somebody writes on the paper that the sky is green, I'll be like, okay, I will check. Even if too many papers tell me that it's green, I will still say my common sense tells me that it's blue. I'm not going to believe it. And I hope that is how we are thinking, because our eyes, God knows our eyes really need to be open. And I don't expect you to see everything all in one go, but keep it open, please. All right, let me play weakest one. All right, that is weakest. He seems to be mocking Fubara for, kicking him out of office, getting him to beg, and also getting him, getting him to join APC on top of it. Jai, voila, no sound. Oh my God, what? Oh no, that is sad. That is really sad. I cannot believe it. I cannot believe it. I really cannot believe it. My apologies. Technical faults, happen sometimes. My apologies for that. I really have to be more careful about these things. Let me play it again. It's Fubara, Wike just mocking Fubara, basically. We all know what he did to Fubara. Let me play it again. It's not fair, really. All right, let me just play it again. My apologies.
But we did it when it was tough for people to say, I am mandate to stand. Who stood stand? I said, I am mandate will stand. And to the glory of God, who stood. And I am mandate to stand today is very strong. So you are the ones who made the mandate to be strong. I saw the last name is godson. So all these people now you are seeing, and a man they will start that time, when they were needed most, they couldn't sing that. They couldn't come out to say, just for Ahmed Bola Tinubu. Now that you stood and voted for him, and River State won. I tell you, all your struggle will not go in vain. All your struggle will not go in vain. So we have come to let you know that still be strong. Nigerians know us. When we take a decision, we have taken a decision. We don't take decisions based on what people have seen. We take a decision based on that we are convinced, we believe that this will happen. You stood firm even when you are not in power.
Yeah, I hope you heard Wiki, mocking Fubara there, which is not nice. Wiki has never been known to be nice, to be fair. Let me play the next one. This one is about Nnamdi Kanu, isn't a judgment, which was also a momentous event of the year, quite seismic. Let me play the video for it.
We begin with the live videos from the court where judgment is being delivered on the trial of Nnamdi Kanu. This is coming after several years of standing trial on terrorism allegations. The leader of the proscribed indigenous people of Biafra will know his fate today. Mr. Kanu's trial has been one of Nigeria's most talked about legal battles in recent years. He was first arrested in 2015 and charged with treasonable felony and terrorism, but the case has since taken numerous turns. In 2017, Kanu fled the country while out on bail following a military operation at his residence during the time of Operation Python Dance in the southeast. In June 2021, he was arrested in Kenya under the contentious circumstances and brought back to Nigeria, a move his legal team and IPOB described as an extraordinary rendition. Upon his return, the charges were expanded to 15 counts, including terrorism and incitement to violence. Kanu's defense has repeatedly challenged the trial's legitimacy. They argue that fundamental and legal procedural errors, including possible violations of international extradition law and jurisdictional rules, undermine the prosecution's case. While delivering his judgment, Justice James Omotosho recounts the trial from 2015, as well as the entire proceedings in the courts. Joining me live via Zoom is the lawyer and activist, Mr. Chetam Wala. Mr. Chetam, if you can hear me, from a legal standpoint, what does this ruling now signify for Nnamdi Kanu's trial and his current detention status?
First of all, we are grateful with the fact that this trial is actually coming to an end, because some of us had agitated and said that the whole back and forth within the Nnamdi Kanu trial that has lasted for over 10 years now, if I'm not mistaken, it's really sad on our judiciary. It's not something we really want for our democracy. We feel that criminal trial should expeditiously be dealt with and resolved either for or against. Now, today we are having, for the first time, the judgment. This matter has had a lot of back and forth, a whole lot of back and forth. We also saw Justice Binta recuse herself from the matter. We've seen a whole lot of delays from different quarters, on this particular issue. But finally, we are going to get a verdict, which is currently on. So I cannot speak basically on the issue of the verdict until a verdict has been given in the matter. But I know I've been following up with the judgment being read by Justice Omotosho, and we are just waiting to know what the final decision of the court would be in the circumstance. But for us, basically, this matter has to be laid to rest one way or the other, because we cannot perpetually continue a criminal trial of this particular magnitude. It does not make sense at all.
In your opinion, Mr. Chetam, what responsibilities will this judgment place on the federal government and security agencies moving forward?
You know, basically, there are a lot of issues that have been raised. If you look at listen to the judgment and the witnesses who actually gave testimonies based on the judgment read by Justice Omotosho. Like I said, the judgment is still ongoing and all that. Certain issues were also attached to our allegations, were also levied against Nnamdi Kanu and all that. And certain questions have come to the mind of one. I must say, the Nigerian government must continuously now, from going forward, make sure that justice should expeditiously be done. And we must also beef up the part of our security. It also shows that there is major lapses in our security network, how we gather information and how we deal with this information. So going forward, the Nnamdi Kanu case has been able to open our eyes to certain realities that has been happening, and that the government on its own has also neglected certain information that has led to serious security challenges across the country, especially with respect to this particular matter in the southeast part of Nigeria, which I feel now at this point, the government should as well be able to put in measures to address whatever security challenges there is. There are right now in the southeast. It is very key and it is important because we cannot continue to fold our hands and allow some of these things happen, allow killings to continue, allow people's property being destroyed.
What do you mean no sound? Tony, can you hear me? Tony, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, forefathers. I hear you.
Yeah, were you hearing the audio?
I hear you, forefathers.
Were you hearing the
Yes,
audio?
I can hear you.
I was seeing that there was no sound, so I was like, what?
I hear you, forefathers. Were you hearing? Yes, I can hear you.
Obi, chill out with that no sound. So
yes, forefathers.
You are delayed, you know, Tony. Your audio is delayed, so you may want to go out and come back again, so it will be better.
Hello, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Final written address is a constitutionally mandated right, which I must be granted.
No sound, no sound.
It is in the Constitution.
There is no sound. What is going on today? That is odd, you know, because there should be sound. Let me see. What is going on?
This very country, that final written address is, my Lord, must be granted. I have not waived it, my Lord, and I insist that I address this court on all these issues. My Lord, do not permit
the defendant.
My Lord.
Consultant, can you tell your...
My Lord, I will not, please, let me finish. This is my case.
I've gone...
This is my case, my Lord, let me finish. My Lord, it's very good. Another idea was here, my Lord. Another idea said, at the right time we will complete and develop a piece of evidence. A piece of evidence. I need to write my private address, my Lord,
on the count charge, which reads thus.
My Lord, my Lord, I'm saying it clearly.
Defender.
I'm attacking the private address.
Defender.
What is the private address? The Constitution.
No, what happened to his microphone? It looks like he too is having sound problem. I'm not the only one that's having sound problem. It's like they gave him a terrible microphone there too. Let me see what is going on in the court.
Excuse me. Get the microphone.
It's better now.
No, leave it. It's a court of law. I'm under trial. I'm under trial. I have to speak. I'm under trial and I have to speak. Listen to me, please. I'm under trial. I'm under trial.
Please use the microphone.
I'm under trial. No, listen to me, please.
Listen to me. No, wait. I'm asking a very simple question. No, wait, please. This is Supreme Court. Hold on. This is Supreme Court here. Hold on a second. I said, hold on. May you please your lordship. May I request of Abia?
What you're doing is not law.
Please.
You don't know the law.
Please.
Show me. I said, show me. When you have the right to go to my right to come my place. Show me. That's what the Constitution says. Show me.
Well, I will rise and come back.
You cannot show me.
Can you please take him out? I will come back. I rise. I'll come back in 5 minutes.
Show me where it says you can break my right. Show me the place I want to see. Show Which law says you can try me an unwritten law? Show me, you cannot show me. You're a judge. You claim you're a judge. You don't know law. You don't know law. Nonsense. Where is the family address? Where is it? Which law gave you the right to go my family address? Which law gave you the right? This is the that attacked me. This is the fool that attacked me. That's the idiot. That's the fool. That's the fool. I'm warning you, don't talk. Smart people. You don't know law. Show me where it says you can wear my right family address. Show me the law. Show me the law. I want to show me the law. You don't know law. They are nothing new. You're writing rubbish. Show me the law. One address. You say you put it. I think you have to go to punish you. Now and forever. Any judgment, let it be on record. Any judgment given in this court is rubbish. Ask him what is the law. Ask for what is the law? What is the law? Nonsense.
Yeah, this was when Wike had confrontation with that young military personnel in Abuja.
I'm sorry. Show me the document. You have no document. Bring the document.
I have documents and everything has been submitted.
Excuse me, I'm the minister. You cannot tell me. You cannot tell me that. We cannot continue to add in this impurity. Where they are providing even to people. You cannot continue this way. This country cannot continue along this line. How can that man at his level, even if he has a problem, he cannot reach me and say, look, I'm sorry, see what I have. He will send soldiers to intimidate who? We are all from this country. And this is government. You cannot be higher than any government. You cannot be carrying guns to intimidate people to not to do their work. Let me tell you, if not God achieve was first staff who spoke to me here, he could have killed everybody here. No problem. I'm not one of those that they can intimidate.
On the contrary,
I'm doing my job.
We are not intimidating anybody.
That's what you're doing.
The civilian, the engineer mobilized to site, and then staff or workers of FCT look at this.
No, listen now. That is the
threatening them. And that was when the admiral gave the order.
He cannot give order against government.
Because the papers are complete, and he said it's submitted.
Are you the one? Listen, you don't the police one. Are you the one that will say paper? What will show me that you are good? First of all, show me that government gave you this. Two, show me that you have an approval to build what you are building. It has nothing to do with I'm a vice admiral, I'm a lieutenant general. That is not it. We must work according to law. We must work according to law. So you no, you not tell like this. Don't you try it.
I am a small boy, but the condition I'm carrying is very good. Come and prevent civilians from this is not professional. This is not professional. You can't be president and minister Now, we have it's okay. From demolition is property.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't
That's
matter.
all that matters. I'm an offside, take to others.
So what? You had a who than me.
So I'm an offside, take to others.
So that you take illegal
Okay, Mr. General.
Okay. You can never
develop
develop this property. I will not allow it.
No problem, sir.
You are
I'm only acting on my
if
orders.
you want to kill everybody, kill everybody.
We will not kill
You
anybody,
cannot.
sir. We will not. We will not kill anybody, sir.
You put yourself in trouble.
We will not.
My
friend, you see, that is that. You cannot shut me up. No, you cannot shut me up. You are my junior. You cannot even talk when I'm talking. Because I'm only that way.
Chai. How can you say such a thing about my presentation? What do you want me to do? I have to present the year, the events that are occurred in the year. That's how you do these things. You see violence. Okay, maybe because Nigeria is violent. Okay, maybe Nigerians are violent. What do you want me to say? These are the key things. That's what people love to watch. Maybe I should do Quam 1 and Quam 2. That's what too. Is it not violence? What am I going to do? We should do Quam 1 and Quam 2. Hopefully that one will make you happy too. But there is good news. There is Akpoti, Natasha Akpoti. I don't think that one is violent too. That is quite straightforward. Let's watch some of the events, some of the stuff she did this year.
From Ganaja to Adoko communities in Ajakuta local government area, to Osara and Okohanatsu in Okene, to Bangede and Okaitu in Okehi local government area, Senator Natasha Akpoti-Duahan commissions people-centered projects. To commemorate her second year as a senator of the Federal Republic, she traverses the nooks and crannies of her constituency to acknowledge the electorate for their support and steadfastness. Flagging off the three-day event, the senator commissioned streetlights, water projects, road networks, and markets. These are the projects initiated by the lawmaker.
In the name of God and the good people of Nigeria, amen.
Commissioning blocks of classrooms and staff quarters for this Fulani settlement in Osara, Senator Akpoti-Duahan emphasizes inclusivity in governance.
We have commissioned many projects. A few are quite novel, but the one that is most endearing to my heart, like you rightly said, is the primary and secondary school in the Fulani community of Osara, Abobo. And I had to do that to grow the spirit of inclusivity and integration, and to let myself and other leaders know that if you have people who are from diverse ethnic groups living in your district or your state, it is your duty as a leader to provide for their needs and make them feel like they belong.
The high point of the anniversary celebration is the empowerment of 2,000 indigent constituents.
We need these vehicles to serve and stand the test of time.
The senator also donated 8 transformers, sewing machines, deep freezers, grinding machines, farm tools and implements, and cash to women groups, petty traders, farmers, and other constituents. Expressing delight at the gesture of the senator, the constituents made donations of their farm harvest to show their appreciation.
She has touched almost all the aspects. In fact, she has even done more than it was in her manifesto. She has outdone herself, as a matter of fact. But then I'm still looking out for her doing more. But I wouldn't say anything because she's someone you cannot predict. She's unpredictable. She can just do anything out of the blues, and it's always extraordinary.
The senator promised not to only facilitate developmental projects to all parts of Kogi. She urged leaders to prioritize the welfare of the electorate.
See, that was peaceful, wasn't it, Chai? That was peaceful. Now let's cover another one that is actually peaceful too. Let's listen to this one. This was, I think, one of the greatest news of the year, actually, in terms of, to help the Nigerian economy start moving forward.
Get even bigger. The Dangote Petroleum Refinery, located in the Lekki Free Zone, is expanding its output to 1.4 million barrels per day in a move that will make it the largest refinery in the world, overtaking India's Jamnagar refinery.
We're expanding the Dangote refinery. We're announcing it officially. We're expanding the Dangote refinery from our 650,000 barrels per day to 1.4 million barrels per day. This will make it the largest refinery in the world ever. This expansion reflects our confidence in Nigeria's future, our belief in Africa's potential, and our commitment to building energy independence for our continent and the world.
The expansion, expected to be completed within 3 years, will also create about 65,000 jobs, with 85% reserved for Nigerians.
Over 85% of our workforce will be Nigerian, with ongoing investment in skills and technology transfer.
Dangote further announced plans to list the refinery on the Nigerian Stock Exchange by 2026, allowing Nigerians to own a stake in the facility.
Within the next year, we plan to actually list the Dangote refinery and petrochemicals complex shares on the Nigerian Stock Exchange, which is NGX. And that is a step towards broader ownership and market transparency. We are going to list, and we want to give all Nigerians the opportunity of owning part of the refinery. You can buy as many shares as you can. We're actually, thinking that this refinery should belong to all Nigerians.
Dangote expressed appreciation to President Bola.
See, that's a Dangote refinery, ramping up production up to 1.4 million barrels per day. I think that should be in 2 to 3 years' time. So it's not immediately. But it's something very, very positive, and it will make the refinery the largest refinery in the world. That is quite, quite seismic, actually. So let's see, the Quam. Let's go to Quam 1.
Erica Kirk and TPUSA have a big problem. A new art.
I don't know if we put audio in their videos. Our audio now have copyright.
Yo, come. Get me. Egba.
Destroying the aircraft. She's destroying the aircraft. She's shooting her. She wants to grab a quick slapped her. She's destroying the aircraft. Stand by the situation here. Stand by. Communication message. My phone. My head. Come back.
Bless you.
They are coming.
So that is Quam 2 event. You know, these were quite interesting events that captured the Nigerian community attention. I guess what it reflected was a sense of double standard. At the same time, wrongdoers getting away with wrongdoing in Nigeria. Because two of them, I'm not sure any of them are paying for the rules that they broke. Because that's how Nigeria rolls now. We roll around without rules at all. So I'm going to watch this and go back to something more recent, you know, with the events that has occurred in the past 24 hours or so. So now let's go to
overseas now to U.S. strikes targeting terrorists in Nigeria on Christmas Day. President Trump says it was to protect Christians in that country, but Nigerian officials say the strikes were aimed at protecting all religions, not just Christians. Here's ABC's senior White House correspondent Selena Wang.
Tonight, new scenes of the aftermath of the U.S. missile strike in Nigeria on Christmas Day. The Pentagon releasing this video, a U.S. warship firing a Tomahawk cruise missile from the Gulf of Guinea. A U.S. official telling ABC News more than a dozen missiles were launched. In a village targeted by the strikes in northwest Nigeria, residents carrying a piece of metal debris as a fire rages in a field. The next day, locals gathering as police sweep the site of a missile strike. President Trump saying he ordered the strikes against terrorists who, quote, have been targeting and viciously killing primarily innocent Christians. Tonight, the president saying he delayed the strikes for symbolic reasons, telling Politico, quote, they were going to do it earlier and I said, nope, let's give a Christmas present. The Pentagon says multiple ISIS terrorists were killed. U.S. and Nigerian officials confirming they worked together on this operation. Analysts tell ABC News the reality on the ground in Africa's most populous country, home to millions of Christians and Muslims, is complex.
Christians are not the sole target of ISIS in Nigeria. They have been indiscriminate in their violence.
Nigeria's government responding to the strikes overnight, saying terrorist violence in any form, whether directed at Christians, Muslims, or other communities, remains an affront to Nigeria's values and to international peace and security. The Christmas strikes are the second this week. Last Friday, the U.S. carrying out dozens of airstrikes against ISIS in Syria in response to the deadly attack that killed 3 Americans.
Selena Wang joins us now from Palm Beach, where President Trump is spending the Christmas holiday and planning to host some world leaders.
what did I just hear? Again, let's hear that again. Remember, a terrorist is actually the president of Syria, but let's just hear this again.
Selena Wang joins us now from Palm Beach, where President Trump is spending the Christmas holiday and planning to host some world leaders. What more can you tell us, Selena?
Well, Lindsay, President Trump will host Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu at his Mar-a-Lago club in the coming days, and the agenda...
No, sorry, I missed that.
strikes against ISIS in Syria in response...
Again, ISIS in Syria.
Carrying out dozens of airstrikes against ISIS in Syria in response to the deadly attack that killed 3 Americans.
Selena.
So ISIS is still busy killing Americans in Syria till today. And they are bombing, and they are still killing. This never sees any end. The entire thing is a joke, really. The entire thing is a joke. Welcome, Tony. The entire thing, when I look at this stuff, sometimes I just feel like, what is the point? Sense doesn't make sense anymore. Everything is just all over the place. And when you hear some of our people rejoicing that Trump is bombing Nigeria, it's like, what makes you think that's going to solve anything? It's just bombing, killing a few people here and there. It's not going to make any difference to the bigger scheme until Nigeria does what they need to do. But people don't care. They just care that they feel like somebody's defending them. Because the can of Nigeria has been useless, to be fair. They have been very useless, and the Muslims in Nigeria seems to have the ascendancy. And I have to say, based on the conversations I've had in the last week, my impression is that some Muslims are in denial about what is going on. They pretend as if they don't know that their fellow, at least people that claim to be Muslim, are doing these things. And not only terrorism, there's also extreme violence when somebody kind of blasphemes against their religion. You know, you have to learn to live with people without lashing out the moment anybody blasphemes against your religion. And because it's Nigerians that you're taking out while you are doing that for the sake of religion that you just picked up how many 100 years ago. So I just feel like there's so much confusion everywhere. And maybe that's the whole point. And this is why I played. I like that quote from Hannah. I think Hannah Rand's. The quote about how you lie to people so much, and I don't even think it's like they confuse people so much in Nigeria that they don't even know what to believe anymore. All they want to believe now is, as long as a bomb falls somewhere, that's the solution. Even if historically, it's clear that it's not going to be a solution. You see grown men still believing in it. It's exhausting. Sometimes I just feel like, what's the point of talking to people? They don't listen. They don't listen. And maybe it's just, you know, I guess you have to talk because some people do listen. You can't act because some people don't. So that's the only reason why I'm here. If not, I would just, there's no point being here really. Sometimes when I hear our people talk, it makes me just lose hope that we don't have a chance. Because the information is not that hard to find. It's all there. You know they will not. America is still bombing Syria. And Syria is an ally of America, right? But the entire thing is mad. The entire thing is bad. The Syrians, the Syrian oil is still being stolen by America. Even if an American is in the presidential palace, that's an American ally in Syria, is in the presidential palace. So why are they still bombing the country that is an ally? It's like America bombs its friends and bombs its enemies. And it's just confusing now. And if Nigerians think that being terrorists is a bad thing, go to Syria. Can you imagine if you're in Syria, a terrorist in your country is now your president?
What is happening in Syria is not.
Can you imagine if Shika was the president of Nigeria?
What is happening in America is a power tussle between Israel and Turkey.
Okay, but America is the one doing the bombing now.
Regional power.
Yeah, but how does that? Those guys, they said they killed 3 American soldiers. They are still killing American soldiers in Syria.
That's why they get involved now. But the main thing now, who is going to be, say before now, Israel is kind of like the overlord within that region. Right? They do anyhow. But now, Turkey don't step up their game a little bit. So there's kind of like, that fight, who is going to be the... Because
what is going on there, though? I want to understand. Maybe you have an idea, Tony. Sorry, and let me just ask him because he seems to know a bit about Syria. What is going on there? Because this ISIS, I know that the president is one of the terrorist groups. Is he part of Al Qaeda or not ISIS? The president of Syria now.
Yes.
Which one is he, Al Qaeda or ISIS?
No, but no. Okay, you need to understand. The goal of United States is to pretty much be in charge of the oil there. And the other guy who took off with his family, what was that his name again? Assad, right?
Yeah.
So in the process of putting pressure on Assad to move, that's why they supported the guy you're asking, boy, if he's ISIS.
Yeah, is he ISIS or which one is he? Is he Al Qaeda or ISIS? Because it has to be Al Qaeda if America is still fighting ISIS.
I'm hesitating to say neither. If not, that's why the guy is. That's why he's the president today.
It's one of them, all right. It's one of them, all right. They work with America to remove Assad.
That's right. But the same work. Okay, what you go to fight your own brother for Africa? The other guy, Rwanda. Which is the kicker? What you go do? How you go? What you go regard them as? Not because he belongs to one tribe or the other. Now the same role they play.
Yeah, I just wanted to be sure which Ashara's actual terrorist group that he belonged to. I'm not sure which one he belongs to. That's why I may be confused.
I just know the Washington go work with Penta go work with anyone that will get them what they want. Doesn't matter because now when they want put you under the bus, they go time you as a terrorist.
Yeah.
Right. So I don't really. That's why I'm hesitating to say, okay, in what ISIS or what did you ask? Is he ISIS or what? What is the other group? Al Qaeda.
Al Qaeda, yeah. It was one of them. I'm not sure which one it was. Can somebody tell me in the chat? You guys should know now. All these intelligent people that are watching.
I just know say in a rebel fighter, in state actor, in a non-state actor that was empowered. So it's obvious. They even actually declare and wanted at the point $15 million on his head as a bounty. So and then
that's interesting.
Then he can't get state welcome for Washington. So it's not just see one thing you need to understand about the White Kingdom. Let me put it that way. they know they don't pass the level where they hide shit like that, right? Now the planning, when they plan and you no go know, but when they act out, they know they are that. If they tell you that they come bomb you, just a matter of time they will come. They know they so that now what thing happened within the guy that you're talking about? It was declared before the whole world as a terrorist. They put ban him on his head, but at the same time they honor him. Before how many Nigerian presidents don't get that kind of welcome?
It's former Al Qaeda. It's former Al Qaeda. They say it's former Al Qaeda.
So
he was
how
Al
many
Qaeda.
Nigerian presidents don't get that kind of welcome for Washington DC?
No, none.
Exactly.
None. At least you see that's the thing about. You see, when I tell people that these people, the only thing they respect is power.
Of course.
If you can will power, it doesn't matter. You could be their enemy the day before, the next day you are their friend. That's how they did with China too. It's always like that. It's only power they respect, and we, oh God, let me forget about that. Tony, thank you for joining us. You've been trying to join this in Common quite a while. You had a bit of technical issue like myself, and I really appreciate you for coming in. And
you know why we don't forget that power now? Because of Tony. Once you look Tony, you understand. Tony love life. Look at him. He's looking like 25, 24, 22 years old man. You know? That life is like he love life. He not go one struggle for power.
I feel like I need a total reorientation really for my purpose here, because I think that Nigerians are not ready for anything.
So, okay, my brother, compliments. Ike,
same to you.
greetings. Forefathers.
Yeah.
Compliments. Yeah,
God, appreciate.
You were talking about Syria. I don't think of you never charged, because I expected him to handle that Syria team properly. Because
the question he asked was very straightforward. Now it belongs to a guy that I don't know. I
you know the problem in Syria. The problem in Syria is complex. You know, if you remember the days of Al Qaeda, Syria was one of the areas where all these people, they go, Jihadi John and all that. And the problem is that if you look at that area, there are so many competing interests. Syria has, first of all, Syria has diverse ethnic groups. You have the Alawites, you have the Druze, you have the Kurds. Syria also has oil and some other ethnic groups. And then, of course, you have a situation where there are Kurds in Syria, there are Kurds in Iraq, and they are trying to break away. I mean, there are Kurds also in Turkey, and they are fighting Turkey for independence. So both Iraq and Syria, Turkey is interested in what is happening there. It's interested in having a regime in Syria and Iraq that will not be anti-Turkey. Okay. Then, if you look at Turkey, also, it's pursuing. I mean, the sponsor. You know, this is the sick man of Europe. Turkey has been promoting, you know, Islamic ideology all over, even up to Nigeria. So you have Christians in Syria, you have Muslims in Syria, and you have various, you know, other schools.
But I'm trying to understand how this thing, this issue of what they call it, Syria and the actions of America with other terrorist groups, and even the report that came out earlier on this year in America talking about how they were funding Boko Haram too. Like, how do this information, how is it that many Nigerians can hear all this information about this same country and filter it out? Like, okay, it doesn't matter. And somehow is it that because the Nigerians have lost hope so much and nothing has been done for so long, that they feel like maybe if Trump at least bombs something, even if it's basically it looks like it's an empty field from what I can see. There's no casualty. Has anybody seen any casualty from this bombing? Because it looks like an empty field.
No, it's not. You see, we are yet to get the damage, the battle damage report. It's yet to come. So there will be an assessment. And when that assessment comes, we will know the extent. It takes quite a while to put these things together. So that until that time, maybe by next week, we should be able to get a clearer picture of what has happened. Don't mind what you hear from the grapevine. It is difficult to believe that after about a week of surveillance and mapping of insurgent positions near Lake Chad and part of Sokoto and Borno area, that America would deploy.
They did not attack Bono. I think they said it was
surveillance. I'm talking about surveillance.
Okay, surveillance. Okay.
That America would, after obtaining intel, would deploy nothing less than Tomahawk cruise missiles, over a dozen, to those areas, according to them, 2 camps of ISIS, and not do any damage. I think it doesn't stand to reason that kind of a thing can happen. Those things are expensive. One is expensive.
Yes, but you would think cruise missiles landing on the ground, people will see the damage and people will see casualties. You don't have to wait for 5 weeks to see that thing now.
No, but that's how it happened in Iran. It's going to take.
You sure? Iran, we're seeing it live.
We're going to get satellite reports. Don't believe anything that you hear from social media. We're going to get satellite. If there is no damage, ask yourself, why are people? Why are you finding people reacting the way they are reacting?
Because they don't know what happened. Because they don't know who is reacting.
That's what I'm telling you. So don't let us not speculate. Let us get exactly the picture. But what I'm saying to you is, a man cannot deploy that size of missile, because you're killing human beings. So you can't use.
Are you sure it's not a fake one? There was one a farmer found inside his farm, unexploded missile. Are you sure they don't do these cheap ones for us? They are selling cheap missiles for us.
No, but those things happen. Sometimes you have
I know.
These things, ordinances that will be fired, and some won't detonate. They won't explode for whatever reason. So, but that doesn't mean that they are not live. They could explode. Something can trigger them and they explode. But the point that I'm making is that for America to deploy that size and that type of asset in those 2 locations, they are not stupid, and it costs money. So there must be something that they have seen. And these are not these are precision optics.
Have you considered that they are after us? That we are the bargaining chip here, not the terrorists.
Well, that's where I wanted to start from. You see, the Yoruba service is saying that if there was no opening on the wall, the lizard will not find a place to hide in it. You see, so, and then the Igbos will also tell you, an Igbo proverb says that it is the man that went to the bush to go and fetch insect-infected firewood. So now he's having lizards all over the place. So he cannot blame anybody, but he will blame himself. So what we are seeing is the effect of failed government. A government that totally failed and shirked its responsibility to all comers. So anybody can do anything that they like with impunity, whether it's the executive, whether it's the legislature, whether it's the judiciary, and whether it's non-state actors. There's a total failure of governance. There are so many ungoverned spaces. So people could just take that place and do whatever they like. So first of all, we must put the blame where it is, because government has failed. And because government has failed, that is why outsiders will come and be poking their mouth or their this thing into your.
But when we say government have failed, is it not us that have failed?
No, when you say government, we put them there. We give them the authority to represent us and to make laws for us and to protect us.
You,
If they are not
exactly.
able to do
You
that.
say we failed.
No,
Maybe
no,
we
I
should
won't
just
say we. It's the government, the people who are representing us, who will give the votes to represent us that are failed.
Is it not you that chose them? If you go and pick the wrong mechanic to fix your car, the one
So
that
fathers,
only learns how to fix
let us not go
Okada,
there. You know what happened. Let us not go there. You know what
let's
happened.
not go there.
Uh-huh.
Because I like us to make logical arguments. Because
Yeah.
when you
No,
keep
no, let's
blaming
not go there
government,
because that's another argument altogether. But we're saying that the reason why I say government has failed is that in developed climes where democracy or people who are trying to copy, or even pseudo democracies, there's a procedure. You put people in there who will work for you. So if they are not working for you, there are processes. Even before election, there are recall processes. There are things that you can do to let them know that they are not performing the way you want, and you can recall them. So all those,
you know what?
these,
My suggestion.
yeah.
We should have some kind of test for leaders, a life and death test for leaders that want to come into Nigeria. If we don't want to face the same life and death choices, you have to test your leaders to the bone, so that their instinct is to trust to trust their people and rely on their people. Because these leaders that we have, they're like Okada mechanic, and then we expect them to go and fix
the truth.
Mercedes.
Forefathers, you know the truth. You can't have your cake. You can't eat your cake and have it. It's as you make your bed, so you lie on it. You see, there are consequences for every action that you take. There's action. There are consequences. When we were doing this thing, we thought that okay. Let us put our man there. It doesn't matter how. Let him go there, and you violate the laws that you have set and the processes that you have laid to guarantee that society works the way it should work. And for some people, they just think that yes, they are winning, but there are consequences, and the consequences is what we're seeing now. The consequences, the failure of adhering to processes that will, eventually ultimately lead to the greater good for the majority of the people. When those processes are not followed, now you would think you have a victory, but that's a Pyrrhic victory, because at the end of the day, there are consequences and a price that you have to pay. Nigeria is paying the price for the things that he has done that are not proper. So the solution, the answer is there. But the problem, why Nigeria is entirely a different case, difficult for anybody to study, is that we know what the problems are. We have identified them, but we are not bold enough to say, yes, we have made mistakes. Let us begin to fix this problem. And for as long as we continue to play down and to think that, okay, we can continue this way and things will get better, the more, difficulty we are going to enter. The more people are going to take you for granted, because you become a backing stock to every other person.
Let me ask you one last question. Do you think this bombing from America will be able to get rid of terrorists in Nigeria?
You see, first of all, you have to ask what the intentions are. First of all, it is the government that has allowed them. Going by what the government said, the government says,
no, I'm not. I
them.
understand it. Even if it's bad intention, my question is: do you think it will get in reality? Do you think it will happen that this bombing will get rid of terrorists from Nigeria?
You have to ask the government what is the intention of this bombing or what association with America, because there must be a reason why the government agreed to enter. I'm not privy to those agreements, but there is something on the surface that we can see. You are going to see now that, first of all, on the short term, there are going to be disruptions, which we are seeing now. There are going to be outcry, But on the long run, it's probably going to be complicated because there are other issues that we don't see. There are other imponderables that will come up. If this
on the long term, what did he say was going to happen now? What if they bomb the terrorists on the long term? What did he say was going to happen?
That's what I'm telling you. On the short run, yes, some people are going to. In fact, from what we hear, and I can't confirm this, we hear that Niger forces who are patrolling their borders. Have seen Lakarawa, because this is directed at Lakarawa. They are very active in the Lake Chad Basin and in Sokoto area. They have seen massive destruction, decimation, and they have seen some of them running away, maybe trying to run into Niger. But that's not confirmed. So that's why I said we have to wait for the damage assessment report. Until then, we'll be able to know exactly what has happened. But that's on the short run. Okay. Even today, as we speak, we hear somewhere there was a terrorist attack, somewhere in the country, in Nigeria. Yesterday there was too. So on the long run, you can see grievances, pent-up grievances. People are beginning, from certain sections, are beginning to say a couple of things. We don't want this, we don't want. What that will pan up to, we don't know. Is it going to stop? Is it going to force those people to say, listen, let us have a meeting and let us see how we can resolve this amicably and get these people to stop this thing? Or it may make them to be more belligerent and maybe watching, the insurgency. We don't know. We don't know what America is going to do. We don't know who is going to step in, whether Israel is going to step in, or China is going to step in, or Russia is going to step in, and Nigeria will become, a tough for big power politics and rivalry.
So, but based on evidence, historical evidence, you don't have any idea where this is going to go?
No, it's too early in the day for me to be able to see where this will go.
Okay.
So I just want to hold my powders dry. Let us see the report. I know that people are denying; they don't want to say the real thing. But let us see the report that will be authenticated, not just report from America but from international bodies who are going to move into those areas, from satellite reports and so on. And so we can, that's why I said let us have, a damage assessment report, and then from there we'll take it from there. But if you ask me what my opinion is, I think that the government is in serious trouble, because government be like somebody they hold for brokers. There's no vision, it has no direction, it has no purpose. So right now it's at the mercy of big power politics. Anybody can toss the government around, whether France, whether America, whether China, whether even Turkey, whether it's from big power brokers from certain sections of the country. So and then somewhere in the south you hear people are celebrating and so on and so forth. So you see division, you see feelings being inflamed, you see people saying all kinds of things and so on and so forth. So I think it's introducing some toxins more into the political atmosphere.
That is actually quite dangerous. You see, this thing, and this is why they are doing it, because they know this stuff could polarize the country badly. But let me take the question to Okpegolo. Thank you for joining us, Okpegolo, Your Eminence. I don't know what I mentioned. Your Eminence. Thank you for joining us. But what do you make of this, though? What do you think the outcome of all this is? Let's say Trump bomb until he leaves office. Do you think it will end terrorism in Nigeria? Number one. I have another question to add, but just take this first question.
Well, first of all, let me say that well, I was antagonizing KJ during his own show. And the angle I was coming from is that the fact that he's happy that now that Trump don't give him a good Christmas present. But the point I was trying to make then is that make yourself no forget that to Nigeria actually see all this coming. But maybe not because the way they try to deliver his message, nobody won't actually take him serious. And again, maybe because in our own lifetime, none of us here have actually. Well, I don't know about Tony and Paul. They always deceive us at times with his look, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure any of us don't witness anything. Just as you said, because they will not fight for our independence, so we don't actually know what it is. So we never actually witness all these things. And if you look around us in terms of our neighboring country, in the end, we can send Tony Kabaka and his boys to take care of any of those at any time. So we know, so we live as if, so we never imagine anything like that will happen in our soil. And it's here. So congratulations on that, even though there's even a dead clock they did wrong twice a day. So
wow,
you saw it. No,
I mean, all that compliment have a dead clock. It's all right. All right. Yeah, it's all
good. Because so people see at least some of us as conspiracy theorists, but they won't see it until this happen, that the world that we are living today, no be the way we see and so it happen. Talking about if Trump storm to the bomb terrorism go stop. No. This is bigger than this is. I mean, which can let's face it, which can terrorists that they actually fight, right? Where the terrorists they come from? Who they? So I think for me it's beyond that. This is, I've always said, is that this is on the bigger stage. This is class of civilization. So we are in for it. And Tony said that it's a big power politics, and this is what it is. I put it on my name that China must go. We might not see it now, but as we go on, it will continue. Just as you said, if Trump go away, another person come, and the policy will continue. At that time, everybody could say, okay, this is a new world. And it's one good thing about all these things that everybody now they take Trump serious. From here in America to anybody in the world, once you hear Trump name, you will be serious about whatever he's saying, even if it don't make sense. You will say, okay, this guy is up to something. So, and that's what I've been trying to say from the onset. Forget about, it's not about Trump. This is where we are right now in human history. This has to change by fire, by force. Nigeria is not an exemption. So it's obvious now, say we don't choose to host, right? The third world war that is coming, we have chosen to be one of the hosting nations. And I cannot tell you how it's going to end. Terrorism is not going to end, because this is not just about terrorism. If I want to come from the American perspective, this is about Confucius and Islamic states. And these two people believe that the Western world is at their lowest. So if me and you, they fight, my ability your back don't dig ground. What's the point of turning back? I'll keep going, right? So I don't see the terrorists stopping. That's how I want to frame it. I don't see those people stopping. So again, if everybody says you they die, you could die there now. So that's the other side. That's the way me and seeing it from the bigger side. So,
I think I agree with you about it not ending. Not because you just said it, but I think it's because there's a lot of evidence backing it up. That's the truth. From Syria, Iraq, everywhere, terrorists don't end. The only way you end it is you take over land from them, then they can occupy, they can operate like the way they suffered in Egypt, Algeria, and other places. But there's this question, you mentioned civilizational clash. And I'm beginning to think that is a fake news. The only people that have any reason to do civilizational clash are the Israelis at the moment, because they are interested in expanding their territory. That's the reason why they are creating this chaos, so that they can have a chance when there is a major conflict again, they can expand their territory. Because the reason why I said that is because if you look at America is very close allied to almost all the top Islamic nations. You know, they work very closely with Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE, Kuwait, Egypt. All of them use American weapons to the brim. And America has military bases in all these nations that I just mentioned, apart from Egypt. They have military bases in all these countries. So
no, there's American presence in Egypt. There's American presence in Egypt.
You see, that even goes even further. And we know that Morocco basically wants to be Europe. They can't wait to join Europe. If they can peel themselves off of Africa and just jump into Europe, they will jump into Europe. So all these people are very close to the West already. So where is the civilizational clash? The only real division they have is that Israel wants something more. That is where the real rough is. So what do you think about that? Because this idea of civilizational clash doesn't seem to bear reality in terms of the way they're all configured right now.
That is because they see the Strait of Israel as, I don't know why they imagine it, as one of the most biggest, toughest, whatever country in the world. That's why you get everything so confused.
No, not really, because I just said that's the only wrinkle in that plan. Because right now they are friends with the major Arab countries.
Okay, let me put it to you this way. Our country, Nigeria, now people put them together.
No, that people, yeah, human beings did, of course.
You're okay, or now interests put them together.
Yeah.
So those interests, then get reason why they put them together or not.
Of course, they have good reasons for doing it.
So the state of Israel, that place where they should then plant them there or not?
They did.
So who people plant them there, they have a reason or not?
They did.
So why you can't put them for a pedestrian where they no feel rich? People will put them there are still in charge. That's what I'm trying to tell you. And
I understand that though. That's an interesting point.
So once if you know the reason why that state exists in the first place, then you know go get that. You know go the surprise them they expand. Everybody they expand. Even you they expand.
I'm not. I'm getting smaller by the day.
One of the biggest news of 2025, and that will stand the test of time, is the leakage of the audio between Xi Jinping and Putin during their anniversary when they display weapon in Beijing. If you remember, when they talk about transhumanism, that imagine say before now people know they live up to 20, 30, 40 years, but here we are 70 years, and they are talking about people living up to 150 years.
Yeah.
So you they look at the things 5 years from now, 10 years from now, 20 years from now. now because you see they look for food to eat. So people are seeing beyond our lifetime.
So, sometimes I feel like sorry. When we are talking about this thing, sometimes I just feel like we really, what, I'm going to be having an elite class. If I may even choose to end this type of engagement, I really need people that think on a higher level here, because it's really depressing sometimes because there are so many things to grapple with out there that is going on right now. I can't even count how many things that are going on, and sometimes this whole discussion just then degenerates to Fubara, Wike, and Kwamwan. I can't.
That part play also, because okay, now let's bring into our own domestic, how our domestic activities they contribute. There's also fight of civilization between these three big foolish tribes within ourselves, whether we like it or not. There is fight for supremacy between the Yorubas, Igbos, and the Hausas. Whatever that means to them, but it's obvious, right?
Yeah.
So
Ovie, point of correction: Yoruba, Igbo, and Fulani. Hausa is excluded.
Well, politically speaking,
how dare you? How dare you?
Now, right? So when you see from angle, then if you as an external actor you want to take advantage of the state, that's an easy way to come in. Yeah. So that's the local player. So that's another way. This year, if you look at what happened this year, talking about local, January Tinubu Tinubu do this year. Tinubu come out Fubara, right?
Yes.
The bill was signed in February too.
Yeah. Which bill?
Then under him, we have been invaded, whether we like it or not, by a foreign nation.
Yes, that's the first time ever. Yeah, this guy has got some terrible records, man.
So our internal, so blame people who don't want to see whatever they talk about how the instant and the play, but internal factor is still very much, because today an average Igbo man that come of age, there's nothing you won't tell him, and he or she has the right to actually act or believe whatever he wants to believe about the country as of today.
I can understand that too.
So, and today now, the average Fulani man, just as a poet, they try to correct me, we see that what is happening, the strike that Trump is doing is against them, whether you like it or not. There's no way you want to convince them, and he or she will believe. So we are getting to that point that it's becoming obvious that it is me first.
Yeah,
So
thank you.
we might be pretending, right? But it is what it is. Today, the Christians are celebrating that Nigerians have been have been bombarded, just like the Muslims were making case before now for their own people that this is not about that. This is so it is becoming obvious, not something that we can even say, okay, let's be politically correct about it anymore. So that is the civilization we are talking about. We're not talking about economy, right? Before they go to say, no, we are talking about how we take it relates to ourselves now, based on what we believe and what they tell us they will be. We are not even, we never even get to the stage of say, okay, we don't agree, say, okay, we are going to stay together. Now we begin to define who are we. Because that's the only way we can fight the external factor. We cannot be fighting the inner factor based on what? Buhari was able to actually temper justice, make the Trump administration stay away for a minute. But Tinubu could not do it. That will be the next conversation.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Let me bring Ike. Is it Oga Ike or Paul? Which one? I think it's Oga Ike that came next. Ike, you know, I always call you Oga, but I see that you're a guy man. But it's all right. People have a right to be a guy man. And you're welcome. Guy men are welcome here too. And but what do you make of this development? Do you think
Sorry,
like
again, sorry, the last one under Tinubu, we're able to move to the upper ranks of BRICS. That's a crime before the West.
Yeah, I don't know. It's
What
really
happened in January?
It will be interesting to see the next session of BRICS, whether whether Nigeria attend it. They will be like, I'm taking some time off. You're not going to. If you are not going to let us send Shetima, or you're like, I don't want to holla. Before he make mistake and say goose beside to us so wrong. So, but this is a more serious question. Actually, this is a more serious question I'm about to ask him. Do you think the way some people in the South are celebrating Trump striking in the North, that the Northerners could mistake it to mean that the South is happy that they invited a strike on them, not the terrorists? Is there a danger of that? Because if that happens, then we are running a risk of getting back to square one. So what do you make of it?
Compliment of the new season to everybody. First of all, let me respond to what you wrote on the comment section. For us to have a different opinion doesn't bring in respect. You have your own opinion, I have my opinion. For you to say that the respect you have for me have flown away from your flight, it makes no sense to me, because my own opinion towards what is going on in Nigeria and your own is different. We are not supposed to agree, but that doesn't mean that I don't respect you. So for you, as intelligent as you are, you bring in the respect you have for me has flown away. That shows how low mentality, poor thinking you have, even with your level of education. People can disagree, does not mean that you don't have respect or you don't have respect for your opponent. It is all about discussion. We agree to disagree, but that doesn't take away the fact that at the end of the day, we would never agree. There are many things people disagree. Doesn't make them enemy. Doesn't take away their respect, because we are not tout. I am not a tout if you are. I don't live in the street. I live in a covered house, and I understand what respect is. And I value discussions and opinions. And as a leader, you don't win all the time. So if I disagree with you, does not mean I don't respect your opinion or I don't have respect for you. But you can only create an environment where we can come together to have a common understanding and a common ground. That is what politics is all about. I hold my opinion and you hold your own opinion. But for you to convince me to believe in your opinion, you should also have respect to what I think or what my opinion is. You don't impose your opinion to me to believe what you said. But you should put it on the table where both of us can reach an agreement. We try to
look at both sides and we see, okay, this is the place we have a common ground. We can agree here, but we cannot disagree. We can disagree here also. So the idea that you flee away the respect you have for me, I feel that is too low for you to go. But that's by the way. I'm not looking for respect, but I earn respect from people. I don't need to buy. I'm not looking to buy respect from people. I need to earn respect. And that is my own kind of person. That's my life. Okay? And that means
okay, just hold on for a second. You see, what you just said just now is actually quite respectable. You see what I mean? And what I said in the chat, because the comment you were making there was completely like completely out of the norm, and that's why I made that comment. But I think you are right with what you said, because you can't throw somebody completely away just because of one opinion that they hold, or even two or three. You are right. I take correction on that, and please go ahead with your answers.
But also, it doesn't change that opinion that I hold, because that's the opinion I still hold right now, even as we are speaking. That's the same opinion that I still hold. That my only frustration with what happened yesterday was America have to collaborate with the illegitimate government you have in Nigeria, people who are the architects and the sponsors of the terrorism. He has to go and share information and security report with Nigerian government, because you don't have a government. Because those people who are representing you, who throw their brother and their suit on a screen of television, they are the sponsors of the terrorism. They are the people that are terrorizing Nigeria. It's not me and you. So for you to think that what I am saying, I don't know what I'm talking about, is because some of people like you are people who are paid by the government, who try to come here to play double-edged sword politics. Today you are today you are this side, tomorrow you are the other side. You use your big grammars and big, whatever to try to cover some people that don't understand what politics you are playing. You understand what that? Your deputy defense minister is already been accused of demands aiding these people. Your national security advisor is part of it. The senators, the politicians, the governors of the northern Nigeria, they are all part of it. El-Rufai was the sponsor of it. Was it not because these Fulani people did not want Jonathan to continue? They want imported terrorism in Nigeria. The Nigerian terrorism, is it a homegrown terrorist? They were bought by the people of the north because they didn't want Jonathan to continue. And that's where we are right today. And people like you who are learned and intelligent, because of what you think or what you believe in, you think that this government are the government you have to trust with your life. These are the people that are causing the problem that we have in Nigeria. The insecurity we have in Nigeria are the same people who are running that network, because it's a network that they are running. So if somebody like your defense minister, or whatever they call him, what minister of defense or whatever, has been finger pointed for, not even from today, it has been a very long time. Even his brothers from the north has told the government of Nigeria, take this man away from your government, because this is the brain behind what is going on with your national security advisors and the governors and senators. What of some honest northern senators that are saying, Trump, please continue, we need this to happen? I don't understand why, people just try to play politics of nationalism. You don't think that you love Nigeria more than the way I love Nigeria? Do you think you love Nigeria more than the way I love Nigeria? I don't know how many parts of, but I have lived in every part of Nigeria. I have lived in the north. I have lived in the south. I have lived in the west, and I am from the east. So what makes you more better in Nigeria more than myself? Those people you think you love more than me, I lived with them for more than 7 years in the north. I know them. I have friends up to today from Kano, from Sokoto, from Kaduna. I still have my friends, both Hausas and Fulani. We are still friends up to today after so many years of my life. So you don't try to tell me what I schooled in Lagos. I lived in Lagos for more than 23 years. I have visited every state in the south, in the west. So I don't think you love Nigeria more than the way I love Nigeria, because I am a detribalized Nigerian. That's my life. So that opinion, I still hold it. And for people who think that when you say that there is a Christian genocide, and people are saying no, what is it? Is it not this government who said that Nigerians will not forgive Mr. Peter Obi because he said he called Trump to come and bomb Nigeria? Is it not the same government that is celebrating in collaboration with America? The same bomb that they're talking about, they don't want them to. Is it not the same illegitimate government that is now celebrating that they have a collaboration with America to bomb the terrorists, the place you have the terrorists? So, who do you want to believe? Where is your president? If you have a government, the same time that Trump was tweeting what happened was the time I expected the illegitimate man in Asarok to stand on the podium and speak to Nigerians that yes, there was a joint military operation between Nigerian government and American government. But what is your president? He's celebrating he's celebrating a cultural something in Lagos. Where is your president? The people that are supposed to be speaking to you, where are they? Your Minister of Foreign Affairs was trying to defend it that it is not a genocide. But what is it called? Islamist terrorism. What is it? Where have we ever had a Christian genocide? A Christian terrorist organization? Where? They are killing the moderate Muslims because so that they will make it look like that they are killing everybody. But who are the people that operate? Who are the people that are killing people? So for the fact that I don't agree with you, because that is the picture. People like you, you bring Russia, you bring Syria, you bring Palestinian, I don't want Nigeria to be Palestinian. Neither do I want Nigeria to be Iran. Neither do I want Nigeria to be Syria. You cannot be trying to play that politics whenever we are here. You try to confuse people with Syria and Iran and Iraq and Sudan and the rest of them. Nigeria will never be Iran, will never be Sudan, will never be Syria. All we are asking is for Nigeria to be safe in their own country. That's all. Because the people that are killing Nigerians are not Nigerians. Those people who opened that border, they should close that border because they are the people that are sponsoring the people that are killing their own citizens. Because if those porous border you have in the north were in the south by now, there would have been a war. There would have been a walls of Jericho that had been built in the south to block that such thing is not going to happen. But because it's happening to the people who think that Nigeria belongs to them, they are the people that owns Nigeria, and anything they say must stand. That's why they imported the terrorism in Nigeria. They cannot deny it. Even you cannot deny it because they didn't want Jonathan a second time. They brought terrorism from outside Nigeria, and that's what we are suffering today in Nigeria. And you are sitting where you are sitting in London, enjoying yourself, thinking that you are better off, or you are more concerned about what is happening to Nigeria more than any other Nigeria, because I don't agree with you. It doesn't work like that. It breaks my heart that my children and my grandchildren can't go to Nigeria. What joy do I have? Because that money that I am going to use to secure my children to go to Nigeria, I am going to use it to give women who have lost their husband, who doesn't have husband, but they have children. I better receive the blessings of God by giving them that money during this season. Because I don't see nothing I am going to benefit from an illegitimate government that has no interest of any common man, but for themselves. We are talking about that Nigeria is going into oblivion. And some people are playing politics with what is going on in Nigeria, and we pretend that we don't know that what is going on in Nigeria is a fact. My brother and forefathers, I'm not telling you to agree with me, but I believe, if nothing else, only tweet of Trump, Akpabio felt that Akpabio, who has become a man that nobody can touch, immediately Trump did a tweet. He recognized that there is somebody that is bigger than Akpabio and his group. People who think that they have lost themselves to Nigerians. You know, it was only a tweet. So what we saw on 25th is just a rehearsal. Every time when we are having this program, I used to end by saying, all of us go chop the breakfast. It doesn't matter where you are. You live in America, you think you are comfortable. You are going to eat the same breakfast. I am going to eat that breakfast because that country is our own. So it doesn't matter wherever you are, that breakfast is going to spread. And by the time it spread, then Nigerians, if they really care about their own country, they can decide to say, okay, now, can we sit down and say, this is the way forward to have a country that you can call a country. I remember the first time I traveled out of Nigeria as far back as 1982. Nigerian passport to Italy was they receive you like a king. You hold a Nigerian passport today, they treat you like a common criminal in the street. They treat you more than what the way they treat the mafians in Nicaragua, because you are holding a green passport and you continue to pretend that all is well. You line up in immigration with other people with their passport, even countries in West Africa. They will ask you to go and sit the other side because you're having a Nigerian passport. And you think it doesn't mean anything. You think it is normal, they are doing their job. What of other countries that they let go? Is it not the same job that they are doing? Because you don't have a name. You don't have a country. Nobody have respect for you. Every countries of the world, they sign economic part, they sign military part, they sign political part. It's normal. If you do not have anything that you bring to the table, the man that you are going to make an agreement with you brought something to the table. It is only what he brought to the table is the music you are going to dance, because you didn't bring nothing to the table. You do not have anything you present to the table. So it's not a crime that country from country, they sign military part, they sign economic part, they sign, so many parts that government they do. It's normal. But who is signing that part with you? You are signing it with France. The country called France, that the country that the colonized have rejected, that is the country you have decided to run to become your friend. A country that has become like a plague to all the whole Francophone countries in Africa is the country you have decided that this is the country you want to deal with. Good luck to you and your friends. God bless you, forefathers.
Forefathers,
Oh my
please.
God.
Forefathers,
Okay, go ahead.
sorry. Nigeria just won against Tunisia 3-2.
God, we want something at last.
And then so we should be leading the group. And then FIFA has rejected our appeal against DR Congo. So trying to enter the World Cup this thing through the window, that one don't end. Thank you.
Okay, I think we welcome all good news. You see, what I saw from Ike today is one of the reasons why I respected him, because he always, even if most people from his own persuasion tend to be negative towards Nigeria, he's always said he defends Nigeria all the time. He talked about holding his passport and all the rest. So he's one of those people you have to respect from that point of view. Even if I disagree with his own opinion right now, and I also believe that the difference in my opinion has evidence backing it. And most of his pronouncements, how you describe the Northerners and everything, but your leaders are there, your people from the Southeast are there, South, they are all complicit in it. They are all the same. Look at all the people that are elected from Labour Party. All of them, they went there immediately. They didn't even wait 2 weeks. They just completely betrayed all the people that voted them, straight up. They didn't even waste time. So we are all in it together. And this idea, when we start separating each other, that's what makes us weaker. You are a nationalist.
I did not spare people from I did not spare any political class. I said politicians. I didn't mention Southeast and Southwest.
But you kept mentioning the Northerners.
Yes. You know why? Do you know why? Because I gave my point and I gave my reason. They imported terrorism in Nigeria when Jonathan was in government because they didn't want his second term.
Okay, now you see, this is the problem. This is the problem of morality in Nigeria that I don't like. Like, when Abike Dabiri put up that photograph and she's still in her job, I believe that if the president had just taken her, set an example with her, the way a lot of Southeasterners would think of the president would be different, and the way they think towards Nigeria would be different. The same thing Jonathan did. When he got into office, he took the tone of a Northerner, knowing full well that Nigeria, because before I left Nigeria in 1999 or so, were all under the understanding that it's going to be north-south, north-south. So it was this turn of the north. Jonathan came, because his president died, he became president, fine, because 2 years he served it out. Then again, he ran again. that alone would have agreed a lot of Northerners. We feel like, okay, this was supposed to be our turn. The Southerners have ruled for 8 years. Now they've ruled for 10 years. We just ruled 2 years. He ran for another election. He won. Now, almost 6 years in office. Then he ran again. You see, we create karma for ourselves without knowing it. That desperation probably led to what we are seeing now in the North. At the same time, people were forming parallel governments by the time Jonathan left office. They were threatening to form parallel governments in Nigeria. That's how bad it was. Maybe that's why even America turned on him. People keep thinking that it was because of LGBTQ. Maybe that's why America saw that, okay, this country is going to implode if this carries on like this. And we don't feel the pain of the North when Buhari kept losing the election. They were burning cars and all the rest. We don't feel their pain then. You see, this is the thing about morality. We have to be our brother's keeper. When we have an agreement with people, we fulfill it. And in a way, you say whatever I like about Erufai. One of the reasons he gave for supporting Tinubu, he said because they promised him. And he upheld his end of the promise. These things are civilizational and it affects the way countries are run. That's what all I'm going to say to that. And when we criticize people, we always have to try to hold our own people accountable. Is Jonathan not from the South? Am I not the one calling him out for what he did? And we should always be able to do these things. Otherwise, it's going to affect us too. Everything that is happening bad in Nigeria is affecting me too. So I hear you. And, you are very passionate about your opinion. And you are one of those people I will hopefully accept that you're a nationalist because you have always held that position, even if I disagree with you on most of your points. And, of course, I do respect you. I'm not going to throw you away. You are a family man. You do a lot of great things. And like I said, you're a guy man. I enjoy the fact that you enjoy life too. So I do respect you from that point of view. But I don't share your opinion. Who is next? I think it's Paul or Shikao.
Yeah, I think it's Kelly. Yeah.
Is it okay? Is it Shikao? Okay.
Yeah.
Wow, trouble. Shikao, don't start trouble now. Be polite. We have to be nice people today. Let's not start. All right. So what do you make of this attack in Nigeria, and where do you think it's going, and what are the implications? So I'll let you go ahead.
Right. Thank you very much. By the way, I'm always polite. I just react. When people try to bully me, I try to defend myself. But usually, I'm very polite. But thank you very much for the opportunity to speak on this topic. This is what we've been saying. For me, when I used to be, when I was schooling in Nigeria, in those days, we had a very high hope. Nigeria, everybody respected that country. We all know that. You stopped the war in Liberia, that's my country of origin, Sierra Leone, Guinea-Bissau. Like Nigeria was like a police for West Africa. If there's any problem anywhere, they say, call Nigeria now, call Nigeria, please. Nigeria will go there and then solve the problem. So the hope was there. I think everything started going down from Buhari, to be honest with you. I would say Jonathan, some people would say Jonathan, but I would say the election of Buhari was where things started going south, because Buhari was disconnected from this generation. He didn't know what was happening. He doesn't even know the reality of Nigeria at the time. Those who were surrounding him had an agenda, and he found himself in the middle of that. And then all of that crashed, and they put Tinubu on top of that building that is already collapsing. So what happened recently, U.S. bombing in Sokoto State, I will look at it from a Pan-African perspective, because I'm a Pan-African. The bombing was very symbolic. They will show you no collateral damage. The bombing of Sokoto was because they said Sokoto Caliphate is responsible for pushing Islam in Nigeria and spreading it. Because all I always tell people is that there is a parallel government in Nigeria. There is the Nigerian federal government and there is the Sokoto Caliphate, which is existing side by side with Nigerian government. Whether you know it or you don't know it, it's okay. But the Sokoto Caliphate exists. All the emir in the north are not traditional rulers. There is no traditional ruler called Emir. Emir are governors of the Sokoto Caliphate because the Hausa people do not have emirs. So you hear the Emir of Qatar, the Emir, those are people who govern an Islamic territory. So emirs are governor of an Islamic caliphate which still did not die, but joined Nigeria. So Trump symbolically bombed the caliphate headquarters to show to them that, hey, we are watching you. They didn't bomb any terrorists. They won't show you any dead, but usually when US does a real bombing, a targeted bombing, you will see that they kill the head of the group. They will tell you, for example, they killed al-Baghdadi or they killed this person. They will mention no one that they killed. They just symbolically bomb Sokoto Caliphate to tell them that they are watching them and they are about to face them and then also target them. So that was the symbol right there. But what this does, that it humiliated Nigeria. Nigeria has been humiliated. The black man has been humiliated because this is the most popular black nation on earth. A country that everyone looked up to say we're going to be a giant was humiliated by America. So your government did a damage control and say, oh, we were in collaboration, we give them intelligence. What that bomb that US did, you think that Nigeria cannot afford it? Nigeria doesn't have plane to drop a bomb in Sokoto. You just bombed Benin. You just flew plane in Benin within 24 hours. You think you couldn't fly to Sokoto to bomb? It was just a humiliation. And to cover their face, they have to say, oh, we were part of it. We gave them intelligence. So I understand that. You have to do that. Otherwise, your population will rise against you. So I understand what they did there is understandable. But it's a humiliation of Nigeria. And Trump does not love Christians. Let's be very clear here. Trump is not doing it because he loves Christians in Nigeria. Anybody who thinks that you are also not aware of geopolitics. They want to destroy. Nigeria is already a sinking boat, and they want to make it very fast. Okay? And they want to make sure the destruction. Why? America never goes anywhere to save anyone. They go there for their interest. They go there to see what can they get, what will they benefit from. But all of this, the summary is that the African leadership has failed. We as African people, we have failed. And we have failed to unite. We have failed to live together and build a civilization for ourselves and live as a people, despite our religious differences and cultural differences. We failed woefully after independence to build a country that to say never again will a white man come to our land and humiliate us. After 500 years of humiliation, we sat down and the white man came to solve our problem, our family quarrel. This was a disgrace. I'm not a Nigerian, but I cry when I hear about that bombing. Not because I support you, I'm anti-Islam, you know that. But it is because the humiliation of the black man just took place in Nigeria and we didn't see it happening. I will stop there for now.
Thank you. I really appreciate that.
Thank you, Sepu. I really appreciate you. Yeah. Thank you.
And it's Paul, isn't it? Paul, thank you for coming in. So yeah, I would allow.
Give me 30 seconds before Paul
okay.
speak.
Okay,
No,
go ahead.
I was about the comment somebody made on the comment section. I was not when I brought the issue of Jonathan, I wasn't talking about the complete administration of Jonathan. I'm not talking about the corruption that was in his government. I'm talking about specifically issue that has to do the reason why he left, the reason why he was make sure that he was booted. I wasn't generally speaking about the corruption of his government. I know that. I'm not saying Jonathan wasn't a shit. You know, I was one of the people who said that he failed everybody, but the origin of his failing is where I speak about, specifically on the issue of insecurity we are talking about, and the issue of terrorism, not about on general note of his administration.
Yeah, thank you for that. Paul, you see, from some of the stuff we've talked about in Nigeria and what Shika has just shared, the embarrassment it is for an entire race, not to mention we in Nigeria. While some people are celebrating at the same time, which you can understand, you know, people have a right to respond the way they want to respond. But where does the morality and ethics of our people lie? because like it's like when anybody gets into office, they forget morality. They just start misbehaving and acting as if they don't have any sense of fairness anymore. Like you see how this government sometimes the way they are behaving, you don't even think that they care about some parts of the country when everybody should be fair, because you are running a country here. This is not like it's even local town meetings. You know how those the women, they will form groups and they will donate money, share the money with each other. All those meetings that they are very fair. They know how to handle their money. Everybody will get their share of the money, everything properly. But how can we not even figure out how to be fair in a country? When we get an advantage, we want to capitalize on it and just kind of, how do I describe it, even take advantage of others so badly, because I think that's at the core of our problem. We don't seem to know how to follow fairness rules that is already agreed. Like when you say the North was supposed to rule at the same time, just allow them to rule. When it's supposed to come to the South, allow them to rule. When it's supposed to come to the Southeast, allow them to rule. This thing that many Nigerians do, just because they are in office, they want to cheat the other person. What is that? When is it? How do we stop it? Because that's what got us into this mess that we're in a way.
But to Nigeria, that's not real. Well, sorry, Paul, go.
Oh, okay. If you want to say briefly, you can just say briefly.
I want to say, in reality, that's not how power works.
No, I understand that. But that's the problem. People are following power, but they are not putting in national interest first, and that is a problem because they don't follow ethical behavior. They don't follow morality. They don't follow agreements. And it leads for everybody to want to betray each other all the time, and you get what we have now.
Yeah, Father, you just spoke my mind. The biggest problem that we are having as a people in Nigeria, love of a nation is not there. Love of a nation was not there and is not there. It's so bad that it's past tense and it's also present tense. You know, when you look when Singapore become their own country, when they break out from Malaysia, they did not even break out with one tribe. They break out with multiple tribes and everything. But what Lee Kuan Yew said, he said never again. You cannot go to Singapore and even chewing gum, like we call it in Nigeria. You don't. They keep themselves, they pride themselves that they are clean people. Because the Malays people cause them that they are very dirty people. They post spit. Just ordinary dirty. When they form their nation, they say never again. We stand with pride. Singapore teacher is the highest end teachers, apart from places like Finland, in the world. They pay them very well. If you commit any atrocity, you suffer for it heavily. And everything. They stand with pride. Other nations of the world, you see places like in the UK, people leave UK to go invest in Singapore. People leave, say, oh, UK has become, oh, the US is no longer. They go find opportunity elsewhere, just like as they are doing in places like in Dubai, because they pride themselves and they have love of a nation. But we have love of religion. We have love of tribe. My tribal man, my this, my that. We bring this thing down to micro level. And that's how we reduce ourselves to nothing. See, Kelly said something. He said, back in the days, Nigeria, during the time of ECOMOG, we used to go fight and everything. So I've said that, use that phrase for many years. But I'm beginning to change it. Because if you look at IBB during the Gulf money and everything, no. United Nations just send us there to go fight and then they give us money. Every soldiers, every Nigeria, all my family, all my uncle, only my father refused to join military. People lobby to join. Oh, I'm going to Sierra Leone. I'm going to Liberia. Because of ECOMOG allowance. You understand? That UN money, they wear that blue beret. You understand? They make a lot of money because the military are not well paid. You know, back in the days, I kind of see it more like, oh, they are fighting. They are big brothers. Africa. No, just money. Even IBB stole from the money. The rank and files, the ratings who are on ground, also go there just because of the greed of allowance, not because of they want to protect that region called West Africa, that entity called Africa. It's not really there. And that is what is catching up with us. Look at Europe. Europe is coming together. Trump just threatened some 5 people not to come to the US. You understand? EU is coming together to fight that they're going to punish US back. You can see the thing just because of the Facebook social media thing. These are the things. See, I said it in the morning and I will repeat myself again. In as much as I want to kick over some of the things that is going on, look at it very well. Everybody will say, this thing starts from Jonathan time. Oh, the North. Jonathan is scared, you understand, to do his job because he feels he's going to offend the Northerners. Buhari came, he cut across among, is partly Niger, partly Nigeria. These people are his family. He couldn't do anything. So Buhari pushed it further. He will not call Niger, he will not call Mauritania, he will not call anything. Buhari will go far away to Libya. Oh, it is what US done. The light weapons and everything that is coming from Libya, that's what they are using to do all these things. He couldn't do anything. Guess what? Tinubu come, he's also scared of doing the same thing. But guess what? Tinubu will also have family in Benin Republic because this is his own tribe. He have power to intimidate those ones. Immediately flown a jet, you understand, to Benin Republic. But he will not do it in the North because we don't have that grip of love of a nation. You understand? We are so sentimental when it comes to our religion. We are so sentimental when it comes to our tribe. We don't look the big picture, love of a nation. Many years ago, I traveled to.
So before you said that, how do we get ourselves to a point whereby we understand that if the nation does well, our tribe do well, so that our decisions can flow in that kind of, that's what we take into account when deciding stuff? Because I feel like most people just think, okay, only their tribe, they don't consider the nation. Because if the nation is not doing well, they forget that their tribe, an example is if you are trying to do a project and if you place it in another state that is not yours, or as a nation, as a president or something, if you place it in another state, Nigeria will gain more from it, like seaport. If you put it in areas where a lot of activity is going on, Nigeria will gain from it. But because it's you are being biased, you go and say, okay, let me put it in my own state. So how do Nigerians start understanding that, okay, we have to do what brings more wealth to Nigeria, not what is suitable for individual states? How do individuals know how to do that?
So these are the So these are the things that we don't do. We don't think about it. We think about interest. You don't see long-term goal like Ovio will say and everything. And it's tremendously affecting us. I will go back to this topic. I might visit that later, please. See, I said something in the morning. Principe and Sao Tome, the president of Principe and Sao Tome, visit Nigeria and his government was overthrown. Obasanjo put hand in his shoulder and said, don't worry, I will send Mopo to reinstall your government back. And Obasanjo tell him that, you know what is called Mopo? It's just an anti-riot police. It's what I will use to reinstall your government back. Only the threat in the body language, the president went back, go and take back his government. Look into these issues. I'm talking about Gambia. The same thing when the former president don't want to leave for over 22 years. When Buhari threatened, see the military men, the guy hand over power. You understand? These are the things that you can do. Are you telling me Buhari cannot threaten the president of Niger? Let me even call it president. If, say, these people are coming from Niger, if, say, these people are coming from Chad, I'm going to pull you out of that place. And look, somebody was quick to take a Fubara position. He didn't waste time. Food don't come chop. Who reject that kind of thing? It's free. You understand? Buhari can threaten, any president in Nigeria can threaten all these small country. That if you don't do, it is the president that will even ask his citizens not to go near the border. It is not we that will even protect our border. People should understand that the Great Wall of China, you understand, is tourist destination. It's not border. It's tourist destination. You understand? So telling us for us to go build walls, no. Just threaten and everything, and the economic value and everything. If we can put great industries among that place, if people from Niger want to come and we can use them as cheap labor, it favor our country. I live in the state of Arizona. Good percentage of the jobs that we do here are coming from California because California is overpriced for some of those businesses. So they move to Arizona, produce this thing and ship back to California. That is expensive. You understand? You can convert those things to economic value. These are the things that we don't have. You cannot threaten, okay, if you want to take the other side, You cannot even go to ECOWAS and go report these people. You cannot even go meet them in the so-called new called Sahel group. You cannot even go to Addis Ababa and go to African Union. It's for you to go to the US. This is the height of stupidity. You understand? The white South Africans that were brought here from say fast track their citizenship as they are seeking asylum. Fast track. The same time they are suspending us not to come. So even though they are killing their beloved Christian, like the US said, how come they didn't open the channel for us for the people to choose the opinion to say, let me come and seek asylum? Now that these guys are seeking asylum in Cameroon. That shows that these people don't want your interest.
You see
Why
the
would
one
you go
that
to the US?
You see the one that puzzled me why anybody would even go to the US. Because clearly US had the world largest drone base in Niger Republic.
They don't. I don't. Pofara, they left. But even when they are there, I will use this same phrase
that's
again.
my point. Boko Haram was operating right there. They couldn't do anything. They couldn't stop them.
Pofara, I will use the Nigerian phrase. Remember Nigerian phrase, when military man buy land, want to build house, he will first of all put some fence and put military base, keep off, nobody go near there. Is that not so?
Yes.
So when they say we are building the largest drone, let me tell you, the biggest state in America is Alaska. Alaska is technically bigger than Nigeria. Alaska is under 9% developed. Why would US go look for land to build something when they have vast land that they've not even touched? Arizona is under 20.
It's for intelligence gathering and strategy.
No, they said we are building drone. That is the primary purpose. So if
it's a drone base. They used to have it.
Sorry, that drone base. Yeah. That drone base was not to attack. It was not for attack purposes. It was for reconnaissance and surveillance purposes. And they were giving Nigeria intel. They were giving Nigeria intel.
They said they are doing many things. But the primary hold on.
If they didn't give that, if they didn't give those intels, in fact, now the situation in Mali is worse. It's not Bamako. And the surrounding areas that are safe.
These are all the things. These are all the things they tell you for them to be more relevant.
Sorry.
No, it's not what they. It's not what they told me. No, this is documented fact. They were giving. They gave intel to Nigeria.
Yes, because you pick the information. You pick the information from their own source. Look, if my father should come back, from his six, I will. Then it's my turn. Then it's my turn. Then wait for your turn. Then it's my turn. Then wait for your turn.
To Nigeria. That's
it's my turn. Wait for your turn. It's my turn. Wait for your turn. If you pick my father from his 6 feet grave and bring him back today, and you tell my father you want to watch one Joe Rogan, you tell my father to watch one Kanye West, whatever. My father will never believe. The only trusted news that my father will believe in his lifetime should be NTA, should be the BBC, the VOA, and the CNN of this world. But today, that is clear to us that the way we think we believe those people, it's not like that any longer. One of their purpose, they also say they used it for intelligence. Good, we agree. They also say they build drone there. You understand? But this is a military base that nobody have access to go inside. You don't know what they are doing. You don't know what they are taking under the soil there. You don't know. You understand? So when you gather all your information, it is what they tell you, you are still exhibiting. You understand? So when
this is hypothesis you are giving.
Exactly.
We don't know what they are doing, so you can't speculate.
I don't know. You don't know. So you two don't know. But all I'm saying is that they are there when we are having all these problems. You understand? The French people are there in all these countries where we are also having all these problems and everything. These two big great nations, they are there when we're having problems. Russia will not help us until we grow enough to understand that it is our problem. And how do we solve it, like Ovio will say, locally? How do we understand ourselves very well that we can learn to love ourselves, to build things that will make us relevant? If we believe that any stranger will come for our own interest because they put the things the way they say it, that it makes sense and everything, I don't think we can grow. Everywhere they find themselves and the place they never go are in peace. For example, if you say all these things that you're saying, the highest country that have Islam in the world is Indonesia, 1.1 billion people. They don't have any problem with the US, and we don't see so many terrorists over there. You understand? But the place that the US always go, that is where we see a lot of terrorists. So these are all the funny things.
That's
So
funny.
why is it like that?
Sorry, let me just correct something. Tony, it's factual that even the Americans stated it in the opening of the base that they have armed drones, that they actually use them for these military operations in the Sahel to attack militants. And I also know of a case where American soldiers were killed in Niger because they were involved in some kind of operations there. So they were, it was actually active, and yet Boko Haram.
No, what I'm saying, the reason for what I'm saying is that the reason for putting that facility there was to monitor and to survey what is happening within the Sahel region, and to give intel. It was a cooperative
and also to attack,
and to give necessary intel.
And also to attack. Why are you omitting attack?
Hold on. They have 1,000 troops that were stationed in Agadez. Listen, they had troops. You can't have a drone base without having, active forces, to stay there to man it. It's not
They're going to protect themselves too now. Yes, they're going to protect themselves too.
Why you not agree with me? Yeah?
I know they're going to protect themselves. Then at the same time, on the other side of the divide, the French troops are also there. On the other side of the defense, the French troops are also there, and these two countries share intelligence together. But we are still having all these problems.
Forefathers, you said something. How can you use 1,000 troops to fight the entire Sahel? I mean, it doesn't make sense. That's not
they are not even fighting.
But it's even less now. They are not. They don't even. They have 0 troops in Israel, and you think they are going to solve?
They have left. They have left Niger.
But my point is that now they are bombing Nigeria, thinking that they are going to solve the problem. Anybody that thinks that is going to solve the problem, even when they had troops on the ground, they couldn't. Not to mention
what you said. The reason why I interjected was that you said they had those drone things and things were going bad, and I said that's not the intention. The intention is not to help you to begin to fight to fight all those insurgents. The intention is to help you, train you, give you info, give you surveillance. That's why they are there.
They are there. They are there. They are in the Gulf of Guinea.
You see, that's the problem we have. They gave you intel.
They are in the Gulf of Guinea. 200 nautical miles.
Supposed to do
200 nautical miles from our own ocean.
That's the problem
they are close by. Look, they are there in Niger. 200 nautical miles for the Gulf of Guinea. There, they also put, you understand, ship there and everything. They see everything. They do everything. But remember something very well. This country, everything they have, as brilliant, as smart, as powerful they can be. Today, most of their product is overpriced. Nobody buy that product. America make good cars.
My point is, stop blaming other people for your fault.
American cars sell outside America.
Stop blaming others for your fault.
So many things. I am not blaming them for nothing. I'm not blaming them for nothing. All I'm saying is that we should arrange our home. I am not blaming them for nothing. They're in the business of selling this weapon. You understand? And sometimes they enjoy when they see problem, because it becomes opportunity for people to buy. So far, I will say something. The Kuwait, Qatar, Bahrain, Oman, Jordan, you understand, they have good relationship with all these countries. That they even buy all these weapons, like you said. How many times you see them use it? They buy because when it's time to say, when I don't want to buy a B, while I go come, then they will just buy, just to stockpile. They don't really have problem. And even if they have problem, look all the time they use it. They use it to even help protect Israel, because they are scared before the thing will turn to them. So instead of the thing to turn to me, let me also follow Oga. It's another strategy. The Saudi Arabia of this world is buying all these weapons and everything, just to say, if we talk anyhow, it can hit us. You understand? It is only, look, the US, the product that they sell today, it's hardware, light weapon. These are the things that they sell. You understand? So if they make you say, come buy, if you don't want to buy, or you buy on the other side, you might be in their black book. So Father, you said something about the other side. People will go, even the vice president will not go the next meeting that they will do. Will not even go say, I'm busy, I'm sick. Because before they will give him another name. It will not. Tinubu has been sending him. Go represent. You will be scared too.
Americans are trying to scare them. Americans are trying to scare them. And we've been trying to observe what happened in BRICS, the next one, because a lot of countries have been intimidated.
I will never blame the US or the French for anything, but we have to grow our continent and our country. I will not blame them for anything.
I'm beginning to think that because we as a people haven't encountered what it's like to be forged in conflict and, for us to build a nation, maybe we should test our leaders, not this one through campaign. We should put them through Hunger Games or something, make them really go through the paces before they go and rule us, because these people, they are not prepared for what is out there. We just send somebody, they go do a few campaigns, and then they go and run a country like Nigeria, and face people like Trump, face people like this in Lee Kuan Yew and Xi Jinping of China, and all kinds of leaders all over the place. That these guys, the kind of decision they make, they don't care. If they can cause deaths of hundreds of thousands without thinking about it at all. That is how they roll. But our people are not prepared for that kind of situation. Why would they be able to stand up to Macron or Trump or anybody? They will all be scared. Look at what Akpabio was saying, even in the House of Senate. Do you know how embarrassing that is? We have to be careful though, because Trump is going to come. It's like these guys are not leaders. They are not leaders. They are scared of their own shadow.
A sovereign nation. For other people to say, I will say this thing. I said it in the morning. When Trump is using this rhetoric that he's using in Venezuela, he tried a little bit to move down to Mexico because people keep asking him. All the drugs, good percentage of the drugs that is coming to the US pass through Mexico. What are you doing with Mexico? Why Venezuela, if not because of oil? And the president, when Trump said, the president of Mexico, Clyde Sheinbaum, he said something. He said, Mr. President, all the weapons that make the cartel powerful are coming from the US. That's why we can't even fight the cartel. Stop the flowing of weapons from US to Mexico. Easily, I will take care of the cartel. Did you see the way people are negotiating and everything? So where is all this weapon coming from? If you want to share intelligence, also help us. Strip these guys. How many countries in Africa produce all these weapons that you see everywhere? You understand? In Nigeria, people take bike to kidnap 200 people. No footage. You mean you can't see footage? You can't fly ordinary drone that I will even use for luxury, just to say the weather is good. Let me go fly drone. You don't even have to even see anything. This is shameful. You understand? We make ourselves. We're just a laughing nation. You understand? So when we just go pray to God and say, God, help me, oh, help me, oh, help me, oh. That is our problem.
Thank you for that. I really appreciate the viewers for joining us today. We've got at least well over 280, 90 people, sometimes even over 300 watching. Please like and subscribe, because I can see that the like is not very high. Please like. It doesn't cost you guys a lot to do that. And also, let me see, especially on there's no like on Two Nigeria's channel and Dr. Damages. Let me see how much like there is, because this is important that we do this like. And GD, please be patient with me. I'm going to introduce the culture of the week. I'm focusing on the Igbo culture today, and so it's good that we cover each other's culture. Oh my God! Like 15 likes on Dr. Damages. That is unacceptable, man. People, come on, go and like. We're going to play this song while you guys go and like, and give the panelists, the esteemed panelists that we have here, time to, catch a refreshment or something. No alcohol, by the way, but just in case. And let me play that now. Let me see if I can find something to play. You see, these images that you're going to see, if you didn't know, you would think they are northerners. Let me just play this. Hold on. It didn't go so well. Technical issues. My apologies. Okay, again. Can you imagine those images? Those are Igbo people. You wouldn't even, if I saw them today, I would think they were northerners. something in the song.
Baby, make I go low. Make I shoot you bazooka, make you for your kata. I drink a go, I drink it, kai. Okumbareta. I want that big book, I will. Okumbareta. You know, today, no fire, fire. Okumbareta. The best in that, you know, be careful.
All right. Thank you for your patience. Thank you, gentlemen. I saw there was an increase in people that liked the video. I appreciate you all for doing that. That is important, so that other people can come and see the discussion and also see the culture that we are sharing in Nigeria, because I really think the culture of the people is something that we really need to highlight a little bit more, because, man, if you go and delve into it yourself, you value Nigeria a little bit more. All right, KJ, Jide, sorry. What do you make of the discussion so far? You know about the U.S. intervention in Nigeria. Where do you think this is heading? Just give us where you think all this is heading now.
Yes. Currently, with everything going on right now, Nigeria is heading for disaster. And for everyone that have listened to me in the past, and forefathers and other people that have said the same thing, now we are seeing what's going on. I've given examples in the past. I'm not going to repeat it on this show, of different countries and the playbook they use. We are labeled as conspiracy theorists. Now we are no longer, hopefully we are no longer conspiracy theorists, or we are still conspiracy theorists, but America is now the savior. We shall see. There's an adage, it's probably a truism, that those who do not learn from history, they are going to be of two fates. They are destined for two fates. It's either they perish or they are forgotten. Those who do not learn from history, it's either they perish or they are forgotten. And we are heading there slowly. You see, it's quite unfortunate that Nigeria is where it is today. It's quite unfortunate. We blame our government for all their failures. Yes, it's valid. It's legitimate. Our government has failed. Our institutions have failed. Our values have failed us. Everything about us has failed us. We need to admit it. Either we admit it or not. I don't know. But these are facts. The facts are there. Our values in Nigeria, our government, our institutions, our norms, our practices, they've all failed us. That's why we are where we are today. Because if the government is that bad, yes, they are very bad. They are horrible. They are horrible. Our elites, they've turned their back, at best, they've turned their back on us. At worst, they are heading for our destruction in alliance with the US empire. And that's what we are probably seeing right now. You see, we blame our, like I said, we blame our government for all these problems, right? We blame our government for everything. Yes, it's valid. But is the solution now to bring an empire that has proven historically to not solve this problem, to come and solve the problem? I'm sorry and I'm afraid we're heading for disaster. You see, to go into more technical context of what I'm going to say very briefly. You see, one thing we need to understand is that Nigeria as it is, and I know some of us might have said it, it's a very vital country to the current adventure of the US empire. Right now, it is losing its grip on the dominance, on its global dominance. And it needs its proxies and countries that have huge influence. It needs to tighten its grip on those countries to maintain its dominance. And Nigeria is one of those countries. Nigeria is one of those countries. So now what we want to now do now is the narrative of Christian genocide. The one narrative of Christian genocide. And then before I even go there, we talk about how our government has failed us. We talk about how our government has failed us entirely. What is the solution? It's simply, not simply, it is a revolution. It is a revolution. That is how other countries do it. It's a cultural and political revolution that we need. Not bringing in the US empire. Not bringing in the US empire. It is a revolution. But you know what? Because of our mentality, like I said, our norms, which is we always want to find an easy way out. We always want to find an easy way out. This is our mentality. We always want to feel comfortable, someone else to solve our problem. It's a big problem in our society in Nigeria. We do not want to take responsibility to solve our problem. Look at Venezuela. Is Venezuela richer than Nigeria? Why hasn't US empire bombed Venezuela? You know why? Because the people are united with the Venezuelan government. And guess what? The Venezuelan government that we have today, it was through a revolution. It got to power. It was through a revolution by the people of Venezuela. that he got to power. Hugo Chavez, Maduro is now the successor of Hugo Chavez. That is what the solution is. We should take power from all the criminals that have destroyed our future and the future of our children. But we don't want to do it. We are calling the US
Jide, you know, when you are talking about that, it just occurred to me that, you know, a small country like Cuba, right next door to America, defied the US.
Defied the US.
The US can't do anything.
They have their
and our leaders are shaking from oceans away.
Look at Cuba. Do you know the story of Cuba?
And our people are not ready. They're just not ready people.
They have multiple enemies, just like Nigeria has multiple enemies. They had the Spanish Empire, the US Empire to defeat. They defeated 2 empires, an island. They defeated 2 empires, the Spanish Empire, the US Empire. Look at what we're faced. We're faced with the Arab imperialism and Western imperialism. Those are the enemies that are facing us right now. Arab imperialism, funded by the UAE, funding Fulani jihadists to destroy our country. The Western imperialists, through our government, they are forming pacts with them to destroy our country. Those are the 2 major enemies that we have. We are the ones that are supposed to take that fight. And if we're not ready to take that fight, my quotes, remember my quotes, if you do not learn from history, because they've been here before, if you do not learn from history, you will perish. Now, forefathers, you asked me a question. Where is this going? That strike, I think someone mentioned the same thing too. The person was here before, I can't remember his name. That strike on Sokoto was a symbolic strike. It was not a strike to kill terrorists. No, it was not. In fact, the empire does not have any intention to defeat the jihadists. In fact, they are the useful idiots. That's what a lot of us don't know. They are the useful idiots. They are the lapdogs. So what they're trying to do with the Sokoto missile strike, what they're trying to do is a symbolic strike. You know what it means? A lot of us probably know that most of the terrorist attacks is in North Central and the Northeast. It is to send a signal to AES. To AES, the goal, the long-term goal is to use Nigeria as a proxy and the Nigerian government and the Nigerian military as a proxy in a further potential war with AES, and also destabilize Nigeria with the narrative of what? Because Nigeria cannot fight their government if Nigeria is stable. You need to destabilize Nigeria and still use Nigeria as a proxy in the fight against AES. If you look at where Sokoto is located on the map, it is located close to Miami, just a few miles to Miami. If you look at it, and like I said earlier.
You mean Cuba?
No, Sokoto, the missile strike. It's close to Miami, Niger.
Miami. Oh, I thought I'm beginning to think that Miami in the US. I'm beginning to get confused. Okay, Miami. Okay, Miami.
They look close to each other. It's a symbolic strike, and they say that more is coming. You see, if you look at now, it's alleged. We still do not know because of the information war.
Hold on for a second, please. Oh my God, you know, I don't know why I'm a bit slow, I guess. I didn't connect the dots that, okay, when America is striking in North, it's easier for them to just drift from there and strike Niger and the other countries. They are planting assets that they can use for all those things. Man, Nigeria is being used. Oh, goodness.
You see what's going on? Niger, in reaction to the strike, Niger, they've now told their citizens, just like in Venezuela, to arm themselves. They should prepare for a potential war. You see what's going on? And a few days ago, they established their international bank. And that man, Ibrahim Traore, he said it clearly that they should prepare for a winter war. And there are some people, they'll be used as slaves to fight that war. And to be ready.
America is going to lose the war because America is going to lose that war because Nigeria will be stupid to join the war, by the way, because Algeria will join, and Algeria military is stronger, way stronger than that of Nigeria. Algeria has already said they will join if Nigeria joins our fight. They will join the fight. So I don't see that if America goes to that war, that would be stupid. As a matter of fact, Meir Shaimer, you know him now.
Yes, I know him very well.
His analysis is that Trump is degrading America's capability by focusing on Nigeria. Because while Trump is doing this, they are wasting resources, attention, instead of them to be facing China. And this is a big problem. If that war starts, I'm telling you, everybody, all America's enemy will be funding the other people to fight America there, and they will use us for fight too. But America, by the time America is done, America would have wasted a lot of resources, and China would just ascend without a lot of issue. But this geopolitics here we are talking about. But this is really concerning for me.
For everyone listening, I can say the national security strategy, because everyone will come here and some people, I mean, it's okay to disagree. I respect everyone's opinion. I'm going to send the national security documents if anyone wants to read it. Everything going on right now, it has been planned. It has been documented. The end goal is for them to have access to our resources, our mineral resources.
But they already have access to it. Why do they need further access to it?
I'm talking about the mineral, not just Nigeria now, even the AES. I will send the documents. I will send the document. Like
if you can provide the document, that would be great.
Like, they are not moving from the new American century that failed. They are now moving to a new strategy, which is called the national security strategy. I will send it for everyone to read. For those that want to read, it's a 33-page document. Because maybe when we start sending sources and people read and see what's going on, maybe they will open their eyes. Maybe they'll think we are not conspiracy theorists. I will stop there. Thank you.
Fathers, please, I have a question for my brother Jide. Okay.
Yeah, brother Ike.
You allow me to ask him the question?
Yes, please. Go ahead.
Sure.
My brother, you are talking about they are after our natural resources. That natural resources that they are after, you as a Nigerian, what have you benefit from that natural resources? How many people are running and controlling that your natural resources in Nigeria? What benefit have you gained as a Nigerian? If you want to be honest to yourself, what have you gained from those amount of natural resources that you are blessed and endowed with? What have been your gain?
Can I answer the question, or it's a rhetorical question? Okay, that's a good question, and I will answer it. So there are two different types of resources in the context of access. You have untapped resources, and you have resources that is currently accessible, right? There are two different things. There are resources that are being explored by multinational corporations and our oppressive elites, and revenues are being generated. I'm talking about untapped resources that is worth trillions of dollars. There are two different things. So if you're asking me that, what have I benefited from the resources that have been explored? I haven't benefited anything from it, because of the same reason they are going to access the untapped resources that is even of higher value than the resources they are even extracting right now. That's exactly the point. Thank you.
Will you be better for you and me, brother Jide? For us as Nigerians to live in peace as brothers and sisters and neighbors? Is it better for us to live in peace without any problem than to keep these resources that we have not seen, that is below the earth, than to live the way we are living now? Which one is better for me and you?
That's the point. That's a good question. So that's the point. Once they have access, that's the point. Because access to resources, it will further ensure instability. They cannot afford Nigeria to be stable. That's exactly the point. The way you control a people's, look at Congo, is Congo stable? Is Congo stable? Look at Somalia, is Somalia stable? I don't know access to the resources there. Libya is one of the most recent examples. Is Libya stable today? They don't have a government. And multinational corporations not stealing the oil in Libya. That's what I'm saying. That's exactly the point. I will send the documents. We need to read this thing.
I think you have a point there.
You don't understand the concept of how these people work. Like, and it's
I like the way you have handled the questions this season, because I'm really impressed from that point of view. But like for me, I think I get where Ike is coming from. That is it not better to live peacefully than worry about resources you're not getting anything from? But my problem with that is that
how can you live in peace when you are hungry? Everybody is poor.
Thank you. I mean, that's another way to even look at it.
Don't make me start that. Don't make me start copying all those people now. You know, I'm watching TikTok a lot lately. I got this lingo now also. I'm going to start calling people Oswald here. You guys, I don't even know what it means. What is Oswald? My Igbo speakers, what is Oswald? Because it's a new language that I picked up now.
This time around, it's not because they don't have access to the resources. It's just that they don't want to share with China. we don't want to share. That's your point.
Yeah, it's about denying China access.
Yes.
Not
So
that
our
it
leaders
doesn't matter whether they need
our
it.
leaders are
They
calling
don't have to
between
need
that.
it. They don't have to need the resources. Like America has oil. They don't need our oil. They have so many access. As the Venezuelan president telling them, come and take our oil. Come and take it. Let's talk peace. They can't. It's not oil. They just want to deny China access to it. That's the important thing.
Yeah,
and
they
the
want
more
to
they are
deny-
fighting war, can you imagine they are fighting war everywhere? How is China going to be building its Belt and Road Initiative when war is everywhere?
Yes,
So these
that's
are the game
exactly
they're
the
playing.
point. China is an adversary, right?
The question you should be worried about: are we going to elect a president that will come and say all the contract that we have with China avoid? Because that's another way. How will come with consequences too? Because China and Nigeria is the biggest trading partner to China in terms of sub-Saharan Africa.
Okay, we are both right. They do not want China. That's exactly the point. China is an adversary of the US. They do not want China to have access to those resources. At the same time, too, they need access to those resources. They are both right.
Sometimes, yeah, both sides. Yeah, to be fair, cheap resources is cheaper. They are stealing Syrian oil now. Syrians don't even control their oil. They are just basically stealing it.
You understand? It's a competition. You understand? It's a competition. So if I have access to it, I mean, China cannot come. I mean, what do you want to be multinationals like Chevron? I mean, you get what I'm saying? So that's exactly the point. And to maintain that extraction in those regions, they need those regions to be unstable, including those AES that are not coming in imperialist countries.
So can we keep the goal? The goal is to keep two of them as partners. Can we?
That was the intention of the Nigerian government. Okay, you made a good point. That was the intention of the Nigerian government. That was what Nigerian government, became a member of BRICS, being a BRICS partner. You see what I'm saying? They became BRICS partner, but at the same time, they were lapdogs to the West. They were trying
I'm not sure we have the clout to play both sides.
We don't have the clout, but even America do not even want
normally nations that are not strategically very strong.
I think to be fair to the majority of Nigerians who are innocent of all these things, we have a chance. We need to go and elect them. Now them go understand all this. These are the ones that don't have anything at stake. We they live a posh life. We can't do nothing. So we are minority. Let's face it. We cannot be here deciding for the majority that they don't stand a chance. They do stand a chance. It's just because we are selfish. We don't want to look beyond ourselves. We don't want to take the risks to go and actually conscientize the majority that this is the predicament, that the reality that the world is living in. This is their reality. So anybody that will take that route will be the savior, if there's any savior at all. But the savior will come back. The easiest way to go there is to go little by little. Let's take over our community and now form a consensus to say, okay, how do we fight our adversary? South Africans are doing it. So it is not,
yes,
it's not something
EFF by Malema. In fact, EFF of all God, Nigeria is for.
So we should not say
EFF doesn't have power now. EFF is not in power now. That's
in power. But if you know the influence of EFF even came to tweet to condemn the strike on Nigeria.
Yeah, just because we are compromised by living
non-Nigerian entity. Apart from
just because we are compromised.
Yeah. Let's move on. I think it's only fair.
Okay.
Okpara is crossed now. We don't want Okpara getting crossed. You're going to tell me what Oswald means, so because I know it's some kind of animal, but I'm not sure which animal it is. It's like some kind of, is it rabbit or something? It's got to be something like that. Yeah, look at Dexter is thinking because he's not sure, and he's
Oswald means Ode. If you know the meaning of Ode, it also means Oswald.
Yeah. I thought it was like an animal. Dexter, are you there?
I'm here. Oswald is a Bini word, normal curse word in Bini. Oswald.
Yeah. I thought it was. I thought.
Edo State.
Oh, you are. What am I?
I
thought it was Igbo word. What is wrong with me?
That's why I know mention in village. I know in village. My own big part in your own.
TikTok is confusing. TikTok is confusing. The guy seemed like somebody, an Igbo man saying Oswald. So I thought it was a Igbo word. Oh, so
again, it depends on the contest. It depends on the contest where they use them to you from. The contest also matter, If anybody, yeah.
Wow. Wow. I thought it was an Igbo language, you know. Oh, okay. Okay, I'm learning now. You see, this is why you say these things openly, so you can be corrected. Thank you for joining us, Dexter. And I think next is maybe he was here before you. Were you here before Dexter, Jonaba? I'm not so sure.
No, Jonathan. Not like I'm in a hurry, but I was here before Jonathan.
Oh, you were here before him. Okay, that's fine
Yeah.
then. It's only normal. So, what do you make of this now? Do you think the way we are reacting to this? I feel like sometimes the way the nation is reacting to it could it lead to misunderstanding that okay, those people are laughing at us because Trump is bombing us instead of bombing terrorists. And especially, we have to be careful because when the bombs start falling, more of them start falling, they start killing civilians too. It will not be good to see other parts of Nigerians laughing at that, because then you could have a situation whereby people misunderstand and say, oh, they are laughing at us because Trump bombed us. Oh, they are the ones that brought Trump to Nigeria. And then all you need to do next is just to light the fuse and all hell breaks loose again. So nobody needs that. So what do you think? How do you think this is going? The dynamics of the way people are responding in Nigeria. How would you advise Nigerians to handle this without it seeming like we become suspicious of each other? Because already they are accusing some people of bringing this to Nigeria.
Thank you, forefathers and everybody here. If we want to tell ourselves the truth about why, first of all, why we are in this situation, because Nigeria is based on a lie. Nigeria has been living on a set of lies for years. That is why we are where we are. And we are not ready to say the truth. Nigeria has been an unjust society, a society where doing the right thing is far from us. The average Nigerian lies, steals. That's the truth. The average child in Nigeria right now going to school, your WAEC, they make the parents even help the child to cheat to get into school. The average Nigerian is ready to cheat. That's why we are where we are. That's why we are facing this disgrace as a nation. You know, it's not today. All these things, when a rot starts, it starts like a very small debt in your house. You leave it, it keeps growing. It's like when you see a bin. Have you seen a bin pile up on the street? It starts from one person just dropping a litter. It doesn't really matter. 4 people drop, 10 people drop. Give it 1 month, the road will not be passable again. That's why Nigeria is where it is. Unfortunately, like I always say, there's a generation in Nigeria that can never tell the truth. Never. Because it has entered their bloodstream. It's already like a cancer. It has eaten into us that we can't say the truth. And so this is what it is. So what the Nigerian system is experiencing is like an autocorrect system, you know. It's like the body is now fighting itself. That's why we are where we are, you know. And the problem is we don't want to tell ourselves the truth. We don't want to tell ourselves the truth of our existence. We have not achieved nationhood. You want the country to be united, but we are divided across fault lines. Yeah, you know, on one side, we want to enjoy the benefits of a united nation, but we don't want to do the hard work. We don't want to make the sacrifices that United Nations make to be great. We want to deceive ourselves and tell ourselves we are the giants of Africa, we are this. No. If you actually look at it, Nigeria has been riding on the glory of what the British established. Yes. What has been the nation of Nigeria, constellation of Black people, what have we done for ourselves? What we have done for ourselves? Allow ourselves to be divided across tribal lines, ethnic lines, religious lines. We can't tell ourselves the truth about things. Injustice will be happening in one place because it doesn't affect me today. It doesn't really matter. And then we are having this. Even in this situation now, even in this whole Trump, we are still going to be telling lies because one will be spilling narratives. You have people already spilling narratives that are not. Look, any system that wants to work, even China today, the China we're talking about today, is system based on justice and truth. If you steal money in China today, you go. If you steal public money, you are going to face the law. You know, it's not hard. But it's easy. But that little hard work, that little effort of integrity, we lack it. We absolutely lack it. You know, and I feel very bad because you have Nigerians, many of us, they travel outside the world and go and live in foreign nations that have made their own bed. But we'll now be talking about, you know, we'll now be talking, oh, they should not do this. But why are you living in that foreign nation? Why? Why are you living in the foreign nation where the bed is made for you? They say, oh, don't allow them to come here. But the people in Nigeria are dying. Families are, look, see how we are stealing narratives already. Oh, when casualties, how many people have died from herdsmen, bandits, terrorists in Nigeria? It doesn't matter. The general died, killed like a chicken. It doesn't matter. We moved on. We moved on. We moved on. It doesn't matter. We will be spilling narratives. Instead of us to, the general died. That is national mourning. For some countries, it will, like 2 weeks, people will be mourning. The general died, killed like a chicken by ragtag bandits or whatever. It did not touch us. It did not touch us. It did not make us to be angry, holy anger, and flush those people out. It didn't do anything to us. We moved on. We'll be spilling narratives. Oh, it is this one, it is that one. And the truth is this. When people talk about America goes into a place, they never solve the problem. The truth is that no external, but it's just like a husband and wife that have problem. No matter how much people outsiders have good intention, no matter how much the outsiders have good intention that come to solve the problem of that marriage, the outsiders will not live there forever. The moment those outsiders leave, it is the same couple, man and woman, that will decide within themselves whether they will live in peace. That is the, so when people, the narrative of America never comes, it is you, it's not America that will determine. If you are waiting for America to come and determine your peace, then you have missed it. I'm sorry, you are not reasoning, you are not thinking well. It's you, it's Nigeria, it's Nigerians, if there is actually a Nigerian, that will determine for themselves whether the country will survive as an entity and achieve its aspirations. Until we come to the table and discuss these things, tell ourselves the truth. You see, the idea of not being able to see, one of the problems we have in Nigeria is that there are some truths that are difficult to say. And because they are so difficult to say, we sweep it under the carpet. And that will not allow the country to grow. Great nations have to say the difficult truth. No matter whose ox was God, even if it was your rebel monarch.
Dexter, sorry. You know that general that died, you know, when you were talking about him, because it just occurred to me that, yeah, a general actually died in Nigeria, and all we heard was a general died, the general died. Nobody remembered him, commended him, nothing. Just, and I'm checking the news just to provide evidence of what I'm saying. I'm checking the news. Does anybody see anything here saying anybody commended him? Just the president confirmed, and
the president did.
Yeah, where is that news now? Where is it? Because all we hear is that he confirmed that he died. There's no sense that the nation was
former
mourning him in any
went
way.
to go and see his widow, went to his house and mourned him.
Okay.
Forefathers, when that period when the general was killed, the president was hosting judges, and they were singing on your mandatory stand. The vice president was somewhere in the north receiving people who crossed over to APC, a day that is supposed to be a period of mourning, and your president and your vice president are somewhere doing rubbish.
Yeah, that kind of stuff really kills me, man. How can you have a country and you don't even have heroes anymore? And why would anybody serve such a country? You know, it's just sad, really. I don't know what kind of human beings we have as leaders. I really don't know what kind of.
There's so much hypocrisy. It's the same. There's so much hypocrisy. The same people who curse the army, who curse the generals and say they are not doing anything, are the same people who are now saying after they died they did not mourn them. Which one are you? Stay in one place now.
Why is this guy coming now? Let it come by phone, please.
Yeah, hold on.
Yeah.
Okpara, calm down. Yeah, Okpara, your audio is shaky. I don't know. You may want to go in and come back or check your audio. It's like it's got this crackling sound. It's almost as if it's close to a speaker or something. I'm not sure which one is which. Dexter, please carry on.
Hassan, check your private chat. Hassan, check your chat. Private chat.
So, Father, I'm seeing people talk about America wants to come and take our resources. Oh, it is our resources. They're after how many years? It's now they're after our resources. It's after how many years? It's now they're after our resources. Who resources help? Can I ask people of Ogoni? How many of you have lived in Ogoni? How many of you have lived in Ogoni? How many of you have lived in the creeks? How many of you have stayed in the creeks where they can't drink water? Where the water they are drinking is where they defecate inside. You can't live in the creeks in the morning. You can't defecate inside the water in the morning. How many of you have lived? Is Nigeria the posh areas, Abuja and Lagos? How many of you have lived in the creeks in Bayelsa? How many of you have lived in the creeks in what do you call it, in Okrika? How many of you, those people, what is there? What the resources there? What have they gained? What have they benefited? The same politicians, the same people that are looting the thing. Nothing to show. 80% of look, Nigeria's budget is predicated on oil resources. Go and ask the people of aircraft what have they benefited. Go and ask the people in Olobiri what have they benefited. Why are we selfish people? Why are we just wicked and selfish? The people that where the oil comes from, what have they benefited? What is there to show for them? And we are saying, oh, it is resources. Which resources? Resources like food. The human resource is the most important thing. What have those people benefited? Yes. Don't worry. For how many years will they wait to benefit? Generation after generation. Go to Port Harcourt, the air is polluted. The air quality, oxygen quality in Port Harcourt is very low. Anybody living in Port Harcourt, you are living on life support. Go to Bayelsa, the same thing.
While you are saying that, let me just ask a few questions because you are beginning. I grew up in those areas, and all these things you are saying is striking me quite heavy. So, first of all, have you been to Okrika before?
Of course I have.
You've been to Okrika, okay. All right.
Places are my thing. Those are places. Okay. So let us know how many people have been to Oron, Eket. How many people have been to those fields?
The last time I was in Port Harcourt, the air, there was this black
yes.
This black the particles.
The soup. Yes.
Yeah.
You sleep in the night, you wake up in the morning, inside
your car is covered in it.
I wonder why is that?
Your house. Inside your house.
It was due to refineries. They were doing big refineries. So Wike did tackle that though. Wike they were busy stealing crude oil and making refineries everywhere.
They were trying to make a living. Go to what you call it, Oyibo. Between Imo River. Do you know how many refineries were there? Do you know that the farmland, because of the Imo River, anywhere you have that the river overflows its bank, it's a very good place for farmland, for farming rice, cucumber and all that. Part of the farmland was destroyed. Guess what? The refinery was the active refineries. They were supervised by military men. Yes. It's now that what is his name? Alex Oti wants to transform that place, wants to build real estate there. So they have moved away to try and stem off that kind of thing. No, the truth is this. When we Nigerians are talking, are we talking from a selfish interest? Or are we talking from what do we see? Is it about what we are going to gain now? Or is it about what will transform this nation? The truth is this, forefathers. If Nigeria wants to make it is not hard, but we have to be ready to say the truth. Whoever's on is God. Let me tell you, the person you call King James in Nigeria today, if you go to If you go and read the Bible in the Nigerian church, 90% of all our pastors will tell you they are reading King James Bible. Not so. They say King James Bible. That's what they're reading. But I'm telling you, if you go to the UK, they will not read King James Bible because of some of the atrocities he committed. And the point is this: they are ready to talk about the atrocities he committed. It doesn't stop the fact that he wrote a Bible. But they're ready to speak about it. And they're ready to say, this man that we are saying but he did these evil and bad things. The problem with Nigeria is that the moment we idolize somebody, we don't want to hear the bad thing. We want to sweep it under the carpet. We don't want to. Look at this, the issue with the pastors in Nigeria. Handouts. If people don't even the followers don't want to hear the scandal, they don't even want to think and say, it's like this thing is true. We want to sweep it. And if you continue like that, you will continue encouraging evil. That is one of the biggest problems. If Nigeria has to sit down on the table and tell the truth about Nigeria, then everything has to be opened. Everything has to be open. Whoever's ox is God. Whether it is the people that we have been holding as national heroes before, everything, the records have to be opened and tell the truth so that every party knows. See, if you try to give you an example, if you try to do something shady in the Western world, like in the UK today, it is civil servants that you are telling to do the thing. After the civil servants do it, is the person that will leak the information. Yes, now they will write the thing that this prime minister said I has done this thing. This person, he was supposed to pay 70,000, he paid 30,000. They are the same people that will provide it. They will even write a book and expose it. But in Nigeria, what will happen? If permanent secretary, if minister come and tell permanent secretary, I'm padding this budget by 30 million. Permanent secretary say, okay, what will I get? Yeah, I'll give you 1 million.
Exactly.
And go mind talk. You see, that is until we move away from people are saying Trump is transactional. Are we not the most transactional? Are we not the most? We are so transactional that the people in the cliques don't even know. They don't even know what 24 hours power is.
And one other thing that should bother you, that should jog your mind, is that almost every time, like the presidency pays the House of Assembly and senators money, there is this newspaper in Nigeria, I think the Gazette, they will come, People's Gazette, they will report it to, they say they bribe they will report it. Nigerians will be like, they don't even know. They don't care.
Look, so you know about this tax reform bill that was forged. You know, the tax reform is clear that it was forged. Okay? That was a forgery. Now, it is now, because of that, first of all, when Tinubu was passing the last budget, okay, I think last week, the senators wanted to disgrace him and stage a walkout to cancel that thing because their constituency projects were not executed. They gave them 50,000 and 30,000. 30,000. Senators got $50,000. House of Rep members got $30,000. What is more transactional than that? What is more transactional? Now, the tax reform bill, they have now resent it again. They want to pass a new one. The question is this: in a same society, who committed that forgery? Who committed the forgery of that document?
Point that person. They will not point that person out.
See, that one is a good man. Like, I have listened to him. Now, if he said that the document he has, the one he has, is actually not the one that they were about to gazette, wanted to be gazetted. So he confessed that there was actually a forgery. So between when the document left the Senate and when the team went to the president to accept, who doctored it? Look, until we become a nation that holds people accountable, like when they say the pardon list, who doctors the pardon list? Look, if what we're saying here, if we are not ready to start asking and answering the hard questions, we are not ready as a nation. We just want to be riding on hope of we go up 5 levels, we go down 15 levels. That's what we'll be doing.
The reason why you don't know the name of the person that doctored it, because these people are extremely powerful people. These people, because one of the things they changed there was to ensure that Nigeria sells oil in dollars. These are extremely powerful people. and they didn't try to represent maybe even beyond the government, the Tinubu himself. So
It
that's why you
is
don't hear their
not,
name.
is offered that it is value system. So for that person to doctor, if somebody did it, somebody transmitted it. Let me give you an example. At the onset of Tinubu's
Yeah, how dare you? No, the person transmitted, yes, but if you know that person is extremely powerful, you will not come out and name them.
Let me tell you something. At the onset of Tinubu's government, it was something that was happening. Things were leaking. Any thing that the government wanted to do that was like an anathema, it was being leaked. People will snap it and leak it out and leak out the information. The Tinubu government did a purge. They did a purge of internal, because first of all, that was when people like Bayo came out and said that most of the people employed in the civil service and all that were from were from the PDP years. So they had loyalties outside. So they did a purge and put in their own loyalties. The point is this: the average Nigerian should be apolitical. Until the average Nigerian, until we become apolitical, which means that, look, I don't care what party you come from. These are the values that we must see. The moment we are not seeing that values, we will spread the information everywhere. So whether you are APC, PDP, Labour, whatever you are, that is what, until we come to that level as Nigerians and have that value system, that I am apolitical. I don't care whether you are Igbo, whether you are Yoruba, Ogoni, Efik, whatever. They are value systems that we will hold you to. The moment we move from that to value system, if anybody enters there and starts messing up, it feels. That's why I say that there's a generation. Look, Nigeria has to build a new set of individuals that have the right value system. And that's why I always say we must work towards investing in education. Because when you invest in education in a child for 14 years, you have transformed a generation. Because that child will become the leader 20, 30 years from now. So,
Thank you. I appreciate it. I think it's Okmara. Jonaba, definitely Jonaba. Jonaba, thank you for your patience. You have really been patient there, given all the time others have taken. The question I wanted to ask Dexter when he ran out of time was about where all this is heading. The attacks in Nigeria. Do you see it ending terrorism? Where do you think it's going to end? Because I'm not sure we know where this is going to end. Because Tinubu claims to be working for them. Are we going to? Is it the new normal, where we're going to be having America fly over our airspace constantly, bombing whatever target that they want, and the government will be like, "Yeah, we did it in collaboration with them." Where is this headed?
Good evening, forefathers and fellow panelists. We've been set up long ago, long ago. It's not today, and it's not. Our mind have been polluted as a people. We've been struggling to identify ourselves, and religion have caused a significant part of it. And if you look at Nigeria, the north is more of the Islam, and then you come down whether you call it south, it's more of Christian. And our value, we attach it to it instead of attaching our value to humanity and the love of a nation. And then we can start from there. And then that also now that also now have brought these tribal differences instead of also again love of nation and humanity come first. So as far as our mindset has been programmed this way, it's difficult for us to even know who we are as a people. How do we grow in our own space? Our mind have been programmed, have been changed for years, and somebody today, it will talk about their own pastor more than they talk about their father that brought them to this world, that sponsored them, go through their mother, their father. They will tell you their religion comes first or their faith. And so we have issues that constantly play to this kind of a thing. And some people even say, instead of elevating our conversation, where do we start something? I believe that if anyone that really have a good idea or run on ideology of what is our value is all about as a human being, whatever any child want in America or any human being want in America, that's what also they want in China, in Nigeria, in any part of the world. The dream of humanity to live in peace and progress and side by side. But then we also forget that there is a mind game, there's a geopolitics of the world, the power play that play to all of those things that sometimes it's more than resources. If the resources, they already have you already. And if you have a mind that you already programmed to do what they want you to do, what is on the ground there, that is more important than the human lives there. And like I said in the morning, our forefathers that have insight and they are very deep. They see these days coming. And those are forefathers today, they are not recognized. Society, they push us to not to even talk about them. They don't want us to talk about our history. They make sure they give us something that we value more than the original thing we have. So all of those play to where we are today, and then say, what is the way? It gonna be one time strike? No, there will be other strike, and without the strike, Nigerians are dying in thousands under insecurity. Food, road is a trap. Hospital is like a mortuary. So we are dying in every side, and then you say, so why, where do we start? Now, we have a leaders that are very in ways of life, very primitive people who have no love of their own nations, and then one person will steal what he will not use. It's a spirit of greed. It's the story that I was thinking about. That it's a clip that short clip played by a chim where I think Shane Quitty was saying that a woman was taken to redeem, and the family pay over 200 and something thousand dollars. And that story make me wonder that how do we get here? Our mind, if somebody say, oh, okay, I'll go and pray for 1 hour. If I call him, if he die, then God want her dead. So what am I trying to say? Instead of these people, even in West, most progress they have made have been activists like Martin Luther King, and some of them are still pushing, using a human value that we are all one. Martin Luther King spoke to issues when there was war in the Asia against those that took war. They that no, this cannot happen. But we have a war in our own country. Within our citizens cannot even enjoy most of these resources we have beneath the ground. So that one day somebody will emerge very radical. I don't believe in election in Nigeria, and I don't believe all those politicians have answer to our problem. Because we have problem, we need a change of mindset. Our mind have to be reset to original way we are as a people, and then the world can respect us for who we are.
But you can put the
You
alarm.
cannot take anything you are taking to. You can't take some nonsense to China. You cannot take some nonsense to Japan. Have their way of life and culture, German and all of those people. Africans have to rise up and support any African nation. I can see clearly. Forget about number of Nigerians. I said Nigeria is almost 200, almost 300 million people. Uh, what they use it for? They are starving anyway. I believe that there's other African country. If we see them emerge, well, all Africa focus on bringing them up, talk about them, trying to promote whatever it is, so that anyone that go first, then we can say, okay, Black nation is rising. and to even seeing the falling. If you see the mind of so-called educated Nigerians that have no respect for themselves, for their lives. I saw somebody say, oh, before this strike, so the North now are suffering. Where in Nigeria? And is that supposed to be something we are proud of? That any human being in our nation is supposed to suffer as a result of bad leadership? Because to them, it's turn by turn. It's a Yoruba person there now. Even when they are not benefiting anything, it's okay. Let him just do whatever it's going to do. If we have this mindset, then we are going nowhere. So I believe the way forward is to see something very radical and let's support it. All those when you tell somebody, if we sincerely vote for this person, we can change the person you are bringing is already a stooge to the Western. So what are you thinking about? We need somebody that will say, I'm not even going outside, like we see in Cuba here. And we are talking about far Nigeria, and they are doing, we see Cuba here, very close to Nigeria. The man was very radical. They see many presidents that want to kill him die in his prayer before he finally died in his own good time. It's something more than this. If it's not, if it's here, if it's against my enemy, then it's okay for me. And if it's the people I don't like, if anything happen, it's okay. That's not how we will build a nation. Whatever happened to any part of Nigeria or any black people on earth, it happened to all of us. Let's press for a better leader and let's push for that. If any African countries have some arise coming up that we see that are doing well, let the youth started promoting them. Let Nigerian youth that have some money from the east, from the west, trying to organize to go and show support, have a rally with them, say we are with you all the way. As far as Nigeria is falling, at least we have a backup of our neighbor, not this, we all have to burn down. And that the resources is there. If Nigerian eye is open and have a good leader, and the people can negotiate a better deal. Life, no country exists just like that. Nobody have a monopoly and then you sustain as a power. But you can have a good people who negotiate, but not this Ozu that you said. This not this Ozu people that we have in there who don't even go. They'll give them a big knock
Oswald.
before.
They are
Oswald that we have,
Oswald. Eh.
Oswald that we have. Those people that don't even know they are left to their right. Most of them you are seeing now, they are not in their right mind. They wake up every morning, doctor have to check their blood pressure, and they are fighting for their life. And is that those decision that is a long time decision? These people are dead on arrival. They are ghosts walking. And since we have this kind of people and we are not pressing and to speak to truth to the power in the way that we can show love, but in the midst of it, let's build a system that we even identify ourselves and build a boundary. Not a general will come, all those Boy Scout general will come, so let's build war today. The world while we are Pan-African, say let's open it up. While Europe is even opening it up, Nigeria is talking about building a war between Benin Republic and Niger. Look at how these are your general talking like that. Why security intelligence is collecting is not collected by that way of whether we have a war, then protect us from people. Migration stayed right there by the gate and allow people by that's a money making machine. They'll be collecting money, raw life. Say, hey, bring it, and they will be giving them as you are paying, you are entering. As you are paying it, you are entering. Just to all those are the brain that people have in Nigeria in 24th century. And nobody tell the general, say, what are you talking about? So that war will stop it when they can use drone everywhere. These are the people that are making decisions on behalf of Nigerians that the brain that what they are talking about, a Boy Scout cannot talk like that. So when we have these people, it's a long walk to freedom. Thank you.
There are two things you said that I wanted to touch on about past leaders that knew about what we are going through, that they knew what we're going to go through. So I would like you to shed more light on what you mean by that. Which of these leaders saw what is happening now? I know of Nkrumah seems to have predicted something like that, but I don't know whether you are referring to him. And the issue of the case of Cuba is quite a glaring one. It shows you what bravery and people with vision can be able to accomplish. This is a man right next door to a superpower. They fight the superpower to the end. They tried everything to upturn that country, and still that country is in peace. Even if they are not flashy, they don't have all the flashy gadgets everywhere, they are still fine. They make some of the finest doctors in the world. They are doing just fine. So what do you make of that ability? Why is it that we can't tap into that about spirit of defiance? One, and then whom are these leaders you refer to that saw all these things coming down?
Even Malcolm X, those people, not only in Africa, if you listen to word of Malcolm X, they say black people unite. He look at the whole black in the world as a and he says the only way you stop this kind of fight among yourself, unite for one purpose, then you can overcome. If he specifically mentioned, then you can overcome the brutality of white people. He said that in his words and in many interviews. And you mentioned the Ghana. Even he do not say that clearly in his statement, but even Nnamdi Azikiwe is a very deep guy. And that is when he transcend above those myopic mind of our people. You will never be that popular with them because their sentiment is just so low that they think that if you do not speak, if you saw something different from what I said, then you are against me. No, the two things can be right and at the same time it can be wrong. People see afar. Even today, if you see some youth in Nigeria, they are very deep. They can see the it is, but they don't have what it takes because the constant oppression from their people and the worst pain you can go through in life is for you to have argument with somebody you clearly know on subject more than the person, and the person is telling you, trying to convince you to come down to their own level, or you are not making any sense to them. It's a very painful thing that we go through. Sometimes you just don't want to even say some certain things here because it will now is to become people started saying things that is completely, and that is another pain. What I'm speaking to, the subject I'm treating is beyond you and I. It's what we live in this world that even when we are long gone, people can refer to it. But somebody in their own small world now, they are claiming that they have better understanding more than what you are saying, and they will narrow it down to their small knowledge of life. Then let us see something from the outside the box. Let's go from there instead of always trying to stay with our comfort zone and when see things the way it is. And to be frank, is that black people, we are very naive. We don't even know how power works, and that is the thing you see. And before you know, I don't know, they already promised them that if you die you are going to heaven. So why are you afraid of death again? Now somebody is threatening your life. Why can't you stand firmly and say let me say it? Or that say virgin is waiting for you. Even if not virgin, even if now retired one, as people have gone through it waiting for me, I'm ready to die for God there to go and see that. But that is not the same people now cannot make a tough decision, say no, I'm not going to that route. And the same people where they tell you that heaven is full of this, and if you die, you are going there, hallelujah, by and by. These same people don't want to die.
And they wouldn't stand on exactly when their integrity is challenged, they fold. They fold and they don't want to go to heaven quickly anymore. It's crazy.
They don't want to go to
Means that
heaven
they're not
anymore.
getting good
And
training
they are
now
not
for their.
dying for something you believe that if I die, let history judge me. And that is to see the mind of African people, the brain of black people. If heaven
See,
exists in that way.
I was watching a video that Dr. Damages shared, Dr. Rudolph shared, and he was showing an aircraft that appears to have Wiki on board, and the aircraft was having some kind of malfunction, and he was in the blood of Jesus, and praying all kinds of casting of all demons and all the, while because he was afraid for his life. And when I juxtapose that with how Prince Charles, even when he was younger, he was somebody wanted to assassinate him. The guy had a gun to assassinate him, and he was looking at the guy like, "What? How dare you try to even assassinate me?" Like he wasn't phased at all. Like these people, and it's very interesting the way we see life. We embrace life as if it's not going to end. as if it's not going to end. And some of the things you said, especially about Nnamdi Azikiwe, it's almost as if for people to mourn him, the day Nigeria fixes itself, people will mourn Nnamdi Azikiwe more than maybe they will mourn Awo. Because our problem now is that, well, we tend to uplift sectional leaders more. Look at a lot of people are mourning Nnamdi Kanu now. You know, nobody cares about them. They will mourn Ojukwu a million times before they even talked about Nnamdi Azikiwe. But yeah, that guy had a vision that if he had gotten his way, would have been better off for it. But what can I say? It's life. All right. Let me bring some other person in. But a nice one. Thank you. Thank you for joining. Let's see how your mic is doing now.
Yeah, my mic is okay.
Perfect. Look at that. Yeah, he's so sure. Just in case I want to do Ojoro, he just confirmed it's okay. I'm not going to do Ojoro.
Because I was using earphone anyway.
Okay, that's fine. You're welcome. So you saw some of the videos about the events of the year. You could comment on any of them, and about the attacks on Nigeria too. So where do you see this heading? If you are to project, into 2027 or beyond, where do you see this attack? Is it our new norm? America just comes into our space, fly over, bomb whatever they like, and go back again. Is that it?
Yeah, actually, it's very sad that we cannot manage our domestic affairs until somebody from somewhere comes and tell us how to live our life. It's not only about Nigeria, but all the whole sub-Saharan Africa, all the whole countries, everywhere war, everywhere conflict. We cannot sit down and discuss our differences, discuss, our issues. We rather run to UK, run to America, run to France to begging for help. It's very absurd. I will not tell you what next year gonna be or next 2 years gonna be. I'm not a prophet, but it's not looking good at all. It's not looking good if care is not taken, because the action of Trump has divided Nigerians more. You have core northern Nigeria who is saying that Trump is against Muslims, that Trump is fighting for Biafra, that America supported Biafra during the Civil War, and they want to do it again. At least Sheikh Gumi has said something like that openly. You have core northerners who are not happy that this man is trying to maybe, I quote, eradicate, radical jihadists who are not only killing Christians, but also killing Muslims. Sheikh Gumi opened his mouth and said that these people are their own. Now nobody should fight them. These people have been decimating Zamfara State, Sokoto State, in fact, the whole northwest, north central, and northeast. Okay, northeast is Kanuri boys doing their own things, ISWAP and Boko Haram. I will not tell you what the situation gonna be tomorrow or next, but it's not looking good at all. Now, my decision is like you spoke about Cuba. Cuba, 64% of Cubans are white people, 26 are Mezzitos. Their religion is 60% Catholic. Now we come to Venezuela, 55% are Mezzitos, 43 are white people, 77% are Catholic. You come to Vietnam, Vietnam is 85% vets, or you call them Ken. You come to Bangladesh, 8% are Bengal, 99% are Muslims. You come to Singapore, 75% are ethnic Chinese, 75% ethnic Chinese. You come to Malaysia, 79 or let's say 70% are Malays. 80% are Muslims in Malaysia. You come to Indonesia, 40% are Javanese. 87% are Muslims. You come to India, 82% are Hindus. Their religion is Hindus. You come to China, 91% are Han. 91% are Han, Chinese. The religion does not really, but mostly are Buddhists, but they're not really religious over there. You come to Pakistan, 45% are Punjabs, 97% are Muslims. Now come to Nigeria. How many are Igbos? How many are Yorubas? How many Hausas? How many are Fulanis? How many are Ijos? What religion do we share together? That is the problem. You spoke about.
Hold on. The information you shared just now has to be confirmed. And you know what I confirmed? You shared them the wrong way. Now, let me show you what you are doing.
Yeah.
And don't do that. You see, this is the thing I don't like how people doing. Don't do that.
Share
Now,
it now.
you are looking at it right now. The number of ethnic groups in Indonesia, do you see that there? 1,300.
Excuse me. Allow me. You can.
But you didn't share that with us, did you?
Excuse me. I shared what they.
So you just shared what they had in common.
Excuse me.
They don't share what they don't have in common.
Excuse me.
Let him finish. Just let him finish. You get his point. Let him finish.
Let me
I got
finish.
his point. I get his point too. His point is to
No,
say
he
that
hasn't
we are
learned the
very
point
diverse.
yet. He hasn't learned
No.
the point.
Hold on. Come on now. Don't do that. I get his point. Ask him now.
Then you can counter him.
No, he basically he already asking the question. How many tribes are we?
Excuse me.
He has trying to land there.
I know he hasn't finished. I'm going to let him finish, of course. I'm just trying to bring this to his attention that he cannot just be sharing this information with us when he's nitpicking what he shares, and it's not fair.
Forefathers, what I shared was all these countries I mentioned, they have multi-ethnic, ethnicities like Nigeria. But if you come to each of the countries, they have one single majority ethnic group. I am not saying that, yes, because when you look at it, look at what I shared there, you can see, the Google is there, your AI is there. They have multiple, like Nigeria, that has a lot of nationalities, ethnic nationalities, but one or two are majorities, and this majority, most of them share the same value system, the same religion. That is what I'm not trying to tell you that they are homogeneous. No, they are multi-ethnic countries, but one or two are majorities. That's what I'm trying to let you know.
There's no way you can have over 1,300 ethnic groups, which Nigeria doesn't even have. And
yes,
one group just becomes
so
massive. The smaller groups will not survive.
But Google it. There's even once have 1%, too. But what I shared here, this country I mentioned, go there. Forget about how many are there, but the most popular, the majority of them, one or two, is there. So what I'm trying, because you mentioned Azikiwe, you are trying to praise him. I think he was the most myopic among the whole three. If you compare to what Awolowo did or said, or how Awolowo saw Nigeria, and how Ahmadu Bello saw Nigeria, and how Zik saw Nigeria, my own opinion that he was the most myopic amongst them. He was preaching one Nigeria, while others were preaching regional, and sectional Nigeria. And that is where the problem is, because if these three men sat together after the British left, if they had sat down and discussed the way forward, make it constitutional, how are we going to live in this country that the British forced us together without any referendum, no consensus? They joined us together at a barrel of gun, and when they left, what these people would have done was sat down and discussed the way forward. But they did not. Even Awolowo tried it. Awolowo called Nigeria a major geographical expression. In fact, he asked Britain, why are you Welsh, Scottish, and English? But here you come, I want us to be one Nigeria. Tafawa Balewa said the same thing, that Nigeria is a British invention.
But hold on, you are coming here. We are talking about American situation. You are coming here to argue about why Nigeria is together.
No, he is giving you the foundation of our problem. Just listen. You don't have to agree with me.
This is the foundation.
But I'm listening now. But I'm allowed to ask him questions now. Come on.
Yeah.
It's not wrong so far. Yeah, I mean.
No. He's wrong on the submission that the conclusions that he's reaching. It's actually wrong, because the idea that is because we are diverse, that's the reason why we're having problems. Hold on. This is Okwegolo, stop doing this now. Let me just deal with him. Because there is Somalia there is one ethnic group. There are other countries with multiple ethnic groups. There are more than almost 50 black African countries that are out there, and none of them are doing any better, no matter what configuration you have it. None of them are doing any better. I don't know why we keep going back to this old argument that we've already exhausted before.
He's not saying it's the only reason. He said it's part of the reason. There are multiple reasons. He's just sharing light on one.
Maybe you should let him talk. Maybe you should let him talk, eh?
No, but I'm talking. But you are disturbing me now. You are just distracting
No. I'm trying to say that the premise of your argument, we've gone through this over and over again. I was thinking that you're going to be addressing the issue of Trump.
But that problem hasn't been solved.
Oh my God, Okwegolo, you look like that your illiterate candidate.
Forefathers, let us be honest with ourselves. Look, a house, the foundation of a house must be strong, must be solid before that house stands. These things we are talking about today, we are running around. Let me tell you, we are running around until we sit down and discuss how to live in one Nigeria with different value systems, so that until we sit down and discuss how this country called Nigeria is going to favor everybody, whether you are Ijo, whether you are Bachama, whether you are Jukum, whether you are Birom, whether you are anything, until we sit down, assuming that Nigeria has 500 ethnic groups, all these ethnic groups must be represented. As we speak, if you go to northern Nigeria, where you have, in Plateau State, you have more than 40 ethnic nationalities. Most of them are not even in the House of Assembly. And they're called citizens of Plateau State, or citizens of Borno State, or citizens of Adamawa State. Nobody's representing them, even in their state. They have been, marginalized, even in their state. Don't want to talk about federal. So unless we come together, sit down, and discuss how to make everybody feel at home, feel represented in this project called Nigeria, we're going nowhere. America is coming in because we have not, found our stand to say we are one people. America attacked Sokoto. In Imo State, where I'm coming from, people are jubilating. People are saying, yes, kill them, do this, do that. In Lagos State, there is Ayo, or what do you call it, festival. In southern Nigeria, in Ijoland, you saw what's happening in Port Harcourt. Nobody cares because this country is not one at the moment as we speak.
Okay,
Where I live here,
what you are describing is a country with multiple regions and different priorities. But
yes,
the same is true for the US. The people in the Bible Belt completely abhor the people that are coastal. They don't share the same value at all. They don't like them. They see them as sinners. As a matter of fact, some of them believe that when California was on fire, that it was God that was punishing them, and they don't feel sympathy for them at all. So and let's face it, even the America, the white people that are in America, they are not from the same ethnic group.
Yeah,
but that's why they have federation. That's why they are federation. They have different laws.
Excuse me, but
Nigeria is a federation too. I don't know why we keep hold on. Let me say this. I don't know why we hold on. There's okay. First, I want to no. You are encouraging bad behavior here. Don't do that. You know better than this. See, what we are saying here, like you are acting as if Rivers State lives the same way as Sokoto lives, or Umuahia lifestyle is the same as Borno lifestyle. Everybody has their own behavior already.
Laws.
Oh my God! Oh, we're going to stop interrupting constantly.
You are contradicting yourself. You are contradicting yourself.
Okay, tell me how I'm contradicting myself on that point.
I've told you if an entity called Nigeria, if we were agreed to be one country, where we shouldn't be one people, but many people or many living in one country. What happened in Sokoto? Why should it be, pleasant to people in River State or people in Imo State or people in Asaba?
Because they don't like the fact that people are being targeted. Terrorists are targeting them. It's obvious.
Excuse me, forefathers, please. I'm sorry. I'm sorry
to
interject. Ahead. Let me speak to this place. Now, I'm sorry to say, this is the low level we come from in approach to our issue that we already outgrow it. Nigeria run a system of federation, by the way. And this is the problem of Black people in general. This is within Nigeria. We are not even looking at ourselves from humanity point of view. And this is why it was easy for white people to come, and when they came, they divided us right away. Because we are looking at things, your value is better than my value. The way they do things in Sokoto, it's not the way they do things in Imo, Enugu, or any other place. The same thing in America. We know how many tribes live in America. But there is a system that everybody behave. The breaking down of law and order in Nigeria, giving room to this person. So this is happening because this is this. And this is why when we get a position, like I'll become a public official or have any federal appointment, that's why we tend to be very, very partial about it. And that's why when even within a state, that's why you see that if some of us that exploit think that will be used by the larger tribe in the state, like for in Benue State, Idomama have never been a governor.
So do you think that is right?
If because they are divided among themselves in the first place, and all those petty politics, or I don't really care whether it's Tiffman if he know what he's doing, but if he know and he can make sure that Benue is safe for everybody and everybody can strive. I don't want to be a politician. I don't have to be a politician to be free in Nigeria. But you can see the setup of Nigeria. Only the politicians among themselves. Everybody is represented in Abuja, by the way. Everybody is represented. So if we are talking about it, then push from the grassroots. Let galvanize the grassroots.
John Abba, the issue that you spoke more than 30 minutes here Allow me to speak, and I will come up.
I'm coming because
Please.
your
No, because
language
you
is
spoke more than
below
30
where
minutes.
we are. Now
I,
you're
in fact,
telling that Azikiwe because it's myopic, because he do not play
yeah,
tribal
excuse me.
politics.
What you call
said,
Azikiwe myopic?
yes,
Yes.
you said
Yes.
you said your own.
Because he
Excuse me.
said he did not play with
People like
he
you
did
have
not
had
play
your
with
way, and
tribal.
look at
Yeah.
Nigeria today.
Yeah.
Excuse
You're
me.
calling
You
us
said your
Azikiwe myopic.
Yes,
John Abba,
he
you
called
said
him
your own.
myopic on this now because he do not play that
John
petty
Abba,
politics of
Mr. John Abba, you said your
this is
own. You said your
tribe
own.
and
Yoruba
division.
push. Look at
Excuse
this
me. You said your
nonsense.
own. Allow somebody to say, and because and
But
then
don't worry,
I will
you
leave.
will get your time. You will get your time to
Yes.
speak. Believe
I'm
me.
just
But let
interjecting.
me address this comment. Let me address this
Please.
comment. Let me address this comment. Bumumre, you need to stop this. Somalia has clans. They don't have ethnic group. They have 4 major clans. They are one tribe. They call themselves Somalis. They don't believe that they are different tribes. They just have clans within the tribes. And they have small minority groups like the Bantu, Badari, and Gobaye. They make up very, very tiny percentage of minorities. So Somalis are basically one ethnic group, one religion, one language. Everything, the customs are all the same. That is why they consider themselves one tribe. Come on. I don't know why he's acting as if he knows what he's talking about. All right. Let me bring in carry on, Mazi. But I think we need to take that back about Nnamdi Azikiwe, because people like that you like to believe in, their vision is what you are seeing right now in Nigeria.
But
say you don't like.
Excuse me, if you go back to Nnamdi Azikiwe, you are defending. If you go to 1949, Igbo assembled. If it was it was as Igbo that even started the Igbo Union. If you go to that his address, he said that Igbos must go out of Nigeria if this thing continues. Don't Google it. Is there what he said?
Until he was a nationalist, nonetheless.
No. What I'm telling you is that if he told he told Abolowo, instead of us going, sharing, killing ourselves like Congos, let us go our separate ways. He's there. He said it. So, and those things that they said then is still what is lingering today, until this young generation, we're no more young, until this generation, pressure these people to come back to a negotiating table. Let us know exactly the kind of governance we want in Nigeria. Do we want this quasi-democracy that only benefit the few?
Let me ask you something, because I think some of the points you made, I feel like you are trying to, have every single ethnic group or tribe have their voices heard in Nigeria, and which is a good thing. Is a good thing. The question then is, would you be happy with a direct democratic system where people have the power to do whatever they like with the state? They can vote, they can change things, they can change laws, and like those ethnic groups, they will have representatives, but they may not have as many as the bigger groups, which is only fair. Which is only fair. So they too have the power. They can, now, if something happens in the country and there's a law that like this tax bill now that people don't like, they can say, okay, they will get signatures and they will carry out a referendum and they will rule it out and say, you make these changes or cancel it, like the way they do in Switzerland. Would you prefer that kind of system?
That kind of system will give you a sense of belonging, that as let's say if you are 10,000 people, ethnicity, and you have problem with the constitution of Nigeria or all these kind of policies, you can say, I don't want it, and you go for referendum. If your people say we don't want it, and the government will listen to you, like it's done in Switzerland, because whereby only 2 or 3 ethnic groups can decide what goes on in multi-ethnicity country like Nigeria. It's not democracy. It's not democracy. For example, you mentioned Switzerland. It's even rotational presidency because of the almost 4 or 5, ethnicity.
7 presidents at the same time. They have 7 presidents at the same time.
Yeah, so or something like that. So why not? Why not? That's why you see stability there. You come to Europe here, where you have even 30,000 people, Liechtenstein, having their own sovereignty. That's why there is in Europe as well, at least Western Europe where I live, that's why there is stability. That's why there is no conflict. Because it's no matter how small you are, Germany is about 85 million people. Will not decide for Liechtenstein that is 30,000 how they're going to live their life. No, they won't accept it.
But would you support the kind of structure that Switzerland has for Nigeria, where everybody, the regions select their leaders?
But very, very important, because that was even what Aburi Accord was all about. Allow this kind of, let there be confederation. Because the way a Yoruba man wants to live his life, it's not the way an Igbo man wants to live. It's not the same thing. A Kanuri man has his own tradition and culture. A Fulani man, an Hausa man, an Ibria man, and a Igala man. It's natural. I live in a place where
this point you make just now is the one that confounds me, because right now I'm making a video of Igbo culture, and I can tell you Igbo culture is not close to the same as Fulani man's culture.
No. Please, don't go that way.
But my point is that what you are saying is already happening now. So why are you saying we need to aspire to that? It's already there now. All the groups are already different.
Yeah, excuse me, but we are different, but we use one powerful constitution, one powerful unitary Abuja that controls everything. Let me tell you, my friend, I wanted to do something to open a little business, a little thing in the village. My CAC have to go to Abuja for confirmation. Where does it go?
It will always be like that too, I think.
No. I mean, not always. It was not always like that. It was not always.
I mean,
finally,
even in Switzerland, it's going to be like that.
No. My friend, I live here. If I want to open my business, I go to my commune here. I register it. It doesn't go to Düsseldorf. It doesn't go to the capital of the state where I live. It's here in commune.
You mean the capital doesn't have the
No. If I want to register a business, if I want to register a business today where I live, I go to my commune. If I want to do anything, I go to my commune. I have nothing to do with even the capital of the state where I live. If there is a election here in my place, if we are selecting a communal election, the governor doesn't even know that we do election. He doesn't even come here to campaign. So that is the federation, with the federalism we're talking about. If Imo State wants to conduct a gubernatorial election, the Abuja has nothing to say, that has nothing to do about it. That's the kind of government we want in Nigeria, not one quasi federation that Abuja will send somebody to monitor election in Anambra State, in Imo State, in Delta State, and INEC will tell you who is gonna be this and who is not going. That's not federation. If you want to live in a pure federation, if you want to live in a country that is called one with different ethnicities, we have to come together and write it down and say it and make it constitutional. Finally, somebody was talking about Jonathan. Jonathan became a president in Nigeria because Yar'Adua died. If Yar'Adua had finished his 8 years in office, the office of the president would have gone back to Southwest. That is the truth. Nigeria is constructed in a way that it favors only two ethnicity and nothing more: Abuja and Lagos. Tell me, why should Port Harcourt, that has my mother is from Ikwere, is an Igrinta woman. When I go home, if I visit my mother's house, I cry. Why should Rivers State, that has one of the biggest oil companies, oil reserves and resources in Nigeria, there is no single headquarters of NNPC, anything in Lagos, in Port Harcourt? It is either in Lagos or in Abuja. Tell me, why should an NPC headquarters be located in Abuja and not in River State, and not in Akwa Ibom or what do you call it, Delta State? Tell me, why should the whole NNPC, everything was in Lagos before it was transferred to Abuja, and you tell me that this country is not going to have issues within itself?
I think you are right there, because remember, this same question you're asking now was what Isaac Adagaboro was asking, why the headquarters is in Enugu when it was in their area. It led to a special movement. So this fairness problem. But I found information about your Switzerland stuff. There are two layers. The federal level is still there, and the cantonal level is still there.
Cantonal, yeah. So my brother, let me finish here. I'll log off. Please, this thing we are talking about, I pray that our children do not speak, discuss this in another 30 years. This is time to discuss this thing. This kind of governance we have in Nigeria, if we continue having it, oh boy, it is going to be worse. Everybody, every country will come in. Look at France. France now is even our colonial master again after Britain. So we're going to face these issues until we come together and say enough is enough. How are we going to live our life? How are we going to run this country as a federal system? Like you talk about America, somebody from California has nothing to do. You don't see a governor going to beg Trump, please help me. Or Trump will tell him, if you don't defect to Republican, I'll seize your allocation. It doesn't happen in the federation. Here in Germany, it doesn't happen. Anywhere you have federation, it doesn't happen. Only in Nigeria. Until we get it right, until we come down from the high horse and say, this system is not working, let us make it work by making everybody to be independent. It can be confederation, it could be quasi sovereignty. Nigeria is going nowhere. Good night from here. Thank you.
I appreciate the fact that you want a more representative system. So that is something we can agree on. But the idea that Nigeria is quite confederated in so many ways, people don't know. Our governors are like dragon leaders that cannot be prosecuted, and the states they have their own assembly, they can pass their own law, raise stars, do all. It's just that they are just hopeless at doing it. That's a problem. Welcome. The conversation is more open now. Valhalla. I appreciate the donations you've made. All these Okpegolo people, they don't like to put hand inside their pocket. They like to your audio is messing up.
Is my audio still there?
No, yours is fine. Yours is fine. All these Okpegolo lines.
Today, you see, yesterday was.
Give me two seconds of your time.
Yes.
Are you aware in Alimanjiri, at best, na Fulani Eda, and he's donating? You know how where he the money from?
What are you talking about? We don't take bandit money, but I know he's not a bandit, so it's all good.
No, I'm still a proud Almajiri alive. Because the basis, that's my basis. That's where I got whatever I am in life today is because I was once an Almajiri, and I'm still an Almajiri in a sense. Yes, I was once an Almajiri, and I'm still an Almajiri in a sense.
Thought I was insulting.
That's interesting. That's interesting.
Yes, I'm proud of it.
Yeah, but Almajiri, is that where you got your education from? Your actual education?
Yes, before I could read the Roman alphabet, I could read the Arabic. I could read and write in it. In fact, I had the Quran. What we call if you do the 60 hizb, that is Sawka. That means you have read the Quran from page to page. I finished that at 7 years old. So there is a policy in our house that you don't go to Boko unless you are through with Quranic education. That's the policy of the house.
But hold on. Do you know? Oh my God. You know, on my profile, I put this thing, you know, what I call technological revolution there. You know, if you have children learn something in science, which is technically studying the creation of the Most High, by the age of 7, they are able to read that textbook back to back. And they go on to study the rest of their life. This country will be transformed. But instead, these are people ask people to go and read the book from the Middle East that doesn't give them any real power to transform their nation. I'm saying this. I know I'm not saying it doesn't give you soccer, morality, and all the rest, but it doesn't build a mobile phone for you. It doesn't build a satellite for you. So that's my point. I feel like if you guys tweak that a little bit, you guys could transform Africa really with that. 7 years.
You'd be surprised. You'd be surprised. You see, I think part of the reason why I'm quite literally invested in the pursuit of knowledge is because of where I started from. Now, from the outside looking in, you think Islamic knowledge is like Bible knowledge, where you read Romans, Deuteronomy, whatever. It's not like that entirely. You know, the Quran has some 114 surahs, different surahs dealing with different things, and then there is Sirah, there is Tawheed, there is Tajweed, there are a lot of subjects around it. I don't want to go into that. You won't understand it anyway. But let me just tell you something. You see this, the fact that me and you are talking right now, the algorithms, you know, the university system, they were, in fact, modern medicine, antibiotics, their origin is all from Islamic, you know, research. You know, even the Europe, their Enlightenment period came from, you know, the Islamic, you know, Enlightenment. So there is a place for all this, but right now is the Christian. What do we say? Is the Christian civilization that is ruling the world. Now we have assumed second-class citizens, but I think our time is not far away. Maybe by the time our grandchildren will be.
Hold on. You see the problem. There. Hold on. Oh, guy, hold on. You see the problem there. Hold on. You see the problem there. I think we're going to cut that one. We're going to cut that one right now. I can't believe you just said that.
You fell for it.
I can't believe you just said that. Wow. You said our turn is coming. Our turn.
Imagine. But we've been like, go through your history. We've been a fairer. The Islamic when Islam held sway.
Hold on. You don't even know how bad what you said is just now. You don't even know how.
What do you mean bad? That's your reality.
Hold on now. Calm down. This is very serious stuff. You literally said the empire of people that traded us as slaves is yours.
No. You see where little knowledge makes you to fall into pitfalls.
Okay,
before Islam, Arabians were, let me talk now. Before Islam, that's why I always say that the reason why a lot of our people fall into doing things that is against their race is because they don't have enough philosophical wisdom to be able to differentiate what is Arabism and what is Islam. Just like a lot of Christians cannot differentiate between what is truly Christianity. Now, do you think if Jesus came today, he would recognize the people that are practicing Christianity today?
No, sorry. The context I'm talking from is that it's like me now, or any like KJ now. KJ is not going to say is the town of Christians to rule, because he can differentiate that.
It is your time now. You have
sorry. No, sorry.
You don't even know you are in the privilege.
Sorry. My point is that I feel like sorry, you're not understanding. I feel like he's going to know that even if Europeans are Christians, but he's not going to assume that it's Christians that are ruling the world, because he doesn't feel like he's part of it that are ruling. He doesn't feel like he's ruling the world. No, hold on. He might feel like he's a Christian. Hold on. You try to understand what I'm saying here, because this is a subtle point. Even if America is ruling the world and America is a Christian nation technically, but we as a people, like a Christian in the South, is not going to feel like they are the ones ruling the world. They are going to feel like Americans are ruling the world. They are Christians like us, but we are not the ones ruling the world, because they know it's not an African nation and it's not us. But the way you came across just now, you made it look like you own the leadership of, you are part of the leadership of Islam.
Well, you don't understand what I mean by that.
That's how it came across. That's why I'm trying to explain it to you.
I wanted to rally you up, and I wanted to show you something. The way Muslims feel in this environment. Okay, so the very fact that you, especially forefathers, you keep insisting that Muslims this, Muslim that, Muslim, it's a privilege that you have, because you live in an era where the Christians have normalized, demonizing Muslims. You can do it and get away with it. Everywhere I go, I am demonized. I have to prove myself not guilty, because I am assumed guilty in the first place. Because I travel around on my name alone.
Paul is asking for the link.
You don't face all these things because you don't know. Your name is something probably different. But when people see my name,
he called it a privilege that I can question some things about something that is not part of us. Because you see, this is the thing I feel like many people that practice Islam, they internalize it as if they are Arabs themselves.
No.
Make no mistake.
No. It's not the Arab. When you see me, do you see an Arab?
Other than your color, as a matter of fact, the people that look like you are killing Africans because they think they are Arabs. I'm telling you right now, other than your color, there's very little that distinguishes you from Arabs. You talk like them, you someone that you want to be them.
Like a Christian. That's how he's approaching you, like a Christian.
I'm reflecting the energy.
I guess so.
I'm reflecting the energy back, It's a
it's the same thing, because I'm not a Christian too.
To make my point more poignant. He doesn't get it. Yes, he's not getting it. So it's not the mirror.
Hold on, but the biggest difference is that I criticize America all the time. I criticize, in short, Christianity all the time.
And I do criticize Arabs all the time. I do criticize their racism all the time. Don't I?
To be fair. It's just that the way you
don't want to give me that credit. You want to take it.
I'm giving you credit now. I told you now. I said you did. It's only fair. You did. The only thing that it kind of triggered me, the way you said it will be our turn to rule. I was like, whoa.
Yeah,
him as a Muslim.
Believe me, you are not the one ruling. It's them that are going to be ruling.
Okay, what did Trump say? Do you think it feels like for somebody to first breach your sovereignty, second to hit Sokoto, where is historically associated with your religion, and then third to say it's a Christmas present? That is like giving red meat to a hyena. So, and then the Southerners are celebrating all over on the internet and on our face. And when we come on platforms like this, everybody comes around. Your people, you this, you killed them, you did that, you did this, you did that. It's the privilege that you have that America is the superpower and it's a Christian age, and now you can do all. People who are usually in privilege do not know. Adebatas don't know that they are Adebatas because they don't know what pain is like.
Oh, sorry. So are you saying it's a privilege for us to talk? So if America was not in power,
yeah, when you talk to us, it's a privilege, of course.
If America wasn't around, what would have happened to us?
If America wasn't around,
yeah,
Okay, check the history. There was a time when Islam held sway. Up till now, if you go to places like the Palestine that your Christian superpower is helping to decimate and finish, you find Muslims, you find Christians, you find the Jews, all there. In fact, it is the Muslims that have kept the Church of the Holy Sepulchre sacred, and a lot of historical churches.
I'm asking for the point of view of you saying that we have.
If I want to make the point that will make things come out, you don't want to hear it and you interject.
No, because
in all the times that the Muslims have held sway and are the imperial power in the world, they were just to Christians and Jews and every other people. But as far as Islamic doctrine is concerned, they are fair to everyone. But there is this jizya that is a tax that if you are not Muslim, you are going to pay. That is the only thing that I would say will probably come across as something that is unfair. But if you look at what the tax is, if you compare it to what it is now, do you know how much you will be expected to pay? Just guess.
Okay, but you said something about privilege. Where does it? If we are not, you say it's a privilege for us to be able to criticize Islam now. So if America didn't exist, what would have happened to us if we criticize Islam?
I don't understand what you mean. If America,
you said what America is around now, it's a privilege for us to criticize Islam.
Justice, fairness, equity, the right to do everything that any other person does. We won't ban you from coming to our cities. If, for example, America,
maybe the answer is jihad.
All these things will have been the same.
Is that what you are thinking? The answer is.
The answer is jihad. The answer is jihad. If you said Islam may be very good religion, but every religion have their own flaw. For example, forefather, if you are flying now, you are going to Saudi Arabia. If you have ordinary Bible in your phone, you're going to delete that.
So the flaw of Christianity,
and that's how fair they can be.
Okay, the flaw of Christianity is crusade, right?
Yes, they make noises and everything. That's a flaw, but you understand.
Let's compare. Forefather, please do Paul. No. Let's do it now. Because forefathers like to research. Check casualties on the day Muslims conquered Jerusalem and on the day Christians conquered Jerusalem. Who they killed?
I know Christians.
The first religion that started slavery is what religion? That started taking black people as slaves. What religion?
What do you mean? It's Christians.
No, it's Islam.
It's
that
Christians.
started taking black people as slaves. It's Islam.
Arabic Christians. Christians.
Is Islam.
Arabism. You see, you are choosing. Forefather, look at that your facts again. No place for you to run home, Mr. Paul, with your glasses.
Is Islam.
Hold on. I think maybe he may have a point there, because I think from what I gather, when Mecca Muhammad came along, the people there used to, in other words, they are Arabs. People there used to practice slavery, and the slavery they used to get to was
racism in Arabs. It's not an Islamic thing; it's an Arabic thing.
Yeah, but it's an Arabic thing. But you are also conceding so much power to those same people.
Which power? What do you mean we are conceding power?
You are conceding a lot of power to them. You are learning their language. You are learning everything. That language came before Islam. The language was not invented with Islam. So you're learning everything because you want to have access to it.
Okay. Look. Let me go a little bit because you are a scientific man and you like science and all that. Let me talk about anthropology and sociology and evolutionary biology.
Even the Meduguri that you come from, that happen to be even the person that even take down Usman Danfodo and the likes and everything. That's why you don't have Emir. You have the Shehu and everything. You are still losing the grip to the Islam. You are still losing the grip. Even Meduguri who fight this thing, who fight Usman Danfodo. As of today, you are losing the grip.
Hold on. We can't hear each other.
You see the privilege.
Okay, let's calm down. Okay, let's calm down. Let's calm down. So let's stay organized.
Let's go.
You say, hold on. You did say you have to be fair to me. This in Valhalla. You did say it was a privilege for us to be able to criticize Islam, that if America was not around. Then I said, what happens if America is not around? Tell me, please. I want to know.
Why are you meeting me then? Why are you meeting me?
No, I'm meeting me so like you can be able to tell us now. You are now on mute. Tell us what's going to happen if America is
Look, do you know who Salahuddin is? Do you know who Salahuddin al-Ayyubi is? That's what will happen eventually.
Why can't you just tell me what is going to happen? I don't want to know some other.
I'm giving you an example from history. What better way for you to understand what will happen than to look at what happened in the history? If I tell you now, it's all prognostication and it's all talking about the future which has not happened. So it's hypothesis. I'm telling you about a fact. Check what Salahuddin al-Arabi did to the Christians, the Jews, and any other person that he conquered.
Then why, if nothing happened to them, then why you say?
We give you the benefit of the doubt as Christians. We take you as brothers, but you allow the Jews to come between us as enemies.
Hold on. You see, what I don't understand there is that if you are saying they treated all these people so well, then why are you making it look like it's a menacing statement by saying we are privileged to be able to criticize Islam now?
Yeah, because it's hurtful. Discrimination is hurtful. Stereotyping is hurtful, but you never know. If you're it's just like a white American, just like who's this stupid guy, Nick Fuentes, who doesn't even know that talking about whiteness, he doesn't even count, but somehow he comes on podcasts and is defending whiteness, and like Candace Owens, one goon like that. You see, anybody that does not respect the race in which he comes from and takes another race over a different race over his, I can admit when you protect the interest of your own race, because when push comes to shove, there is a point that I would say, God, you see the situation I am confronted in. Even though you from your own point of view, you say I'm Muslim, so I'm worshiping an Islamic God, therefore, but I don't see it that way. God is not Arabic. God is God. So God, I'll tell God, look, this is the situation. And right now, I have to stand with my black brothers because this is the way of the world and this is the only way that I will survive. And if I don't survive, then I have failed. So for my people to survive, there is a place where I have to take a stand as a black person. So you see these layers that a lot of us do not cover, and you'd be surprised where I learned all this. It's at home. It's the Quranic education that I got at home before I even went to any classroom, that I got the moral philosophy for me to look at life through it. But from your point of view, you don't even know something, so you think less of it and you think less of the people. And well, that's up to you.
No,
but
I'm listening to you now. I'm listening to you and I hear what you are saying, and I think it has merits. However, though, the area I wanted to highlight is when you say we attack Islam, I don't think we're necessarily attacking Islam. We are attacking actions.
You don't know you do.
No, sorry. You are not. Have you ever seen me question what is inside the Quran? That's not my business. What I'm questioning is what people that claim to believe in it are doing. I'm not, so in other words, I'm not attacking Islam. I'm saying the people that are believing in this thing, there's something wrong with the way they are implementing it, and
you know what is wrong?
Life.
Do you know what is wrong with this whole thing? This whole every
Father, you can correct it by way of saying the fundamentalists among them is abusing it. If not, the religion itself is good. You understand? But the fundamentalists, you understand, it's really, really abusing it. Like I said, Indonesia is 1.1 billion people. They practice Islam, good percentage of them. And we don't have no problem with them. That's what I'm saying.
Let's get to the bottom of this. Yeah, I understand you. It's not you that is the problem here. It is these forefathers now that I want us to reach the logical conclusion.
How dare you?
Don't interfere again.
Criticizing Islam. I'm criticizing the actions of people that believe in.
I understand. I want you to understand how you fall into a moral, a psychological psyop of the times that you live in and the media that you have consumed and the environment in which you have grown in, such that you have so much unconscious bias that you do not know when you do these things. And just to have the humility to say that, yes, I'm human and that sometimes I might have unconscious bias and I do something. You can't
I'm listening. Tell me what my biases were.
Good. For God's sake, for once you will listen. Okay, so listen to this, right? We all know if you go just look at independent sources online and check how the war and killing of Muslims is reported versus in Iraq, in Libya, in Gaza, in Nigeria, especially the Boko Haram thing. Do you know the bomb blast that happened a day before yesterday and that killed Muslims in Maiduguri, what this day and Punch reported online and in their newspapers? Bomb blasts on Christmas Day.
Yeah.
It gave an impression that Muslims put a bomb to kill Christians. That's the privilege you guys have, and you use it to do anything. And for a common person who listens to traditional news, it's even now that there is social media that we have these forums. If not, these people with the Z words are all done with you. They are brainwashed. No one has been. Their brains have been mashed into nothingness with propaganda like the Christians by the Z people. It's unfortunate.
I really think what you just said now, to some extent, good way, you're right with what you just said. But you see what that guy from Liberia said about this bombing in Sokoto and everything, because the Sokoto Caliphate is like a government of its own, and the Sokoto Caliphate is like the president that control other emirs and the likes. That's why that threatening comes. But however, my concern is like, I will just oppose this thing with the Israel and Jewish people. You see, I'm not here to criticize Jewish people, but I will criticize the Israeli government for the action being taken. So sometimes when we get this problem with this Islam, the way their leaders act is what some of us don't like. If their leaders join us to criticize, like the way very many of us also criticize the big pastors, for us to see a younger pastor that has no fame talk this thing and go all the way around the globe, you understand? So the same thing, if we do that, if we shame this so-called big,
you literally worship them, you go and kiss their walls, kiss their butts, you kill for them.
I only use it. I only use it as an example. I said there is difference between Jewish and Israeli's government, the government action. You understand? So the same thing. What is our government doing? If Bola Tinubu manages things very well, if the Islamic leaders or the Christian leaders manage these issues very well, didn't take side, come outside to criticize when it's time to criticize. To some extent, we can nip this in the bud easily. You understand? But people will not talk when it affects them. And that is what is really, really affecting us.
understand it affects you, but it affects me more. I have lost more people than you have. You talk about losing your cousin or someone like that.
No. When you say so again, to some extent, I'll say you're biased. How many times have you ever look? Let me tell you. Something happened in Edo State. They killed some people from north. The governor quickly run to Kanu. You understand? To go quench these things down. How many times have you ever heard that based on religion that Christians kill Muslims? But do you know how many times you see Christians take down Muslim based on religion, own doctrine?
Let me tell you
Did you
why.
see Christians? Did you see Christians even follow the Moses law?
Privilege, just like white Americans see that they can talk over black Americans and say, do this, do that, do that. It's the same way you Christians take us because of somehow you speak English and technology.
If you even say the black Americans, me being in America today, it is what the black Americans, the fight that the black Americans fight. It is the privilege I'm benefiting today. But guess what? What privilege have I benefited from the Islam? What privilege have I benefited from Christian in Nigeria? None.
You see, this. Okay, listen to me now. You don't want to listen. Will you listen now?
Go ahead.
Okay, I'll be asking you succinct questions, and all I want from you is a yes or no answer. Okay, and then we'll reach your conclusion. Now, Nigeria got independence in 1960. Yes or no?
I think it's yes.
Yes, it's a rhetorical. Yes, yeah. Okay, good.
I think it's yes.
Okay. Now let's go into media houses. Who had the first, radio station, indigenous?
The first radio station, I think, is it? I can't remember now. I only know TV station in Ibadan. I can't remember.
Okay, let's start pre-independence because there were print media pre-independence. Who had those print medias?
Yeah, I know Zeke. Zeke.
Herbert Macaulay.
Herbert Macaulay. The so-called Odua too also have something of their own too.
And who were they all? Southerners, right?
Yes.
All right, good. Now, when it came to time of independence and we transitioned into television stations, who had the first television station?
Is in Ibadan.
Good.
Yes.
I will know what did it, right?
Yes.
Then who had it next?
Okay. So when you say all these things, remember Nigeria would have been. No. You are not my teacher or not a military man who control me. Remember, Nigeria would have got our independence before 53. We waited for the North because they feel to some extent that the North is not even ready for that. Remember, that's how Ghana even got independent before us. Remember that?
Paul, so that we can be able to bring other people in. See, you have had quite a long time about Hala, but I will say this. I feel like sometimes calm down. I think some of the stuff you have betrayed here is that you have betrayed the ascendancy of the Islamic faith in Nigeria by often saying that we have a privilege to talk about Islam. I don't know why you say that.
Which can you talk about? It's not about talking about. It's about talking down.
Talking down or talking up. It doesn't matter. See, what do you think you are that people cannot be able to speak? You are the one that is able to speak. Hold on. You are the one. Hold on now. You are the one telling us whether it's up or down. Whether we air our opinion or not, you're telling us whether we are taking it up or down. You shouldn't be saying that like it's a privilege to say something that. In other words, if we don't have any protection, what are you going to do? Start to massacre us? What is that? What kind of thinking is that? And you shouldn't be saying that, given that we are in Nigeria.
You see how easily, and I have given you an example to prove to you that the Islamic way of doing things is so morally consistent that that you don't want me to.
Vala, if you say this type of word, we're going to play politics around it. For example, never a time did Northerners create a state in Nigeria. Never.
Let me handle this, please.
Never a time a Christian created a state in Nigeria. Let's play this type of dirty politics.
I need to move to Okpegolo and see. You don't say we have a privilege to speak about something that we feel concerned about. Then when they question it, you say because they treated people fairly in the Middle Ages, so you are very righteous. It's almost like the way it's very condescending actually. It's the way Europa talks about other faiths. It's like we are just being benevolent to them, they just exist in our sphere. And you forget that it's not even yours to control. Islam is not yours to control.
No.
You are just serving other people.
You misquote me. I said the privilege to stereotype. The privilege to stereotype is not the same as the privilege to speak. You can speak, but you stereotype against us and assume us guilty before we prove our innocence. That's the problem.
Any opinion. Just because they stereotype, it doesn't mean you should tell them that you have a privilege.
So it is good.
Like that. No, nobody says it's good, but don't be using the term. They have a privilege to speak to you like that.
I see. That is why in the UK they have liberal laws that you cannot stereotype against the Z people and the Jews. If you do it, you go to jail. But not to the Muslims.
You don't understand the language you are using. If you understand the word you are using perfectly, privilege, you shouldn't be using that.
Believe you me, I understand perfectly.
Okay, then if you understand it, then be ready to answer the question that what do you mean that people have a privilege to talk? You even have a privilege to dare to
talk
tell us
or to stereotype.
You have a privilege to even dare to tell us that we have a privilege to talk about your faith. What this kind of
stereotype. To stereotype. That's the thing you've been doing.
No, because what you call stereotype is somebody airing their opinion.
No.
What you call stereotype is somebody airing their opinion, and it shouldn't be doing that.
When a lie has been told over and over and over. See, forefathers, let me tell you something. You may not believe this, and you carry yourself as someone who has some kind of moral purity, but there's no such a man. And I want you to have some form of humility. You sit here sometimes, you talk as if you have a gavel in your hand that you just put on the desk somewhere and break.
Vala, take it easy. I also answer this question too now. Never a time a Christian created a state in Nigeria, not local government. Never a time a Christian, you understand, or the Southerner, you understand, created things like that. You guys created more states, more local governments to yourself, more everything to yourself.
Because Gawan is a Christian, number one. Gawan created states.
No. I'm telling you, and a Northerners, also a Northerners, the Southerner, because you talk about the radio feed and the TV station. A Southerner.
Now. You want to jump?
I just put it now to you again. A Southerner.
That's how you gaslight Muslims. That's the privilege I was talking about.
Let's move away from
guilty of it.
No, let's move away from religious talk. I think we've gone too far into the religion talk. We're supposed to be talking about what Trump is doing. Okpegolo, I'm sorry, it took some time to get to you, even if you are doing your Okpegolo even well.
Sorry, you.
Look at that. He's very chilled now. He's very chill. He thinks his candidate is in the ascendancy. So it's all right. He's very chilled. So, what do you make of what you've had so far? You don't have to address this. He went a little bit into religious.
But forefathers, I wanted to talk about the reason why the black man is the way he is, because that's what you guys haven't. I know, but none of you have provided a solution. I had a solution I was going to give, but your privilege.
We'll have to come back to you. We'll have to come back to you because the idea is to
let Ovie talk. If I have not, if Steve never catch me by then.
Yeah, I think one brace speaks after Okpegolo. I wanted to open it up, really. What do you think? Should I just open it up so you guys can have conversation? Don't shout at each other.
No. Don't open it up. Let me speak before you open it up. You can't get to my. Listen, is it okay if I speak, Vala?
No, you speak first. You speak.
Go ahead.
Yeah, after Okpegolo, I'd like to speak because I've listened to everybody speak at least once.
Do you think, I should time it so that I can open it up?
Well, you can't just time it now. You would it would be fair, give the same privilege to everybody.
No disrespect.
So it'll be fair. You can time it after I speak, but not every time I mean, like now I want to time it.
Yeah, okay, no problem. If you vote for that, okay. Okwayagolo, what do you want to say, please?
Yeah, I am chill, not necessarily because of my excellent governor, even though that's part of it, but I'm chill because when I talk about class of civilization, people who don't understand will say they don't know what I talk about. Ladies and gentlemen, that was what just took place in the last 10 minutes. That's what class of civilization is about. Whether you hate Hassan or not, it represents at least 4 out of every 5 Nigerians. 4 out of every 5 Nigerian, if they wake up, the first thing to do is to pray to go heaven, either through Jesus Christ, the only way and the truth and the life as they talk, or through Prophet Muhammad. So you can hate him all you want. That's our reality. Then again, he mentioned somebody, say, for instance, now to Nigeria, they always the ginger about podcasters. One thing you should take about him mentioning that guy is that now the age brackets, the world that we are in today, now them go run now that age bracket. So you see where their mentality is, where their mind is. You can either you like it or not. That is our reality. I keep saying it here. Him not just one person. He's telling you exactly how it is. But they disagree with that. But that's our reality. But again, it also mirror the other side of it. That's how we the Christian, because if they see a Tunaja from the Christian angle, not be saying that Southern, no, he's a Christian. And again, I said here over and again, Christianity, they metamorphose into capitalism. So that's why we know they see him like that. Then the other side of the angle, they don't lose sight of what they see. Now we know they see him like that. That's why they argue. So when you look at it from that's not the bigger picture why they always talk. But if after we don't fight Yoruba, Hausa, Fulani finish, now the bigger fight be that, which is what Shena Siko, my brother from Liberia, which is the point he's also trying to make the religion aspect. But we go deal with ourselves, just like now. Paul, I'll go to your area tomorrow, right? Maybe I'll go use that time, they find you, look for it, tell you Niger strong, because that's the only way Urobo go to survive or Edoma go to survive. Solo we no go survive.
You say they come Arizona, come back, go for me, safe. I don't know another one.
I will be there. I will. So what thing just happened? So anybody get time, just go listen to them over and over again. Forget sentiment, because either you like it or not, if you're not a Christian, you are a Muslim in Nigeria, or you be Igbo or you be Yoruba. You cannot. You are classified among these 5 civilizations: Igbo, Yoruba, Hausa, or Fulani, as Paul earlier said. Or you are a Christian or you are a Muslim. Hardly you go see any Nigerian that don't belong to these 3 groups. And they will die for it. That's the reality. When push comes to shove, we go to war. So to those who say Mugu, they talk about the outside influence. Good. What just happened? This is Nigerian reality. This is class of civilization. We know they talk about how we not take food, we not take food. No, that's not what we argued about. So when people who they talk and say, "Oh, now conspiracy theories," no, but that is the reality that we are living today, or that will lead in next 80 to 100 years. Queen Fante's interview with Piers Morgan was a classic. And again, in the exposed generation, we're 2 generations there, we're Piers Morgan generation there, and we're Nick Fante's then they. They are both right. So what just happened? I'm not gonna lie you. We go refer to this episode for a very long time to come. So yes, even though Tunanjade was going after him and all that, we can disagree, but those are the right. He was shocked when he said that our time will come. When I thought say one must win in the Nigerian space, there's nowhere in this world that where Christian and Muslim almost out of 50-50 and one no lead. It doesn't happen. And that was it. That was the point Mazi Okpara was trying to make. One person must lead. That's who we are as human, and there's nothing wrong with that. That's why when you are saying Jonathan, now I make the mistake. I say no, Jonathan did not do anything wrong. Jonathan followed the constitution. Now he betrayed the gentleman agreement. That's their problem. That's not Nigerian problem. The majority of Nigeria will go with good luck because that's what the constitution says. So most of all these things where would they talk? So but they listen to ourselves. We actually see if push comes to shove within us here, we'll go to war with each other. So why are we blaming our leaders? So the reality of today, nobody say we will go to war because they will no food seafood chop. It has nothing to do with say we no seafood chop. So when Hassan they talk about this, the importance of Trump dropping bomb on Christmas Day, it is funny, right? To the Christian, that is a class. That's funny, especially if you not pay attention to the evangelists in America. That was classic. But guess what? It's not that funny from the other side of the aisle. Now, I am not saying you
and
should.
Trump said that they wanted to attack earlier, but he told them to wait for that day. He deliberately picked that date, knowing for the reason why he picked it, but clearly the knock-on effect of that is this divisive aspect that he has created, and that is if I didn't know better, I would say it was deliberately done that way.
Yeah. Now, where the resources aspect they come from, where people they get and wrong, go, what is resources? They should come and take resources. Of course, I will care about human. Of course, you as in Nigeria, that's why you care about human being. But and also, I don't give a fuck about how you look or who you is. Now you find parts of the world where you care about you as a human. They care about their resources. That's all the benefit their own survival. So where it is bad, where our situation bad today. That's why people, again, if you want to look at them as a Nigerian, when in your lifetime you hear an outsider can't drop bomb for your house, that's new to any generation of Nigerians. That's new. So how you go now do look at it from is if these people are doing this, if the man come in that go, me and you they see him. So where are we? So that and where it is bad for Nigeria, I want to say Americans they see China as an ally of the Islamic State. And that is because all of them are growing at the same time. Muslim religion is growing with numbers than any other civilization you can think of. Why the Chinese are growing economically, then they spread. So, and they can't jam for where me and you call Nigeria. The two of them cannot coexist, plus all as if people are looking for sovereignty. How do we coexist? How do we entertain these two foreign civilizations? One, but at the same time, how do we deal with ourselves? When we know that this foreign civilization are channels where other people they use to make sure we never found peace.
Yeah, but
okay, the way you talk now, you don't make my mind don't change. I don't calm down. I don't feel somehow safe. But I remember
hold on. You can't just start talking like that. Don't do that. You've been talking for quite a long time. You know that.
But we'll be talking together now to forefathers. It's not as if
that in the other people are waiting. So Ovie, when you said something about two faiths competing, like the UK now, they use the Protestants and the Catholics used to slaughter each other. So they used to do the ding dong. Now we have literally 3 different branches of churches in the same country, and they're not trying to dominate each other. So it's not unheard of that different groups that used to really go at each other can actually exist in a country, and the country went on to dominate the whole world.
Yes.
They were really that's where each other. They used to kill it. Man, those guys.
That's where we are now. We are in that era, and we the generation that are alive now. That is the stance before us. How do we coexist? Because as I said, even in America, that's the debate that is on civilization, multinationalism. How do we coexist?
I think we can learn from England, we can learn from the UK, we can learn from Switzerland. I think there are a lot of things you can pick from different countries, even when you go to China. But I think these two countries have something to offer.
Guys, I'm going. Bye.
Yeah, it's in Nigeria. It's in Nigeria. We have to respect. Let's wish Hassan. Hassan. Thank you for joining us. I really appreciate you.
We started talking about Black Africanness, and then you started interrogating my Muslim, and we went there. But somehow we are going to have that discussion some other time. Guys, bye.
For us to coexist is what we have to do. What Mazi Okpara was trying to tell you about, which is the federalism, right? I understand your argument. On paper, we are practicing federalism. Every state we do and do, but in reality, it's not like that. So just a conversation until we settle.
Why do you say in reality it's not like that? Why is it not in reality?
The same law that Edo person go, they are there to in Edo state, now so you go do it for River State or unless you go Kano, where Sharia are they? Abi? It's not like that in America.
No, but they have different laws. The states pass their own laws. They have different laws in different states.
No, the only state where I go do something and I go actually against the law of the state is the Sharia state. There's no law that will catch me for Edo state that go catch me for Ondo state, Lagos, or any other state.
Because they are similar. That's the only difference. Is because they are similar. It doesn't mean that they don't have unique laws that are different.
No, you see, that's the problem. See, that's what I say on paper and at the same. And why the governors are getting away with this and we cannot do anything. It is because they are partner in crime that they cover themselves. Right, the federal government will use the weight of a gun, that is the military guys, the uniform guys, and the law to protect the governor. That means if
why are you blaming the federal government? Is it not the states that are supposed to make the? If you are saying the law that will catch you from one state will catch you from another, why are they not passing unique laws then?
I said then they cover themselves. They are working together against us. You're not getting my point? If me and you want to River State, right, for misbehaving, federal governments will come to their aid because that's why the money they go flow unaccounted for. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that.
Okay, that doesn't mean we are not federalists. It's just that corruption is coming in.
That's what I say. We are not, of course, we are not practicing the way it should be, which is what the guy was trying to explain to you. And the only way to do that, if me and a dope person have the right to set my own local government election date, set my state governor election date without the prerogative of the state of the federal government.
What has that got to do with this thing? I think in America it's like that too. I don't think any state can just
it's not like that. It's not like that.
I'm not sure. Elections are held unanimous the same time in America.
Don't finish that. No. Even though for Nigeria you can argue for some states, right? But it's still the federal government that control the election. People they argue for say Donald Trump no fit New York Morera election for New York. Why? Is he not the president?
Yeah, but
exactly. Tunanja, until me and you who come from one state, right, can actually question the budget of that state. And I'm not saying you cannot. I'm saying you will lose because the federal government will go in bed with the state and you will lose. But
but the same is true though. What if the federal government is against the state? So sometimes even in America the same is true.
It does happen.
Trump backs some states and Trump penalizes some states. Like to the point whereby they withhold money from some states.
Let me give you simple. See Igbo laws in America. I dey California. I go walk out, enter Igbo store like I go buy mineral or coke. You understand? I can't try it in Texas. I go see they buy like criminal. Why?
Yeah, I just think that we are just looking for ways to pick on something that is already there. The issue to me is governance. We just have to have good governance. Yeah, then all the stuff we are complaining about, because I actually think our state governors have too much power. Even I don't know why we keep saying we don't have this.
Good governors will be. Hold on now. Good governors will be rocket science. Because good governors will not be rocket science. Google and
that's the problem, though. That's the problem. Why are we blaming we don't have a federal state?
Hold on now. Now laws now be good governance. If the laws of the hold on, if the laws Benin straight are straight and the political will to uphold them, it doesn't matter if John Abba go there, I will not be worried. Or I send Paul go there, I will not be worried. Why should that be? You understand? Why we are worried? It is because we, the citizens of that state, right, are not in control, politically speaking, of our states. That's why we don't have good governance. Not be say because I'm not worried about what going on in Delta State or Kano State. I'm more concerned about my state. But even at that, right? Even at that, my state governor still have to go to Abuja to collect his our money. Why is it like that?
That part and the money that you see, sometimes they got to be fair, America, I know that Trump was doing that to some states. They are not giving them their money. And the universities, all of them, they are denying them different things.
The money where they give now, like federal and small federal allocation, small for some institution, right? The Texas citizen, right? Only them, they actually take care of their own resources. They mind their resources. They know how they do. So the state governor will tell you, this is how much this state will want. This is how much is coming in. This is how much is going. This is how much investment. How many Nigeria governor can tell you that? Now,
I think
I'm not saying
where I will agree with you. Where we agree with you is that the federal government seems to have the power to allocate to state governors, and they have the power to execute it so that the funds go to the state. So that then it looks like the governor is just waiting for the state, the presidency to release the funds.
Yes, because the federal government generate all the resources.
But the issue is that one of the things I would like to let you understand is that when I researched this stuff, what I found was that the American state takes more out of the state than the Nigerian government do. Shocking to find out.
No, but yes, because
the American central government takes more out of the state in terms of percentage of the wealth than the Nigerian government does from the Nigerian states.
Exactly. So for America, now Houston get here, right? Even more than Saudi Arabia, if you want to argue that one, right? That's why Texas is one of the most richest states in the world. No be federal government, they can't collect that oil. Now them go give federal government, not the other way around. Because
they are taking more out of the state than the federal government takes out of River State.
That's the problem. Why is federal?
That's a lie. Father, that's a lie. That's a lie.
Maybe you are right. In terms of percentage, I mean.
No, big lie. Big lie.
Hold on. Maybe
federal government have the upper hand in tapping our own local resources. It should not be like that. So that's what I'm saying. Federal government should not come and be tapping my resources in my village. That's not his business. The majority of the people live in the locality. So why should we be looking to somebody in Abuja to come and actually create job or take care of our own resources? It shouldn't be like that. It's abnormal.
Yes, but let
me confirm.
Let me comment a little bit on the issue of the federation. Nigerians have the same system, but you said it's in the paper. And we are also saying the same people who say that our constitution, we don't have constitution, but we don't have.
No, John, it's not just in the paper. I know if we dream our oil, now federal government they dream.
Yes,
and that is my source of survival.
I'm coming.
Okay.
It's the same way. Remember when Tinubu was governor of Lagos, under Obasanjo, Tinubu created Alimosho local government. And for that reason, Obasanjo do not give him the state allocation. They went to court and all that. I think you're familiar with that. When I'm trying to talk about the state power and the federation. The reason why most of the states in Nigeria are created for political reasons, for siphoning money from the federal, instead of the opposite should be the case, that how much they print. So they are depending so much on the federal. And the federal also took advantage of it to dictate to them what to do.
That's exactly.
They say the dummy head of incompetent of all of us, of Nigerian citizens, do not know they are left to their right. Like now, there's a law has been passed in Nigeria under this Tinubu that the federal should give straight to the local government. Right now, it's not happening.
But
court,
John Abba,
if Tinubu really want
John
to,
Abba, you know why you no go work? Now game that they play us, giving
yeah,
direct to the local government.
exactly.
Because because the local government, that's what make up the states.
Yes,
There's
but
no
then
local
what
government without the
the
state.
purpose for it is that let he reduce the influence of the governor on the state ringing of election have much to say, which was a good thing if that happened. But the point is that when you and Okpara and everybody say let's sit down and talk, you have already people that sit down and talk on behalf of you in Abuja. The reason why they don't talk there is because you mentioned that they are partner in crime. And that is the very
100%
thing.
right.
Yes, so it's not so they are partner
Yeah, but
in
now
crime.
the constitution bring them into partnership. It's not the partnership is not
The
natural. Now
law
something
is
bring them
there.
together.
The people are not well informed on issues. You go tell me now. I can come and tell you now that your House of Rep, Paboro, we may not spell his name correctly, but he may have a goodwill for the people of your state.
John Abba, we started this fourth republic 25 years ago. How much the federal government don't spend to educate the people on how the system should work, because that's their job. How much they don't spend? So you cannot blame the people.
It's not that. It's not that. It's way. It's win-win or it's two both ways. It's
No,
go
it's
both
not. We
ways.
see John
It's
Abba.
go both ways. Now, let
Hold on,
me tell
John
you one
Abba.
thing.
John Abba.
No.
We are coming. Hold on. Now we are coming from somewhere. We are coming from military era. That most adults at that time understand. If as I did so, I don't know how military system they work. But Paul go finish work. You understand? So we are coming from that journey, going to a brand new system that even when be adult no understand. Now me when come be picking, I won't know them. So it is upon the federal government to spend billions to educate the citizens. If they don't want to do, the state will
Ovie
do
is
it.
right. Because military government is simple one word: order from above.
Exactly.
Not law.
So
I can't question anything.
Before we blame the people, we need to understand that the system that we build is very, very sophisticated. It is not for ordinary brain to understand them.
Let's also bring other speakers in,
Therefore, Father, please, let me just touch 1 minute. I will leave immediately, please. So, talking about what Ovie is saying, and you argue with Ovie, federal government make more in terms of Nigeria. Then in terms of the US, the federal don't make more. But Nigeria, there are so many states that are scared that if they say states go control your resources and pay to federal, they are scared. But in America, states, you understand, make this money and pay to federal. In fact, local governments, everybody generates and pay to federal, not even only states. I'll give one simple example.
Yeah, because the resources in the local government.
Thank you. Yeah, the University of Texas, Austin, in Austin, Texas, is richer than Harvard, not because of revenue from tuition fee. They have a lot of oil wells. They have a lot of gold. That's a university, but they have oil well. You understand? You see the difference now. They have all these things because of they're in Texas. They buy all these things. They invest in all those things. So they are richer, even while they are university, they still take advantage of lands and make money from there and every other thing. But in Nigeria, state university just sit down waiting for state universities or federal university, just sit down there and waiting for federal government to come fund them and state. And it's not helping us. If we do like that, all these things that they are stealing from the north, all these say things that you hear they are stealing the mineral and the natural resources in the north, the state would have been making a lot of money and be paying. And federal government who happen to even be in control of all these things, they don't even have what it takes to even harness it. So they are just stealing from everything, apart from oil. Every other mineral or natural resources that we have, the federal government is not investing in it. So they are all just lying fallow. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think you have a point, but based
So,
on my
sorry, give me sign off. The easiest way to see it is just that where are the resources located? They are located in local governments. So if the state no fit mine now federal they come mine now. Just look at the distance. So we are not even. I am not fighting. Say Benin people they misuse my resources. No, I am crying that Tinubu is misusing my resources. I go fight Tinubu. So you understand the system, then build them in a way that even a poor man, even if you understand them, you take more to fight them. So it is not it is not out of it. They know that people will build up, they know exactly what they are doing. So the money, that's why if you go in if you go Nigerian universities, there's no history, no talk of politics that they teach how PDP they work. PDP is 25 years age. Nobody they teach out school. Why? So how do we understand how government work? Our House of Assembly, the Fourth Republic, go ask any Nigerian student what entails to the Fourth Republic. We don't know. But we go they blame them saying no. How is it supposed to know? So there's disconnects in the system. So until we break down in a way that if all I need should not be 10-20 meters away from me. Now when I want fight Niger, I would think of Abuja. If I want to know how dollar and naira they work, I would think of Abuja. If I want to know how Israel, how Saudi, how America did, I will go Abuja. But how I go take feed, how I go take get job, how I go take build car, how I go take fly, how I go take go space. I don't need Abuja. I don't. But the constitution, the laws bind us together like that.
Let's bring others in before they lose patience. There is
give me your number again, I beg. I don't change my phone tire on private chat.
My one bracelet is around, and then there is Shikao.
Richard, right?
This Jonaba. So, and Oscar Blackburn, thank you for the donation. I really appreciate it. A lot of people are donating these days. It's Oscar Blackburn. I see a lot of people, Oscar Blackburn and As Valiant, the Valhalla guy. So that's cool. So what do you have to add to the conversation regarding the bombing of Nigeria? Is it going to solve our terrorist problem? What would you like to tell people that are happy to see this happening? Is it a good thing? Do you want to join them in jubilating that we are getting bombed? Or is this something that there's something else you want to tell them about it? My warm brain cell.
Right. What's up? I actually came on to speak about what the topic was on at the time. I know we've gone all over the place. So I had to, of course, jot some things down based on what yourself, Paul, Valhalla were speaking about. In honor of Kwaku, actually, or Sekou, I was going to change my name to Lanik Afridin, the lie he told the last time. But I figured you might use that as an excuse not to bring me in.
Sorry, what language you just spoke? Lanik Afridin is what? Is it?
Oh, yeah, something he made up, pretending it was Arabic. A bunch of stuff he made up. Yeah, he just made a bunch of stuff up to pretend he was speaking Arabic. Oh yeah, definitely, I'm going to change it. So it's just going to be in honor of him if I come back in the new year, inshallah. So based on what you guys were saying, where's Paul? I wish Paul was here. Paul said something about the first religion to start slavery. And this is, again, I'm not claiming to be a bastion of knowledge. Obviously not. I mean, today, even forefathers, which I hate to say, has corrected me. We know that was thanks to ChatGPT, of course, but of course he corrected me on something I did say. But I think Nigerians or people are falling for this anti-Islamophobia that is going all around the world. And rightfully, Muslims are pushing back, because you don't push back, then one day your head ends up on the chopping block. So we have to correct misconceptions and misinformation, whether innocent or whether done deceitfully on purpose. So he said the first religion to start slavery was Islam, which is not true. If Islam already at its advent discarded and abhorred slavery, it wasn't the first religion. In fact, if we have to go in modern history, the first religion to carry out slavery was Christianity in Africa on the coast of the Atlantic. So, of course, I do understand that he mistaken, which your forefathers, damn, I can't believe I'm praising this guy twice in a row, which your forefathers corrected and told him, oh, maybe you're mistaken. yeah, like, I must be smoking something from Ovi or something. So, which you forefathers corrected.
He's right twice today.
Yeah, I'm probably freaking, I don't know. Something's wrong with me today. So he actually, forefathers did correct it and say, oh, maybe you mistaken Arabs and Islam and things like, oh, at least he alluded to that. But then that brings me to forefathers. When Valhalla was speaking and you said, well, and Valhalla was complaining and said, well, this kind of statements are stereotypical. They are stereotypes, generalizations. And you said, no, well, it's opinion. Your opinion can also be stereotypical. That's just like saying, well, I slander you, or I make libelous statements against you, and then I say, well, it's freedom of speech. Well, for those kind of statements, not only are they morally reprehensible, they are also against the law. They're criminal in nature when you do something like that. Now, let's take it to, if the issue at that time, which you guys were arguing about, was which religion enslaved the other the most. Because I noticed, or you would notice, that there is a concerted effort right now on social media where they are changing and tweaking the algorithms to boost anti-Islamophobia, while reducing anything that would propagate Islam in positive light. We need to be careful when we fall into this, into the play of the powers that be, like Ovi will call them. Because what I think is happening and most people are missing right now, and before I go into which religion and who cause more harm to slavery to my people, Black people, the most. We need to be careful because what is happening right now, we are seeing basically a new borders being drawn up for Africa. What was that? Conference? What, the Berlin Conference? We're seeing it again, and what every group is doing, every power, they're testing waters on how to capture Africa again. Notably so, underhandedly, that even Israel has jumped in the fray. So now it's no longer France and the United States and England, or the UAE has jumped in, Qatar has jumped in, basically the powers in the Middle East have jumped in. Israel has also jumped in because if you see what they did with Somaliland a few days ago. So there's a new scramble of Africa. They are partitioning it as we speak, and they're testing the waters and trying to see which actions they take will be more favorable to them in achieving their end goal. Nigeria's bombing is testament to that. They've seen that, well, if we bomb Nigeria, how will the government react, for example? How will the international community react? How will the people react? The next phase now is, well, the people are divided. Where do we set up base? Who do we support? Who do we attack? and who do we bring closer so we can achieve our aim of getting these resources easier. This is just a test phase. This is what just happened. Somaliland, Israel has already staked itself there. Qatar has released a statement equivocally being against Israel partitioning any part of the Horn of Africa. So when I hear because I think people are not seeing the bigger picture. So of course, when I hear things like when people criticize, for example, the transatlantic slave trade, which was by far the most brutal, the most horrific in recent history action done against another group of people racially, meaning black people, but then they try to defend it by throwing in, well, didn't they, the Arabs, didn't they also enslave black people? Hey, we never used to hear that about 2 years ago. So now you guys need to be careful when you are starting to propagate white supremacist trope, because I'll tell you this, in 400 years that the transatlantic slavery occurred, when you look at the slave manifest, which they still exist, when you look at the plantation logs, they still exist, not one single Christian was brought from Africa. Not one. Now ask yourself why that is. And this is why it's always imperative to read and know what you're talking about. Our ancestors that were brought from Africa were either traditionalists or they were Muslim. Almost 40%, estimates differ. Almost 40%.
That's my people with traditionalists.
Right. So almost 40% of the slaves that were brought from Africa were of the Islamic creed. Now, why is that? Well, Islam already had a footing in Africa, at least in West Africa, where most of the slavery occurred. We weren't Christians. We hadn't encountered the European, at least they hadn't come to beat Christianity into us. And when we encountered Islam, contrary to the lies we're hearing now, it wasn't through this trans-Saharan slave trade, because most of them were taken as slaves to the Arabians anyways. They weren't allowed to come back, or they were castrated, like people would say, or they were killed, right? So most of them never came back. But we met them through trade. We met them through scholarship. This is how Islam spread. Now, I'll hear people say, well, what about Uthman Dan Fodio? Well, Uthman Dan Fodio, his conquest and his jihad was at the turn of the 19th century. 800 years after Islam already had a footing in Nigeria. Uthman Dan Fodio was not the reason why Islam spread all over West and Central Africa. Then, back to what I was saying about the United States, or in the New World, when we were brought out here, when you check the slave manifest, and again, you could look at books like Alex Haley's Roots, right? You look at Roots, you look at the autobiography of Alex Haley himself, and then you'll understand. I know there's an effort right now to whitewash the atrocities committed by the white man in Africa, which is a shame. It is a shame. Because now what they're doing is, oh, we didn't do it, you guys sold them to us. This is the new narratives. You guys sold them to us. And when we talk about, well, look at what you did to the blacks. You brought us here in chains and shackles. Africans that should be having their foot on the neck of the white man are the ones now, of course, because now they've adopted the religion of their slave masters, and they feel more loyalty to that. And now the ones telling us, well, you know, the trans-Saharan slave trade was even worse. It was barbaric. They were both bad. They were both terrible. But let's not all of a sudden, because we feel that we have more affinity to one set of people, now turn around and be coons for them. Africans need to do better. I'll tell you this, and a lot of Black Americans today are against the bombing that happened in Nigeria. And the way they are looking at Nigerians, and if you go on their talk shows, like if you go on Marquette's and all these other people, they will never, ever, ever, ever respect Nigeria. Most of the world will never respect Nigeria ever again, because what Nigerians have shown to be is that not only the men are completely useless, but they are not thinkers and they are cowards. When you praise an invading force for whatever reason, and what is your excuse? Oh, well, the resources, we ain't never got no benefit from them anyway, so why can't they just come get it? And then you think, if you think America is going to stop getting in your affairs, it's not happening. You just gave the opening, there was no repercussion. You've shown that you are subservient, which is a problem most Nigerians have anyways. Subserviency, not thinking too forward. I just choice words I really want to use, but I don't want to be disrespectful. Mm-hmm. You know, yeah, because listen, it's like the men are so effeminate. How can someone come into your house and you have this inferiority complex and you're saying, well, it's good. Come in and take everything.
Them calling them colonial masters. They have houseboy syndrome. They have not grown up. They never fought for anything.
You know, so
they never fought for their nation.
I don't even think it's just that. I think it is not just that. Listen, true, a lion will never give birth to a sheep. But how can a nation of men just be so unthinking, so greedy, so stupid that they cannot even think to the future and say, this is why I want to stop XYZ from happening to my lineage. And I'm going to do everything and put everything on the line to ensure, not just for myself, but to make sure that my lineage in the future, this kind of thing doesn't happen to them, meaning slavery. It has happened already in the past. And you're setting yourself up, and it's about to happen a second time. And what are you doing? You're buying luxury cars, vehicles, houses for billions of dollars. You can only stay in one room at a time. The other day, the Senate president, the half-dead Senate president, that if you sneezed hard enough, it would probably fling him 20 miles, was caught on the mic talking about the clerk of the National Assembly has put something nice in our accounts for Christmas. And you guys are not in front of the National Assembly dragging everybody out? But you want to come on here and well, now we're just going to attack this group of people and we're going to talk down on this group of people. This is why I always espoused the importance of education in Nigeria. If the people were educated enough and they knew their rights and they knew about nationhood, who they have to be and who they are, because Nigerians do not know who they are. They look in the mirror and I think they see something else. It's sad, it's a disgrace. This is supposed to be the strongest, most prosperous Black nation on the planet. Once Nigeria is gone, it's a wrap for every Black person on the planet. You're done. Phase 2 is in motion. They got you.
Thank you. I think the last part, I truly agree with that. And I don't want to trigger Shikao, so let's leave it. I don't want any form of funny business.
He posed a question. Nigerians,
because Shikao will agree with many of the stuff you said. Actually, who are we? We are a people that have so much. We are behaving like Esau now, but we are really people that are capable of leading. But somewhere something needs to wake that part of us up.
On the other question center around, if we must fight for anything at all, it has to be who we are. We have to fight under one identity, under one union. And what is that? If we are not Nigerian, if we don't know, who are we? It's a very deep question that he round up with.
It's not so complicated. If you have a good leader, it will be under Nigeria. A good leader will change the name of Nigeria anyway. God help me if I was advising any leader, or I would change it like that.
It's not just the name.
You can't
what can we die for?
Why would you guys want to extract
people your land and everything now? What
would you want to? It's not just the name. As God say, a Boronu man, a Rivers man, and anybody can stand and say, okay, we die for this together.
Yeah, what would you
mean?
Die for what? What are you dying for?
The land.
Exactly. That's the question. What are we dying for?
They keep telling the answer. You are not hearing. You die for the land.
What's the answer? What do you mean by land? What do you mean by land? What does that even mean?
The country. That's where. If you don't know what the country is,
that's not enough.
The land, the people in there.
That's not enough.
If it's not enough, then you are dead. Okay.
No, dude.
No, let's move on. I'm not interested.
Move on.
Let me speak. I'm not interested in having pluralized debate. Like, if you cannot defend your land or your people, what are you talking about? Oh, it's not enough. Then you are dead.
How you gonna do that?
You're under the ground.
But you have to sell it. Tunaja, you have to sell it to the people. Tunaja, you have to sell it to the people. It's not just because
but we shouldn't be asking questions that don't even make sense. Like, look at what Seneca just said now. Defending your people and your land doesn't make sense. What else makes sense?
No, Tunaja, you are making a mistake. You think it is everybody that actually and believe what you believe in. Just because you want to die for your life, people don't mean everybody will do that. You have to sell it to everybody.
No, my
point. Not everybody wants to die for his people now.
I would like to think that Senecas, if somebody wants to harm his family, his immediate family, he will do anything to protect them.
That's your belief, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's true.
Are you trying to say that Seneca something wants to happen? He's going to take his family to the front and say, "Take them, please."
If your dad is abusive and someone beat him,
my God!
Someone beat up your dad. What are you going to do?
Don't start. Let's not go there. Let's not go there.
Don't start to the talk.
Don't mind it. Don't mind it. Let me bring you down.
Let me make a talk.
Commanding it already. He's not talking about abusive dad and everything.
You will be shocked. I swear, you'll be surprised.
Yeah.
The country is abusive to the citizens.
Yeah, but your job is to.
You cannot extract. You cannot extract patriotism from people that you don't do nothing for.
Yeah,
the reason why you're willing to join the military.
You're not understanding.
The reason why you're willing to join the military and the point. Let me finish my part.
In the context. No, but it's not your turn to speak anyway.
So
yeah. Because the point he was making, even if I understand it to an extent, but the people, the consequences is coming on you too, not only on the abusive dad. You have to defend everybody, including your own life. Shikao.
Yes.
Thank you for joining us. I'm sure you must agree with one of my brain cells that
I would like
that
to let me speak for
some
myself.
part. Look at that. Look at that. You are looking for disagreement. You are not looking for agreement.
I'm not looking for disagreement. I'm not controversial. I'm very straight to my point, and I always make my views very, very clear.
I would like you to address that point about privilege, whether you make any sense of it. Please go ahead.
Can you elaborate? What do you mean about the privilege?
You know, when Valhalla was saying something about, you know, if we have privilege of talking about Islam, which we're not even focusing on Islam, about Islam.
Okay.
And something that I was like, why do you keep saying we have privilege? It's like, what do you mean by saying that?
So it's not a privilege. Well, the point I spoke earlier on here today, and I think I made my point very clear as a Pan-Africanist, and not just a Pan-African. I'm an Afrocentric Pan-Africanist. And I said today, what happened on Christmas Day was a disgrace. It was a humiliation of not just Nigeria, but the black man. I think I was very clear today when I spoke to those who were here. I said, because Nigeria hold a very high position in geopolitics of black people. So the fact that since independence, we've been trying to establish ourselves, impose our views on the world, that we are humans and we are capable of governing ourselves. And Nigeria was rising to be that the front line for black people, and that country to be humiliated by America by bombing their country. I say it was a great humiliation from a geopolitical standpoint. I was very clear on it. So I'm not very hypocritical with me. I don't disagree because someone hates me or doesn't like me, so I'm going to change my view. No, I stand on that. I am against Islamic extremism. I think they should be wiped out from the surface of the earth, but I do not support the humiliation of the black race. Why do we should have solved our own problems? Nigeria should have dealt with this problem. Nigerian leadership should have solved this problem and put an iron curtain and a gate for no country to be able to put a bomb on top of their soil. That's a disgrace. It had the impact is coming, it's not now. Right now, it looked very simple. And Trump did it. It was a symbolic bombing. He wasn't interested in killing anyone. It was very symbolic to humiliate Nigeria. So let's make that very clear. But I like to address few things because earlier on, I wanted to talk about the triple heritage of Africa. You know, the various theories that were developed by African scholars in post-independent Africa to say you can't build a nation without a unified culture of values. We are the only people that try to build a nation on multiculturalism. And for Africa, it was an experiment. So if we wanted to do that, we were supposed to do it properly, but we didn't do it properly. All other countries that succeeded, they have one culture. America that you look at, people think America is a melting pot or is a cultural mosaic. But if you look at America, it's a Western civilization built on Greco-Roman secular values and the Judeo-Christian value. That's the foundation of America. All their presidents from the beginning until now subscribe to those values. It is only in Africa where we have a very huge divide. You have a country like Nigeria, we take for example, where you have a Muslim North and a Christian South and two opposing values. And you say you're building a federation, like you are building towards what? Are you trying to build a secular state? Because the North does not believe in secular state. They have Sharia, which they put in there. And Sharia is a theocracy, which they believe is a divine law governing their people. They have blasphemy law. You cannot have a federation of a secular state where another part of it is building a theocracy with blasphemy law. You are setting up for a disaster. How nobody sees that? It's not like Islamic law does not make a country develop. That's not it. That's a lie. You have Saudi Arabia doing well. But is there a competing ideology or philosophy in Saudi Arabia? Are there Christians who become king in Saudi Arabia? No. The fundamental value of a country need to be established. If you don't establish that, what is the Nigerian culture?
Is there a Nigerian value system? No. Everybody is run to their ethnic group and to their tribe. And that multiculturalism that they said that Africans should adopt, for me, was the mistake. We were supposed to build a Pan-African culture that would detribalize our mentality and make religion very, very private. Remove it from any institution that have to do with public things. We have to remove it. No government paying money for people to go to Hajj. You are going on your own spiritual pilgrimage. Why should the nation pay taxes be used to pay for that? That's what I call Mansa Musa gangsterism. Mansa Musa, the first king who stole the national treasure and went to Saudi Arabia for his personal pilgrimage. That was the beginning of corruption in Africa. And now you still do it. You sponsor people. And now you are building a country, and we don't know what country you want to build. Is it a secular country? Is it a theocracy? And people are talking about unity. Uniting again around what? What are you calling Nigeria to unite around? Is it Awolowo? Is it Zikwe? Is it Ahmadu Bello? Who are they united around? You do not have a unified. When Americans say they are united around George Washington idea, George Washington represents Judeo-Christian value and the Greco-Roman philosophy. That was everything in.
Hold on. I think you are stating something that I find a little bit interesting by using that Greco-Roman, Judeo-Christian and that Judeo-Christian is a new term that is being used, fusing Christianity and Judaism.
It's not new.
Which is actually new. If you check it, history, I think it started around 1945 or slightly earlier.
No,
because there was an agenda to fuse them together. They used to be separate. Now, let me deal with the point.
But I'm not done. You cut me.
I know. I want to address that point because it's at the fulcrum of all the points you seem to be making. Because the idea behind it is that because they are based on Judeo-Christian, that is the only thing they have in common. They have a lot of other things that are not in common.
I said Greco-Roman.
Yeah, Greco-Roman. Yeah,
the democracy is based on Greek. The court system, everything you see in America.
Hold on. The English people that founded it are not based on that.
You said
and the people, no, hold on. The people that found the English people that founded that colonized America, they have a parliamentary system that is based on Magna Carta, not the Greco-Roman.
You said who people founded it? Can you repeat that?
The British that founded the US, that they colonized the US.
We are Christians.
Yeah, but they are Christian, but they didn't practice the Greco-Roman one. They practiced
the entire Europe. Don't you know that England was under Roman control?
No. They were not under Roman control when they colonized America. They created their own system.
The alphabet they are even using is Roman alphabet. What are you saying?
Yeah, but alphabet is different. You are talking about systems. No, hold on. We are not talking about systems. Hold on. No. Jide, hold on. We are talking about systems. So don't start shifting into letters and everything else. You said systems, and I'm telling you that the UK one.
I talk about culture. I talk about culture and systems.
And you can talk about culture too. Then I want to get to the heart of it, because this thing that we do.
Hold on.
Because I have issue when people do this. I have issue when people do this. What they do is they pick one issue and say this is the reason why we can never be together.
No. You don't.
Some people say it's a tribe. Some people say it's going to value. I know. I hear your point. I'm here. I'm just trying to let you.
My point. Can you just allow me
30 seconds, then you carry on again. 30 seconds. What my point at the core of it is that these same people that share all this stuff slaughtered each other and cost over 50 million lives. Just how many decades ago. So it doesn't, just because they share the same thing doesn't mean they won't disagree. As a matter of fact, the country that
fundamental disagreement of values. I talk about values. A value is we agree on what is wrong or what is even right, even the idea of what is wrong and right. You and someone that have a fundamental value difference, you can't build country together. I know you don't get it, but it's okay. Nigeria is your example. Once you have fundamental difference in values, I'm not talking about little things.
Okay, give me an example of these values you talk about.
Yeah, if you can just be patient.
No, because if you are saying stuff, you have to justify it. This is on that panel where you have to justify terms you use. You can't just say it and get away with it.
But you didn't you allow people to finish, but I'm the only one here you're trying to.
No, because you're not going to explain the values. You see,
I will explain the
values.
I will explain the values.
Okay, please.
Okay, I will explain the value.
the idea in the entire Western world, okay, their civilization, I repeat, is built on Judeo-Christian values, and those are the main religions that they have over the centuries. And the Greco-Romans, because these are the things they inherited, the Greco-Roman value system, political system, which they developed. Okay, the democracy, trying to remove king, people voting, all of these things, they developed them. Her rights, people having right, king, all of these things evolved even during the Renaissance age. They developed those things until today they have what they have. When you bring a new thing to them, they will start to fight it because it does not correspond to what they have. We in Africa, I'm saying that we want to build, because Islam evolved in Arabia, in the Middle East, it has its own political system, even economic system. It's an entire system. So you bring that system, then you say within there you have democracy as well. You're going to have a bomb because it's not going to work. You have Islamic Bank in Nigeria right now. They have their own system. You have an entire judicial system in the north called the Sharia. Then you have your secular law that is coming from Abuja and ruling. My question is, in the next 200 years, 400 years, one of the systems got to win. One of them got to win. Either Islam wins in Nigeria or the secular system wins. That's all I'm telling you. Okay, so now let me address something very quickly before I lose my thought. The brother said, I don't know whatever he said. I talk about La Ikraha fi Din in our last talk. It's from Surah Al-Baqarah, Quran chapter 2. La Ikraha fi Din means there is no compulsion in religion. It's a very short phrase.
There's nothing like life for din. It is lakum dinukum waliyedin. Stop making up stuff that you don't know.
Lakum dinukum. Can I finish?
You don't even know what you're talking about. I speak Arabic. I read it out to you. Again, you're lying to people. Damn.
Please let him finish. Let him finish.
Lakum dinukum waliyedin is from Surah Al-Kafirun. Is from Surah Al-Kafirun.
It is from Baqarah. Are you serious right now? Stop coming here lying. Forefathers, do us a favor. Pick it. Pull it up. Please pull it up. Pull up Baqarah. Just to show you this guy is lying and bamboozling people. This is why I said you cannot come on here, misinform people, and categorically stand on it and think someone like myself will not push back.
Lakum dinukum waliyadin is from Surah Al-Kafirun.
It is from Surah Al-Baqarah.
Lakum dinukum waliyadin is from Surah Al-Kafirun.
Okay.
La ikraha fi din is from Surah Al-Baqarah.
Okay, no. Lakum dinukum waliyadin is from Kafirun. Because you're confusing me when we start talking over this thing. But La Ifrika Afridin does not mean there is no compulsion in religion. Lakum dinukum waliyadin means there is no compulsion in religion. Lakum dinukum, whether I misspoke. So lakum dinukum, I speak Arabic, you don't. Lakum dinukum waliyadin means there is no compulsion in religion. I'm not arguing this anymore.
What did I argue that? Did I say that's not what it means? I never said that. This brother is really confused.
You said Laifra Afridin.
I said Lakum dinukum waliyadin.
I'm not getting into this.
And it does not mean, it only means to you be your religion and to me be mine. That's what it means. La ikraha fi din means there's no compulsion in religion. It's from Surah Al-Baqarah, Quran chapter 2. What did I say wrong?
Quran chapter 2 verse what?
Let's allow him finish. Let him finish because this is going to drag on and Jide has
I'm giving him the verse 256.
Okay, give him the verse.
Let me tell you something. I finished my Quranic school at the age of 18 from Niger State, Mina, under the teaching of Sheikh Ahmed Lemu from Islamic Education Trust. Google it. I attended New Horizons College in Mina, Niger State, the best Islamic school in
Brother, I will call you out on that. You cannot still come here and keep standing on that when you did not even know what Sahih Muslim was. If you did graduate Islamic school, which is what you called it, you kept saying Sahih Muslim, and we were laughing, myself, Ahala, and AY. But again, I don't want to get into this because there's people that are waiting for this anyways. You can keep lying to yourself, and distort. I'm not interested.
And said, I lie because lakum dinukum waliyadin is not from Suratul Kafirun. Who would say that? Not even a kid would not say that.
No, someone that misspoke could say that because it's an infantile argument. So I can also say, well, you kept saying Sahih Muslim, and I can say that you lied about Sahih
What
Muslim.
is wrong about Sahih Muslim?
It's not Sahih, it's Sahih.
Look, so pronunciation now is what the problem is.
Yeah, because Sahih means this something completely different, and Sahih means something completely different.
So Nigeria and Nigeria are different.
No, that's not true. Sahih means powerful. So it's like saying Sahih and burger Muslim.
Bro, I'm not an Arab. I pronounce it the way my tongue is. It's not
No, because it does not exist. The word does not exist. It's Sahih.
Sahih Muslim exists.
Sahih Muslim. All right, carry on. I don't have time for this nonsense, man.
So what I wanted, let me finish off very quickly, Fofana. What I wanted to say is that the black Muslim are complicit in what is happening in West Africa. They are complicit in the sense that they have not been able to criticize the Arab war, because the Arab.
Go ahead, we can hear you. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm sure it's a very low.
Oh.
It's always
you see
it's
one
always
issue here, Tunanja. You see one issue here. You see one issue here. You're fighting over the language that me and you cannot understand. No, 99. Now let me say 70% of Nigeria would not be able to understand. So it's deeper than say.
You know why I forgive them. You know why I forgive them. I'm speaking English. That is not my father's language. So that's why I said let them carry on. Otherwise, I would have said stop speaking that language.
Oh, so you see, you not see what
because I'm speaking a foreign language too. What is the difference?
Point I'm trying to make is that identity that we don't have, and our problem is deeper than say we're hungry. It's not hunger. Our problem is exactly what you see playing out. Where do you belong? Who are you? Jide said we don't know better na Jide na Jidan Jide we don't know him. Eh? So Jide for what Jide don't feel respond. Yeah, Arabic, he don't feel respond.
I don't want to laugh because I want to respect other people's beliefs. Now I want to laugh, but at the same time,
so that time Judeo-Christian started actually fully being used from 1930 to 1956.
We are young people here. We are young people here. Just understand that where we did. Look at us. We are the future. Look at what our concern, our problem is, and we are not out of point because we are actually arguing over our issue. So imagine other people go see us. It's like, God damn, these people don't be food be their problem. So
not at all.
So
that's true.
It's crazy.
So, but there is this the point that was made there. Let me just address one key point quickly. You know, this idea about values and all the rest. I feel like we often hack on about this in so much. Where the real issue is when different ideologies or value system, as we like to call it, mix up. As long as they can mix up peacefully, who cares who goes on to dominate later on? It's when the frictions occur, that's where the issue lies. If you can put a system in place that allows peaceful interaction, because you have to allow ideas to win out. That is the whole point of politics, isn't it? One idea wins out and one dominates. If a system is more beneficial to the people, they are likely to gravitate towards it. And you have to allow that to happen. The way you should focus your attention on is ensuring that is done peacefully. Like America is an experiment. That's why they call America an experiment. Because they have different values. Different people have different values in America. When California was born in, a lot of people, pastors were saying it was a cause from this thing because the place they are so satanic and all the rest. So can you imagine people in San Francisco going to the Bible Belt? They will hate them like hell. They will see them as almost like people from sinners that they don't even want to come near at all. So America, they even have different values to the point whereby when they ask Republicans today, 50% of them, more than 50% wanted to break the country up.
Yeah, but
So,
Tunanja, that
but yet,
value,
they
that
are the
value,
superpower
that
in the
value is
world.
crashing now. They are crashing now. That's why when you say there's going to be civil war, I kind of agree with you because that's exactly what is going to cause a civil war. Those value system is because
No, not the value system. Actually, it's the what is
The
going to trigger a
beliefs.
civil war is the demographic change. That's the one that has never occurred in history. Demographic change is a real problem.
This conversation you just put to a table is also at the rock of it. Multi civilization. How do we coexist? That tension is there.
Most of the people that are moving into America that is going to cause a problem, they are Christians.
Forefather.
Because race is stronger than blood is thicker than water.
To
those
Niger.
people are not going to care whether they are Christians or not. They are going to resist them.
To Niger. Wait. Yo, you guys wait. Hold on. You guys talk as if people are not here.
Yeah, you're
Come
right.
on, man.
You're right. You are not here.
Seriously.
You are not here.
Look at
I'm not here.
Where are you? Where are you?
Come on, man. Let's Shaku, go ahead and finish your thought, man.
Yes.
Okay.
I didn't come here tonight to do Islam bashing, but I just wanted to respond to that brother. That's why I was on that. What I'm trying to say here is that it is not an issue that I'm against diversity or different views. It's very good. But when you have fundamental differences, it's very difficult to build a nation or country. I'm telling you the reality. This is very different. Within one ideology, you can have different school of thoughts. Okay, like the Western world have the left and the right. They disagree. They agree fundamentally on democracy and other things, but there's conservative, those who want to conserve the Western European culture, and there is the liberal, those who are open to new ideas and all of that. In Pan-Africanism, we have that. There are Pan-Africanists who are Muslim, they are whatever, and we are the Afrocentric Pan-African, we believe that you got to be grounded in the African culture to be a genuine and honest Pan-Africanist, because a Muslim Pan-African will betray me when I'm at war with an Arab, because he will say the Arab is his brother. He will betray me in a battlefront. Okay? If there's an economic...
But the reason why it's betraying is not necessarily because it's Muslim, because Turkish people won't betray Turkish. They are Muslims.
I talk about African, you're talking about Turkish.
No, I'm saying because you are saying it's because of the religion. I'm saying it's not because of the religion, it's because they're African.
No, the religion, they believe that their identity is tied to that religion. That is the reality.
African mumu now.
Turkish,
that's
Christian,
an African mumu thing.
Turkish will only support the Turkish who is a Muslim.
Exactly.
That is the truth. So we that are not Muslims,
remember, Turkey is a democracy and Islamic too.
Yeah, it is. But we know that
religion is thicker than blood.
That religion is thicker than blood.
Start to no.
It is.
Even the Arabs prove to you that religion is not thicker than blood.
Religion is thicker than blood. What I'm trying
religion
to say
is not thicker than blood. Arab people are killing Africans. Arab people are killing right now in Sudan. They are killing black Muslims.
Tunanja, you wanted to slap Hassan here 5 minutes ago.
When he said
5
what?
5 minutes ago, you want to slap Hassan because what he said.
Yes, he said those things, but it doesn't mean that he will be happy. To be fair, he could. You see, the way Africans practice their own religion is different. Like I said, that's why I gave that qualitative difference between that of the Turkish people and that of African. Africans, I think Chicago is right to say that Africans, the way we absorb religion, we think we are one of them. We forget ourselves.
We are having that debate right now as a nation. Which one is thicker? Is it blood or religion or tribe?
Blood is thicker. Right, everybody knows blood is thicker. It's only us that don't know that. Everybody else knows that blood is thicker. It's only our own don't know that.
What about the West? I don't know.
The West, even for the West, blood is thicker. It depends on where they stand in their religious divide, but their religious divide, man, they hate each other. Oh my God!
It's not cut and dry like that. It's not just cut and dry like that. It's anyway.
Oh, you see all these chat people, all these enemies of progress in the chat. You wanted to stop. Yeah. All I've never seen the people that dislike their host so much. What kind of chat people are these? Everybody just like to hate. Let me see. You know, they really like Chikao submission. You know, when you tell Nigerians how to kill themselves, they are so happy. Like, look at that.
It is because it's coming off as if he is going against the Muslims. So
yes, that's what they love it. I'm like, oh my God, that is so beautiful.
And you are arguing religion is not thicker than blood. See, your brother will slap you because he won't go heaven. He will slap you because of Jesus Christ.
I think it's us. I think it's mostly us. It's us that do that. We are really terrible at that. We absorb everything.
We worry about when they kill anybody that blaspheme Muhammad. We worry, but we go kill ourselves because we know.
Father, I have an assignment for everyone. Based on what you guys are talking about. Go find the textbook. It's called Social Animal. The first edition. It was probably written in the 60s. Find it. It dealt with this topic. Why people, why like when people have an ideology, like why they want to defend it. Like if you look at gangs and cults, it's the same thing. It's the same thing. If they jump you into a gang, the reason why you want to kill someone for the gang is because the process it took you to get in it. You know what I'm saying? There is something about working hard to become a part of something, an organization, and protecting an organization. It's psychology, man. Just go read Social Animal. You can read all the other types.
Does that apply when you spend a lot of money for a woman and you feel like
exactly same thing? Same thing. If you spend money, exactly same thing. So, like for instance, the soldiers, people that join the military are more patriotic than the non-military people that don't join military. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Not always, not 100%. Most of the time, you know what I mean? And it's designed that way. It's all behavioral psychology. Religion is the same way. You know what I'm saying? So if you don't understand the psychology of it, you're not gonna understand how to deal with the problem. Period. You got to understand the psychology of it. It's beyond, it's not just a social issue. Yeah, it's psychological. It's purely psychological.
Look at that. Look at this one saying, Shikao, you're very, very intelligent. Of course, he's very, very intelligent because they don't understand that. See, I hear what Shikao is saying, because like Islam, Christians seems like they can never work together. But what he should be focusing on how the mechanism you need to design it, because almost any system you can design a way for them to work together. You have to design the system that enables
if now you design, if you are the one designing it, but if they design it for you, it becomes a problem.
If you listen, if you have you have to have something. You have to have something that elevates beyond what religion gives you. Like for instance, in China, they have Muslims in China. They have people of non-religion and Christians in China. But the system has
Uyghurs.
The system, the Uyghur. The system has incentives.
Uyghurs.
Man, why you gotta call them Uyghurs? They're not.
They call them Uyghurs.
Muslims and the Catholics in China are not finding it funny.
See, listen, you have to. What are you talking about? Where's the proof?
Oh my God, Jonathan hasn't said anything. No, goodness.
You have to create something.
These are
I don't care about moderating too much now. Let's just have a conversation.
I want to hear Jide, man. I want to hear Jide. He knows a lot. Like, you guys underestimate Jide, man. Yeah.
Okay, let's hear Jide. No, they are underestimating Jide. Jide spoke very well today. I really appreciated the way he came across today. But don't disappoint me now, Jide. Don't go and start the fight. Jide can come sometimes and just get cross with people and just start the fight.
I've repented.
Yeah, you have. I see. Jonathan is here too. Jonathan, you are free to join in now. Please, it's an open platform.
When
the noise is too much, it make me lose my mind. No, I'm not young again. I'm an old man.
Exactly. It's not easy. Yeah. Okay, I will make time for you to speak.
But before I lose my line of thought, because of what what our brother Shiko said, about the two religion because of a core value. One, I disagree with that. In America, we have all kind of religion, but there is a system in place. So it's the breaking down of law and order. So are you talking now if a Muslim violated Islamic, they'll still do the same thing to their fellow Muslim. If your brother is a core believe a Christian and you are not a Christian, you don't believe that, you are like also like RNA to him. The problem we have lost our identity. One thing I love about Shakur is that he says Pan-Africanist and he's a traditionalist. He has, the last time I watched him spoken, watching speaking, he said that he giving mission deeper life and it's not his thing. And he's now a spiritual, a practice African tradition or whatever, which is if we believe the core value that have us together before the coming of white men and the Arab from the northern part of Nigeria, and then the white people from the south, and they divided us based on the religious distance. Then we got what was Nigerian, most African religion before the coming of the white people or the Arab. Then we can have a conversation. That's our core value. Any other things we say we are practicing is the same thing every part of the world. So what we need mostly is the system of holding people accountable. It doesn't matter whether you're a Muslim, you're a Christian. There are a lot of Muslims in this county where I live, they have their mosques everywhere. They don't behave anything differently because the law will crack down on them. The only thing they have their own sentiment and whatever they believe. So the center is not holding, and the center is the Nigerian are not. They lost their mind. They lost their mind. You can give credit so much to a pastor, but you cannot give credit to your father and to your mother who brought you to this. In fact, so I told you the story. One of my brother, he on my birthday, and I don't want to mention the name of the pastor. I said the God of so person, the God of my father of Bishop so bless you. I say if I will block you, you are retarded. Don't talk to me that way. Talk to me in the way, talk to me that the Father will share, may the spirit of our fathers be with you. This man doesn't know I exist, and he doesn't know your ass exists. Excuse my French. So do not come and do that religion thing with me, even though you guys hear my other's name or whatever the title, no title. I believe Sekao have such grounded and the love for humanity, but he has to believe that humanity comes first. If you are in trouble in China, America, any part of the world, if somebody comes to approach you, they don't approach you to rescue you based on your color if they have humanity in their hearts. They will rescue you, and that is a different bargain. We can talk about the geopolitics of the world, we can talk about our differences, but that comes first. The problem that Black people never understand now are still struggling. They have a plan to exterminate us, not just to take our property. They don't care. They don't love us. They don't. They, in fact, I heard somebody told me, "Oh, they are gods." Of course, you can believe they are God. How they are? No, they are angels. Angel is like sinless. No, you don't know these people. But that is a different debate. But I think we are going too far with the issue of religion. Those both religion is not our religion. If we are going, let's go back to our root. And going back to our root, they demonizes us. They here. The biggest, most popular human sacrifice is them that do it against Jesus. It's not African people. What they come to us that we that keep good to make a sacrifice, which was also a kind of value that even in the Bible before they say the coming of the sacrifice of the blood of Jesus, they use animal for the atonement of their sin. But now when they came to take everything from us that we believe in them, dirty stuff. That, of course, I believe We have to reform it. We have come a long way. Christianity is due for reform. Islam is due for reform. If to meet 21st century as what is happening around us. So I think we should. It's a good submission, but I don't believe that that is the main thing. I mean, it drives them. Can't believe Christian. If pastor will kick somebody, talking about the Pastor Chris Okafor right now, his church member can still die for him that he do not do nothing wrong or he did nothing. And I'm not saying that lady is an innocent. I think both of them are the same, but that to whom much is given, much is expected. That man couldn't have behaved that way, but that's how gullible we are as a people, and that's what religion does to us. But some of you that have had to grow that, I hope you keep it up. Don't let religion be us.
I really appreciate that. That is very, very good submission, I have to say. And the critical part when you talked about the systems that are put in place, that is what all societies, you always have differences. And all these chat people that keep calling me also, I don't know what is wrong with you people. It's like fun to them now. It's like fun to them because this guy come and preach division. They are so happy. Like Muslims are a problem. They are calling me all kinds of names because I didn't let Shika finish. Don't worry, Shika is going to finish.
The chat is for me, so you have to listen to the audience.
Don't think it's special. I am specially hated in that chat. These are some people, they never support me ever. What kind of chat is this? You know, when I'm closing, that's when they start supporting you. You see the kind of attitude they have there. So, Shika, let me let you finish your thought because they won't let me rest.
So I agree with John Abba, but I think he didn't get my point. I'll make it very clear. I'm not saying that Muslims are bad or nobody should practice Islam. Or we should not have different religion. That's not the issue. I'm saying fundamentally, the system that governs a nation, you should not have two fundamentally divided idea of philosophy governing the country, like the way you have secular democracy in Nigeria competing with a theocracy in the north. You have to get it. This is not a one-on-one Muslim issue. It's a systemic issue. It's a cultural issue, which can make or destroy a nation. When you make law, the source of that law, if it is secular, that means we can vote to change it. After five years or so, we can say this constitution is not working for us. Let's vote. You can't vote to change Sharia. It's there forever. They will cut your hand. They will stone you to death. Are we living in the 21st century to have a law where we can stone a woman to death in your country? So I'm saying there is a fundamental something is wrong if we have to have those two competing ideas to govern a secular state. Either Nigeria become Islam or Nigeria become a secular state and ban Sharia law, blasphemy law from all of those countries. It doesn't mean Muslims shouldn't practice their Islam. They can practice it. But when you get to that, anything that do with the national interest, national culture. I was in Nigeria during Obasanjo time. They were supposed to have a beauty pageant in Abuja. Muslim rose up and said, it's Ramadan, you can't have it in Abuja. Did you guys forget at that time? They have to take it to Calabar. That's not a country. That's not a country.
It's too long, man.
One group of people are saying that our God is telling us this, and you guys got to follow it. I'm saying that you are not building a country if you do that. America that you mentioned.
Okay, let me ask you, do you have one example of a nation that broke apart because they have two different systems?
Sudan.
Did they have two different systems? Or
Sudan, let me give you the story. Let me give you the story.
It's taking too long now.
Let me finish. Sudan.
Let me give us the story.
The South Sudan were Christians.
Yes.
South Sudan, and the North Sudan was Muslim. The Umar Bashir took over government. He said he wants to put Sharia and Arabic language in the country. John Garang said that you can't do that. Let's have a secular state. He said no. They fought for nearly 20 years. They broke the country. Today, South Sudan is his own country. Example is given.
Breakup. I'm not sure that was the reason. I'm not sure that was the reason for breakup. Though.
What was the reason?
I'm not sure it has anything to do with
So
Sharia.
if you are
Because
not sure, why are you
hold on, because I'm not sure even the current Sudan we have is Sharia run.
Can I help you with an example? India and Pakistan.
The current run Sudan is not Sharia, so why would they break up?
India and Pakistan is a more valid example.
But they were not together as a nation. It was the British that decided to break them.
Were you together with the North?
Huh?
Were you together with the North?
The British, see, the North could have gone on their own. They didn't want to join
together?
Nigeria.
Were you together?
Yeah, we were together with the North, and we were on the same land. What are you talking about?
We were in one empire.
Before British colonial rule.
No, we are not in one empire. Of course not.
Brothers, don't get it twisted. India and Pakistan were together pre-colonial rule.
They speak the same language. Gujarati.
Hold on. But what difference does that make? They were together pre-colonial rule, but when the British were leaving them, they decided to partition it.
Yes, correct.
And so how does that is not them governing themselves and deciding to break up?
Okay, I see what you're saying. Okay, I see what you're saying. Okay.
No. Before you have to know Islam, the Muslim conquered part of India and imposed Islam at a certain time, broke the temples, destroyed the Indian temples.
We know about that. I think I'm under no illusion.
Okay. So what I'm trying to tell you here is that Pakistanis are convert. They are Indian who converted to Islam. That's what Pakistanis are.
I see. Do you know what used to happen in England when a Protestant coming to becomes king versus a Catholic?
That's why they separated.
Hold on. Let me explain to you. Then they will bring the Protestants, bring them and start burning them at the stake. That is how wicked they were to each other.
That is the same religion having infighting. But what did they do? They separated the religion from the state. The secular law.
You are worried about infighting. You are not thinking about how much hatred they had for each other. The one that actually caused blood.
Did you separate the church from the state in Nigeria?
Yes, we actually do.
And you have a Sharia law?
Hold on. The federal law is separate from Sharia law.
So the states have a theocracy governed by divine law. That is a secular state?
The state is not governed by theocracy. There are certain areas that they function with that law. The federal government institutions are still federal government institutions. The police is not under Sharia law.
Show me another country, successful country in the world that have that system. Show me one.
I thought you were for Africans doing their own thing.
No, you asked me for example. I give you Sudan. The brother give you India. You give me example.
I can give you something even more extreme by saying.
Give me an example of a federation. Where
hold on. Let me give you something more extreme.
Mm-hmm.
In the case of Turkey is almost all Muslim. Hold on. They are almost all Muslim, so they don't even have anything to compete, but they still chose to be democracy.
There's no Sharia in Turkey.
That's my point. You are
secular. You are making my point.
Oh, hold on. You are not making the point about Sharia. You are making the point about values.
No, but value is law. It's system. It's law.
But you see, now you are shifting it to
values. I told you Sharia very clearly. I said theocracy. You have a theocratic system in the north, and you say it doesn't matter.
You're talking about ideology.
But the theocratic system. Okay, I hear what you are saying there. But the theocratic system is not the government themselves.
The state government is not government.
Yeah, the state government is not Sharia government.
Give me an example of a country that has Sharia states and secular states.
They still have They still have House of Assemblies. They don't have. I don't know what do Sharias have when they are governing themselves.
Give me an example of a Sharia country, of a country with Sharia law and secular law that developed. Just give me one.
A country with Sharia law, because there are not that many like Nigeria.
Okay, so it doesn't exist.
Of course, it doesn't. And then what makes you think using your own statement categorically is correct? The only examples we have is that Muslim-only nations have been democracies. Mixed nations have managed to, nations that are very diverse have managed to govern themselves very well based on a well-defined system. So if you define the system well, you can be able to adapt and survive it. It's not a death sentence.
I'm not disagreeing. I'm saying then define that system in Nigeria and other countries, then remove the Sharia.
Okay. See, sooner or later, you see, the beauty of the Nigerian constitution is that, okay, given Nigeria functions, it's hard for me to say anything is beautiful. But the point is that they do amend it And I believe the Nigerian constitution needs amendment in so many areas. Like even the presidential system. Personally, I'm advocating for a presidential council where people can be able to govern themselves the way they see fit, while they have representation in the center. And the expunging of the Sharia law. Personally, I support it. Or if there is a way to ring fence it more strictly so that they don't look to expand it later on, I'm fine with that. There are things you can do to make sure this is not spin out of control. However, where I would sympathize with you is that, my Muslim brothers, they tend to be, especially in Africa, the way they behave sometimes, they tend to be out of control because they feel like they are on the ascendancy and they don't want to listen. They don't want to listen. They want to capitalize on the fact that they have the momentum and they feel like they were going to get the power, so they don't want to change anything.
That's where I was coming to end my topic on the Black Muslim complicity and how they are complicit in what is going on. If they could arise and speak truth to their own house and be able to say, hey, we have even against the Arab, the Black Muslim is not brave enough.
That's where I agree with you. That's where I agree with you 100%.
There is a book written by a Senegalese. It's called Veil Genocide. In French, it's called Génocide dévoilé. Veil Genocide. Google it. This by Ndiaye. Ndiaye is a Muslim, but for the first time, he wrote a book called Veil Genocide, revealing that the Arab transatlantic slavery was the most vicious, it was the most inhumane slavery that lasted longer for 13th century. 9 million people taken to the Middle East, mostly from East Africa. And he explained very clearly how those people were destroyed. It's a book. He gave you all the data. A veiled genocide. And as I speak to you, Saudi Arabia ended slavery in 1962 after they were pressured by the British. 1962. Saudi Arabia was the last country on earth to say slavery is bad. The land of holy or holy. Mauritania was practicing slavery as recent as 2000. There are black people there, the Arab were enslaving them. They were using hadiths of the Prophet to convince them that
that Mauritania one pisses me off, man.
ECOWAS and other people have to rise. And the black Muslim in West Africa could not rise up and say, we are not having this. The black Muslim is complicit. And this is what we are telling them. Have you read books? You can let's look at Martin Luther King of America rising against white people and the church there for doing bad to black people. What Muslim rose up against Arabs, against racism of black people in North Africa today? Black people in Libya. Where is the black Muslim? They don't talk.
You know what? I have to give that one to you. You really, that's a very, very strong point you made there, where, black Christians stood up against the British and the Americans.
Yes.
But you hardly see black Muslims do that against Mecca and the others.
Never.
They don't come out. They never come to challenge them.
They don't even write an article.
That's a solid point that you just made there.
I've been to North Africa.
No, but that would not be.
Sorry, Jide. Oh my God, Jide is invisible. I didn't even see a syndicate. Are you still there? Where's the syndicate? Okay, it's hiding the work corner. It's all right.
I and the syndicate have been waiting since.
You know what? Let's leave them because we have completely. No one I said guys talking about abuse. We've abused them so much. It's not right. Thank you for your patience. And Shikau, I really appreciate some of the points you made. I disagree with you with some of them, of course, but I think we agree on more than we disagree. Jide, please go ahead. Give us something to be cheerful about. This is Christmas after all. What is wrong with everybody? Downers.
Seriously, if the missile strike did not hit on Christmas Day, maybe we would have had more positive things to maybe hopeful for. But that missile strike has in fact changed the entire. I mean, I've predicted it before, but no one expected it to come around this time of the year. Like, no one would have imagined that it's going to be around Christmas or New Year, that this would have happened, But I wanted to say something. And so the thing is, Nigeria as a country, I've said it before, that Nigeria as a country is a country of huge influence, but also Nigeria as a country is a country of internal contradiction. So instead of saying Nigeria is a country that has the potential to fail because they have conflicting values, I would rather say it's a country of internal contradiction. So when you have countries that have internal contradiction, you have political factions that are competing against one another. It could be ethno-linguistic, it could be ethno-religious, right? And Nigeria, it is ethno-linguistic or ethno-tribal, and what are they calling it? Ethno-linguistic and ethno-religious. But the point I'm making is this is countries that are very hard to unite are the countries that are very easy to dominate. Countries that do not have any core. All right. So Shekar was talking about Nigeria that we not share any common value, that we all exist as ethnic groups. We do not have anything in common. I agree with the fact that we do not have anything in common. But that is where if we had the right leadership from the time of the so-called independence and anti-imperialist leadership, I believe by now we would have moved away from that conversation. And all of us would be nationalistic. You understand? But Nigeria has never produced any Pan-African or anti-imperialist leader. The only person that comes close is Muritala Mohammed. And within a short period of time, he was assassinated. So that is why we don't have that in Nigeria. But the point I want to make, you see, Ukraine is another example of a country of internal contradiction. Those countries that have internal contradiction in their political structure or their demography, they are very easy to control by the imperial powers. So Ukraine is another example. If you look at Ukraine, you have Western Ukraine. Western Ukrainians, they embrace Western liberal ideology, liberal democracy. They are anti-Russian. They despise Russia. But if you look at Eastern Ukraine, they are very pro-Russia. They have Russian culture. They speak Russian language. So there's a conflict there. Just like Nigeria, you have the northern part, it's a Muslim majority. In the southern part, it's a Christian majority. There is a conflict. So it is more about conflicting ethno-linguistic or ethno-religious ideologies or historical, what are they calling it? Historical association. So when there's a conflict like that, it is very difficult for unity to happen. So
I think, don't you think you are missing the point? Because Tibet is not exactly like the other Chinese. The Uyghurs are not like the other Chinese.
But you see what's going on with Tibet and Uyghurs.
Yeah.
On, right?
But hold on. The same China is a rising superpower. The point I'm making is that the fundamentals have to be taken care of.
Yes.
The reason why Ukraine, that you said, became vulnerable is because they foolishly gave up their nuclear weapons. You see, when you are strong, you can afford to have flaws and you'll be fine. But if you are weak, even if you are flawless, your weakness will introduce flaws by force. That's the problem. And we have to deal with the fundamentals. That is what I keep trying to get people to see. We are too used to singing this song of, it's because you are different. No. I've seen people that are worse, bitterly divided than us. And they go on to form European Union, NATO and all. Why do you think they are able to do that? Because they have power. They can overcome it. Get over it and move on. And work together. Look at, is Turkey not part of NATO? Is it not Islamic?
Yes.
Come on, man.
But the point I'm making is, if you look at Ukraine, that was part of the agreement and the deal that was made with Gorbachev and all the other Soviet Union actors that led to the formation of Ukraine. Because if they did not release those nuclear weapons, I don't think Ukraine would have existed as a state today. So the compromise they made was you have to dissolve your nuclear weapons because they saw this coming. They already saw this coming, that Ukraine may be a potential security threat. Because even when the Soviet Union existed, in fact, they were already using Ukraine to somehow want to destabilize the Soviet Union.
But they couldn't have forced Ukraine to give them their nuclear power because Ukraine was the nuclear power. The
The
problem was
husband-
that Ukraine agreed to
But-
Soviet Union and America pressuring both, because America, it was in America's interest for Ukraine not to have nuclear weapons, because they felt that this was, after all, this was former Soviet clients, this in state, and then it was Soviet Union's interest to take the nuclear weapons from them because they don't want another small state next to them having nuclear weapons. So both superpowers ganged up against Ukraine to get Ukraine to give up. But if I was Ukraine, they will sign with their blood. Otherwise,
don't also forget that the nuclear weapons were created still by the Soviet Union. That's exactly the point. So the nuclear weapons were there as a,
I thought Ukraine was Ukraine not part of the Soviet Union?
They were part of the Soviet Union. That's what I'm saying. You see what I'm saying? So that nuclear weapons was not created by Ukraine before it joined the Soviet Union. It was formed because Soviet Union existed. So it was important that it was dissolved if they were going to form an independent state. You see the logic, right? So
no, you mean the nuclear bomb was given up before they form an independent state?
Yeah, it was part of the agreement for them to form an
what
independent state.
What gives Russia the right to be the only arbiter of Soviet Union? They were not the only ones in the Soviet Union.
That's the heartland of the Soviet Union.
Yes, now, but you stupidly put then you put the nuclear weapon. Why didn't you put it in your heartland? you put nuclear weapon in my territory, and you expect to give it up.
You are seeing it that way, but the way they are seeing it is they never knew that the Soviet Union was going to collapse like that.
You know what? What I'm going to say is that if I had 10 nuclear bombs, say take 5, I'll keep 5. You have to negotiate these things.
Yeah,
why would you give up everything?
Bill Clinton was also regretted what you're saying, like because because they wanted to use Ukraine anyways. So he was now looking back and saying maybe they shouldn't have actually reached that agreement because I think it was the president at that time or something. But I don't want us to digress. Let's talk about Nigeria, right? So if you look at Afghanistan, the same thing. So but if you look at what happens with military intervention, now they've struck Nigeria. More strikes are coming, right? More strikes are coming in Nigeria. We do not know where those strikes are going to attack. And as a result of that, that will create more chaos, right? So what happens is when these strikes keep coming, you know what they do? This is what they've done in the Middle East and other places. They will prop up sectarian factions in Nigeria to fight each other. You understand? That was what they did in Iraq. That was what they did in Libya. So now CIA would infiltrate easily. You have IPOB, you have Arewa, you have all those groups. They will prop them against each other. You understand? To further weaken the state.
Sorry, Shaka, why are you leaving? Man, you need to come back, man.
Yeah, I'm hoping he stays, man. Come on.
Yeah. I need to educate you. Come back, bro. Come back.
So what was I saying? So there will be more. So when there's sectarianism, it weakens the states. So when the state is weakened, the state can be further exploited. You understand? So that would lead to complete destruction of Nigeria. And that's what we are hoping is not going to happen. But that is where we are heading towards right now. You understand?
Have you considered that might create the environment for a true nationalist to emerge? Because all you need is a set of people that have the trust, maybe even emerge from the military and say, you know what?
Emerge from the military. That's where I was going to.
Enough of this.
Yeah, so
we'll rip anybody apart that is trying to do nonsense.
Yes. So okay, go on.
No, go ahead. I think
before
they start accusing me of talking too much.
Yeah, I was going to arrive to that point too. That can also lead to, if that is going to happen, it can lead to the military where we have nationalist forces where you have mobilization of anti-imperialist resistance forces within the military that will take over the government. So that can happen. So those are the angles I'm looking at. Those are the future potential events that may happen in Nigeria, depending on how the US intervenes in Nigeria. Because if the Nigerian government,
I pray does not get there.
If the Nigerian, I hope so too. If the Nigerian government do not become the lapdog, that is what they're going to do. They will use those factions. They'll start fighting. They'll give them weapons. They'll start fighting each other.
Nigeria is too. See, the thing about Nigeria is that it will be too hard for Nigeria to divide. Like if you want to divide Nigeria, the difficulty you're going to experience is you're just going to leave Nigeria like a destitute country where you have different area governing themselves.
I have a question. I have a more interesting question for Jide. So, what would the West benefit from destabilizing Nigeria? Like, what would they benefit? Like, what would the benefit be?
Yes. Like I mentioned it earlier, right? The ultimate goal is for full control, full domination, and full access to our natural resources. Essentially, guys, now that you asked that question, I'm supposed to send that document now. After I finish talking now, I'll send the document for everyone to read. It's a national security strategy document that was written and approved last month. I will send it for everyone to read. All this I'm saying is on that document.
I'm not sure. Go ahead. I'm not sure they want us to destabilize it because they don't know what could happen. Like you said, there could be a nationalist group in the military that just emerges and decide, no, we are not going to stand here. The nation we saw allegiance to got disintegrated by these assholes.
In Nigeria, you think so?
It's possible. You see, you'll be shocked because there are a lot of soldiers out there. We like to think we are all divided, but in the military, they all talk to each other. They are friends, and you just have to have the right combination, and you all have breakthroughs.
If the Nigerian government becomes a threat and do not do as they are told, they will destabilize Nigeria. In fact, once they have access to those mineral resources, like Centrica was asking, what will be the eventual goal? To have full access to our natural resources, but it is the plan. They need Nigeria to be destabilized for them to have that access. They cannot allow Nigeria to be stable and they will have that access. They can't. Because you understand.
One problem the West has, one big problem they have is that they are time limited.
So the thing is, okay, go on.
Then let me see. There was a researcher that said they had up to 2027 before they can even hope to contain China at all. And they have, I think we are getting to 2026 now. They have a year to go. So all this stuff they are doing is a last gasp to control, and if they don't succeed, they can't do that much more than they are doing now. I don't see them doing that much more, because if they do that much more and it starts destabilizing Nigeria, you're going to start seeing other Africans getting involved and say, "What do you think you're doing here?" It's going to go too far, and I don't think anybody will want to contact. Even myself, when I think about it, it's impossible for Nigeria because the South want to go on their own, the South Middle Belt want to go on their own. The Southeast want to go on their own. How do you even start that negotiation? And the North doesn't want anybody to go anywhere.
That is exactly the point.
How do you even start that negotiation?
That is exactly the point. When you have a weak state,
if somebody is in Nigeria, he need to speak first.
Who is in Nigeria?
Myself.
Your Highness. Your Excellency.
You gotta let me speak.
Let me finish.
Are you sure?
Let me just finish.
Yeah, I'm in Nigeria.
Oh, that's nice. Wow. In Lagos or Abuja?
Lagos.
That's
you see that?
No,
you like party too much.
No. I don't.
That's exactly why you went there.
You know, I follow Sharia. I don't do party. I don't party. You know, I follow Sharia.
Okay. You see, all these Sharia coded people. They like.
Yeah. Me, I love Sharia. I don't hide it. I love Sharia.
I thought you were in Atlanta. Like, what the hell? What are you talking about?
No.
Stop it, man. Dude, I have your number. What are you talking about, man? I have your phone number. Chill. Calm down. You're in Atlanta. Calm down. You're in Atlanta.
No. I don't know where I am, bro.
Why came here to play us or what?
No. I'm serious.
Are you sure?
Actually, I came in because you are not the leader of the anti-Islamic forces. Then Sheka is your deputy now. I wanted to. So when I heard the Sheka was talking about Sharia, I begin to wonder. I said, "Forefather is here. I thought you were gonna correct him. You are in the UK. Sharia is legal in the UK for personal matters, right? For civil matter, it's legal. Yes. In the US, same. In Canada, same. Now you have a country, you see, you got to balance things. Like Sharia, like in Nigeria, where Muslim people dominate, and people are saying, no, you can't have Sharia. When they say Sharia is
it's not only for personal matters, though, in Nigeria.
No, hold on. Yes, that's what I want to address. The truth is, you can't completely remove Sharia from the constitution. I think they should restrict it to personal matters. like marriage.
Yes, no more criminal
Yes,
stuff.
no more criminal. Yeah, for criminal, I agree. Amend it. Let our court deal with the criminal matters.
stuff.
Let Sharia be braced, because to be honest, Muslims want Sharia to govern their life. That's why I wanted to address Seka, because Seka know, if he said he was a Muslim, he knows Islam is not just pray, it's a way of life. So Muslims want to be guided by those laws. For example, I'll give you an example. If some of the fathers die, for example, you have properties, inheritance. The Quran has actually explained already how this property needs to be shared. It makes it much easier. So there is no ambiguity. So
especially for women.
Especially for women too.
And there are places in Christian Nigeria today. This is what I want to that women cannot inherit property in Christian Nigeria. So you want a Muslim to say, yeah, it's cool. Like I don't want my daughters to inherit
what
property.
Sharia does, it protects everybody. Let's say, for example, you divorce your wife. Sharia needs to protect that woman. You have to provide for the children. You have to give back.
Why? But is that not the form of preaching you're doing now?
It's not. Well, you see, that's the problem.
That's not part of the point now.
I'm here to educate you now.
You want to teach you Christianity now, but that's not what they asked you now.
Okay, the part I agree with, yeah, it should be restricted to personal matter, yeah, and maybe for criminal matter, no, they should let other this. There are a lot of beauty. It's just that because you are not a Muslim, people don't want to list it. There are a lot of beautiful things. Like for example,
no. See, there are beautiful things in Islam. That I'm sure 100%.
No, that one, no doubt.
And it is true of all religions, though.
Well, yeah, you might say that.
Yeah, but all religions are not on the chopping block now. I would bet even Hitler had his good parts. Hitler would have. There are people that would say. No, I'm saying there are people that would say. I'm just juxtaposing. I'm saying there are people that would say Hitler was a kind man to me.
Yeah,
but
it's just like Abacha.
It's not done. What are you guys doing? It's not done. Let him finish. Let you finish.
Before my next one more minute. The other thing I wanted to speak about.
No, AY, it's gonna be your turn. Just have patience.
Sorry, you know I mean.
No, AY is already taking his turn. He's in Nigeria.
Sorry, Asadika, you know I never begged you before. The other thing I wanted to speak about, right? Seka was here too. He's not from Nigeria really, but he's telling Nigeria how to divide Nigeria. Listen, what people don't know, the population of Christians in the north is approximately 30 million. What people don't know, the population of Muslims in the south is more than 30 million. Go and fact check this number. Now, when people come and say Muslims, 30 million, some countries are not up to 30 million.
No. You think 30 million Christians in the north and 40 million
that's the
Muslims
approximate number. Look it up.
Yeah, because you are saying 30 million Muslims in the north. That was scary.
South. Yeah, in the south. Over 30 million in the south. Now, look at it. People are saying, oh, Muslim north, Christian south. Now, when you are saying divide Nigeria across religious line, where do you want the 30 million Christians in the north to go? Where do you want the 30 million Muslims in the south to go? Apart from that, Sheka was talking about the Sudan, the division of Sudan. Sudan was not divided based on Sharia. It was more of ethnic. There were a lot of injustice. The south, there was injustice. But what did you find? After the division, the south that were complaining of injustice, in less than 6 months, they started a war.
Yeah.
Then what about that? The Muslim today, for the last 2 years, they've been fighting in the north. Now, let me take you back to India. Where India divided across religious line between India and Pakistan, you have the West Pakistan, you have the East Pakistan. The East Pakistan, the Bangladesh today, they divided across religious line. Today, after a couple of years, there was discrimination that cut across tribal line, not religion. That was how Bangladesh pulled out from Pakistan to form Bangladesh. These are the same religion. Today, even the India people talking about, India have over 200 million Muslims. So you see that this is, they don't really like, the way people think, they are just very weak, very dumb argument, where people are making this argument. If you think you divide Nigeria South, let's assume they are even all Christian. They can still live together because the tribal will come in. You think Yoruba and Igbo are going to live in one country, except there is a very strong agreement that this is how power is going to be shared, because nobody, this major tribe in Nigeria, Yoruba,
Oh no, the
Igbo,
South is not going to have one country. That's for sure.
you're not gonna
Nigeria
have it,
make
but
up.
people don't know. It's easy to just be talking.
The complexities you are going to see. Oh
if
my God.
if at all, what I've concluded, you want to divide Nigeria. If I just split it into six, the way
At least six. At least six.
Here is
You're
the
going to be
reason.
at
At least six. Here is the reason. So that the minority in the north will have a country, the middle belt, they will have their own country. In the south, the minority will have their own country. Yoruba will go, Igbo will go. There might be something that look like peace at all. But people,
Dude, Rivers, Calabar area cannot stay with the Southeast.
Yeah,
there's nothing like South. The Edos and the Deltas are not going there either. So I don't know what people are thinking when they say.
Nigeria people don't see, but it's easy to say North, South,
the glue that holds Nigeria together is a lot stronger than just politics.
Yeah,
the ethnic configuration is very, very difficult.
It would really be better. It would really be better to have a Nigeria that is study on justice. They should, just like Fofather will always say, you know, let's have 6 president, even if he sees vice president, no matter how you want to do it. What I see with us is we don't think outside the box. We look at, democracy. I'm not saying I don't have issue with democracy. Modify a system. People should sit down. You know your environment. It's just like your house, for example. You know, if you want to buy something outside now, you might be able to figure out, will it fit that space? We know our environment. We need to think. It's only black man that is not thinking. In Chinese, they have a system that is working for them. You're not going to force democracy on Russia.
Let you finish.
They have a system that is working for them.
Please, can I finish? I beg.
Iran has a system that is working for them.
Let me say this, AY. You know, for you have come here and spoken and made one brain cell proud. Now he wants Jide to speak. He's so proud. He's so proud.
Because he's being patient. You know what I mean? I don't want the whole place to get muddled up.
But I have to say though, what you've just said here just now just shows the depth of the kind of characters that come on the panel here. It just makes me proud, and not proud, happy that you are so like in depth. You understand some of the relationship between nations, even with the Indian one and how everything came together, even with Bangladesh, other relationship. This is why we do.
AY is a professor, one of the smartest guys on that. They need to start paying you.
Thank you very much for allowing me. Your father would have not allowed me to speak.
Look at that, man. You see, after I praise you like this is what you pay me back with. It's okay, DJ. Let's go now.
Let's go.
Let me continue what I was saying. Yeah, I just checked the distance between Miami to Sokoto. It's just a barely 6 to 7 hours drive. But that's by the way. As I was saying earlier. As I was saying earlier. So you see, the major, if you read that document, you see that they said that all their allies and the countries that have huge influence that they seek to dominate or they are dominating must significantly do their partnership with their adversary. I don't even want to read the documents now.
Wow. This is interesting. I'll analyze it. Yeah.
So the point is, now Nigeria is a country of interest to them. Nigeria is a country where they have to dominate. They do not want China to have influence in Nigeria. So apart from having access to our resources, also, they also said that in that document, they made it clear that they need their allies and their partners to what? They need to use them to seek regional stability. So they use their allies and their partners to seek regional stability and to be what? To be used to contain the adversary. So now, who are the adversary at this point? It's AES. The only adversary I can think in our region is AES. So now, they bombed Sokoto, there were no terrorists there. We don't know if there were casualties, right? And the after effects was in Kwara State. So what significant was it? And I just said it now, just 6 hour drive between Sokoto, 6 to 7 hour drive between Sokoto to Niamey. And like I said earlier, Niger and AES, they are now preparing for a potential war. Now it's probably going to be a 2-war front with either the Nigerian states that will be used by the US empire, or a direct conflict with the US empire. We still do not know how the conflict is going to be orchestrated, but it is likely they will use Nigeria as a launch pad. But before they use Nigeria as a launch pad, they need to justify what they want to do in Nigeria. So so the point is, at this point in time, the federal government of Nigeria is at this point saying, okay, now we want to put our hands off terrorism. Let the US empire solve the problem. That's my major concern now. And if that happens, Nigeria will now be a major launch pad against their adversary, which is AES. So there will be further instability across the whole region. So meanwhile, so if they truly want to intervene militarily to fight the jihadists, it makes sense they are supposed to coordinate with AES. I don't know if what I'm saying makes sense. They're supposed to coordinate with AES to fight the jihadists. I'm not talking about Nigeria now, even the US empire, because the AES, they're also fighting the Fulani jihadists. So it makes sense for them to work with AES to fight it. But rather, what I think they are trying to do now is they actually want to go to war with AES and also destabilize Nigeria for the end goal of total domination of that region. And man, it's probably going to be very catastrophic. So more than ever, whether we like it or not, we have to unite. If we do not unite, like I said earlier, if we do not remember our history, if we do not learn from our history, we are either going to perish or be forgotten. It seems Nigerians will be forgotten. And we are getting to that point slowly but surely. And it's quite unfortunate.
By the grace of God, Nigeria will survive.
Amen.
I was sleeping and then NEPA took light, and then I woke up at 9 and I saw you guys are still online.
So you say you come and trouble us again, eh?
No, like my Muslim side was the side I showed the other time. I wanted to show my African side this time around.
Oh, when they don't take light, okay. Oh.
NEPA don't take light too.
I don't know. You're welcome.
Yeah.
Hold on. No. So, man, I mean, you guys have spoken pretty much everything. Like, I don't even know what I'm going to say that's like new. You know, like, and the funny thing is, like, when you look at Trump's tweet, or his tweet after the bomb Nigeria, you can tell his audience aren't really who we thought they are. The audience kind of looked like he wasn't talking to us. He was talking to. It's like there's like a power. Yeah, there's like a power. You know, it's like a show of power. You know, it's like it was clear. If you go back to the tweet, you see that he's not talking to us. He's talking to the people that he feel like he's competing with. You know what I mean? The emerging power.
Not only that. If you notice, there is some form of organization between Netanyahu, Bill Maher, and Trump. And the Republican Party, Fox News, this was well coordinated.
Yes, it is.
So something else is going on, and the Somaliland thing is not an accident. It's too much of a coincidence to happen. Something is going on.
Yeah, it's. I think there's. It's like
partition in Africa. That's what they do.
Yeah, something is going on, and the problem with us is that we are so shallow that we just can't see past our noses, and we're blinded by our religion, our ethnic groups, and things like that. And when those of us who try to, look over that and try to emphasize, okay, like guys, this is not the time to do the to be too emotional and go into the religious thing. That is what the enemy wants us to do. Let's close ranks. And then the other side will say, no, we can't trust you. You know, and that's a problem. And forefathers, you said something about the military. Do you know why the military are the only ones who can stand up for this country? Because they are like a cult. They are like a cult. Like
it's a central cast though.
So yeah, go.
Yeah, I think the way they operate, they swear this fealty and they cross their hearts, just like a blood what do they call it, this that they do in cults. You cross your heart, you do this, you do that. So and they've given their life for the country anyway, so they're not afraid of death. They're not afraid of all this. So if a military man makes up his mind, look at Ibrahim Traore for instance. Look at the Murtala Muhammads. Look at the Abachas. You think Abacha was afraid of death? He knew the Western was after him. He was not. But yeah, he just had to do what he had to do. Now he didn't succeed, but the thing with progress is that if one falls, the next one who comes shouldn't give up, and then he continues. You will succeed at the end of the day. But if you give up, then wow, we have so much. And you have more cowards in politicians than in soldiers.
The Nigerian military, although I wouldn't call that Nigerian military because it's an individual within the Nigerian military, it's only fair. When I saw the way Dia was begging Abacha, and sometimes, and you read some of their antics, you know, the documentaries about some of the things they were doing in the military, it's like Tito Turtle. Everybody's gossiping about this one will tell this one. It's like you're soldiers, man. You focus on doing your job.
Because the paper soldiers, they're not busy. You got to be busy. This is the difference between America and the rest of this country.
Yeah, that's okay.
You got to be active. You got to be a soldier. You got to be fighting or building the community.
Yeah. That's true. That's true.
I'm really wondering why you're talking about Abacha. See, yes. I mean, Ibrahim Traore, any people can argue he's a good guy, but when it comes to Abacha, the people were not with him. He was just doing.
Yeah, I understand that. I'm not saying that they are with him.
Even if he was still, I'm not gonna rate Abacha on anything. Abacha was brutal. He was not interested in.
Yeah, no, okay. See the reason why I said what I said. Maybe it will make sense to you. Maybe it will not. Do you know that we had Abacha arranged with Gaddafi secretly to have a nuclear reactor, which was in codes for research purposes, 2 reactors that were in Nigeria because of Abacha. Do you know that? Now imagine if Abacha had not died and now Nigeria has a nuclear weapon. Do you think any bastard would come and bomb us? Dictators are bad, but sometimes
if you have the weapon, nobody comes and messages you.
I can't verify that anyway. I can't verify that information.
No, it's out there. Like in the WikiLeaks, it was there. Like
okay,
it was in ABU.
Sorry, what was there in the WikiLeaks?
The Abacha thing with Gaddafi with the nuclear reactor.
Oh, he was looking to do that.
Gaddafi dismantled it. He died. Saddam Hussein dismantled he died. Abacha also he disclosed his, and he also died. Like now, imagine we had it. Now just look at Kim Jong-un. Like if Kim Jong-un could do what he wants, imagine Nigeria has that power.
It's a shame that because
the whole of sub-Saharan Africa will be free.
So guys, hold on. Let me before I forgot what I was trying to say. Anyways, I'm gonna come to this from a psychology point of view, right? If you guys look up Ray's motivation profile, right? I was just, if you want to look at why people join religion, right? Because I know we talked about that. I know we kind of moved on from that talking point. You know, it's if you look at race motivation profile, you know what I'm saying, like something like acceptance, curiosity, families, social social
community,
contact, social
acceptance.
contact, social contact. You know, these are the things that attract people in religion, right? And in order for you to compete with this ideology, you have to provide these things, right?
Better one.
And you have to understand that, like, African tradition, right? African tradition has all these things. You know, if you go to most of the communities, like in Igbo land, Yoruba, you know, they have activities. You know, they have things that actually satisfies this profile, this race motivation profile, right? But what the West did was they dissuade the people, you know, from accepting their tradition. You know, they made tradition look like it's, you know, they called it fetish, you know, which German word. You know, they make the tradition look like it's of the devil or whatever, you know, like it's negative, and then replaced it with, you know, with their own tradition, which is Christianity.
Like the Igbo word for devil is actually before they made it the devil, it was actually one of their original gods that they worship, and he was a deity that they respected. But when the Catholics came,
even the Yorubas,
they changed it to the devil. Can you imagine?
There's no word for devil. Just I don't want to deviate from the point. There's no word for devil in Igbo.
Yeah, right? but you know that dissonance that it creates.
Right. Yeah. You know, that's the point. You know, it created that.
It's intentional.
Right? Of course, it's intentional. You know, in order for you to replace something with something else, you know, you like the saying goes, you know, if you want to kill a dog, give it a bad name. I think that's what they did with our tradition. Our tradition satisfies these profiles, right? And
you know what?
In order for us to, you know, I think the uniting ideology would be going back to our tradition and finding out all those things that actually satisfy these motivations, right? And kind of push it to the front. Like Nigeria needs to focus on culture, right? They need to have a ministry of culture and emphasize that and promote Nigerian culture. Like if you want people to be proud of being Nigerian, I mean, like if you look at the music industry, you know, the music industry is doing pretty well. There was a time Nigerian music industry dominated everywhere. Like I was hearing it anywhere I go. Like you talk about the Fuji Island, people were playing, you know, like Nigerian music. I'm like, what the hell's going on here? Even like in Asia, they play Nigerian music in the clubs, right? You know, but the thing is, the government, they're not interested in these things, right? If they were smart, they would have pushed this. They would have put their resources in these things. And actually, there are more things that we could push.
The irony of this is that the military did more to bring cohesion than the democracy. And that's the irony of Nigeria.
And the thing is,
you know, we have an NYSC. All the things that unite us are military things. The things that divide us are all democratic things. Somehow.
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it's that simple.
So maybe we're not democracy. This American democracy is not fit for us. Maybe.
Anyway, well, so you know, like for instance, right? You know, if you live in the United States of America, right? One of the problems that you know people have, like especially the minorities, is like representation, right? There's no representation. It's deliberate, you know. It's deliberate, you know. You know, when the Europeans actually in America figure out, you know, behavioral psychology, right? That was it. You know, this was a perfect tool to control, you know, to put themselves in the forefront. You know, like how, you know, everything that has to do with European, all the Aryan model of anything is being pushed to the front. And it has effect on people's self-esteem, right? It has effect, especially people that grew up.
Look at the Red Indians, what they did to them.
Right. You know,
God, they got them. They finished those people. Oh my God.
Yeah. So like, Nigeria needs to find, you know, some part of the identity that they could push to the front, right? And the thing is, like, when you look at Nigerians, right, in America, especially Nigerians in America, one of the things that we are proud of is that most Nigerians in America are smart. You know, we go to college, we have better jobs, and you know, something about that, you know, not just America, all parts of Europe, right? Something about that, you know, if you look at the self-esteem of a Nigerian compared to not just Nigerian, most Africans, right? Compared to like people that grew up here. You know, you can see the
there is a study. There is an interesting study about this, and what it found out will interest a lot of you. Now, if you look at the African continent, right, and you look at why there's so much population density right around Nigeria, like this did not just happen by accident. A lot of groups migrated to where the Niger and the Congo, intersected and became Nigeria, and naturally and you see the Lake Chad where Borno is. Now that was the source of the Borno Empire, and somebody was talking about empires and people being a shadow of themselves. Like us from Borno, like we are one of the victims of Nigeria. We are not important no more. This is a king. We had Islam 800 years before Danfodio came. Like we controlled a part of Chad, part of Niger, part of Cameroon, part of Nigeria. We were so huge, but now we're just a 60-kilometer. And nobody respects us. Even the houses, the Fulanis, they say, they just look at us and they say whatever they want because they think they are ahead of us because the British, give them that. So while Nigeria, you hear the Yoruba, the Igbo, and the Hausa quibble all the time. It is so, it hurts people like us that these people think it's all about them all the time. Meanwhile, Nigeria is so much more complex, and they are the main beneficiaries of Nigeria, and they are the ones that complain the most.
Well, here's the thing, right? If you look at the dynamics, right, it exists also in the West, especially United States of America. Anytime there is like anytime there is inflation in America, anytime there is economic disenfranchisement of the working people, there's always this rift. There's displacement of anger. The anger is always displaced on the minority. And right now, it's on the immigrants, right? And it's not a coincidence that the economy is
immigrants and Muslims.
And Muslim, yeah, exactly. You can go to a list of it. It's the trans people, it's the gay people, it's the Muslims, it's the Chinese. It was the Chinese, it was the Asian just a few years ago, right? It's black people always. It's Native Americans.
But today they're actively pushing anti-Islamophobia from the president down to the littlest guys. In conjunction with other media influencers.
Of course. What's with the TikTok thing? Have they sold it?
You think it's what?
I think it's deliberate. I think it's something that always comes out of this is like part of capitalism. It's imbued inside capitalism, right? In a socialist system, right? A system that promotes social justice, cooperation, and the collective ownership of the means of production. Now imagine if Nigeria has some kind of social justice, people cooperate. That's why when I come here, I talk about worker co-op, and a lot of people don't know what the hell that is. Like, look it up. Imagine.
There used to be some back in the day. We had it from
let him land.
Imagine if the government has a program where they say, okay, if people from different ethnic groups want to do a co-op, the government will give them a startup money. The banks will give them loans. They will qualify for loans first before anybody else. Let's say someone from Yoruba, Hausa, Ibibio, Ishekiri wants to cooperate to create a co-op, a business together where it's a co-op. It's not like it's not a capitalist system of the business. It's a business where they're cooperating, they're all working together and making the same amount of money, right? If you create a co-op, we will give you loan. The banks will give you loan, and it will be on a low interest rate, the lowest interest rate ever. Imagine that, right? And you are fostering cooperation, right? And it's going beyond ethnicity, ethnic differences. You are using that to fight against ethnic differences, right? And the problem in Nigeria, right? You cannot divorce it from the economic situation in Nigeria, right? You cannot divorce it from that. It happens everywhere. There are, there are examples that we can look at, right? And then also, if you look at Venezuela, for instance, right? Venezuela doesn't practice capitalism, right? And Trump is trying to invade Venezuela, but guess what? The people of Venezuela are all banding together because they believe in their country, right? Even though they might not like Maduro, but the reason why they could do that is because of the system that they practice. It's they can fight, they can have an infighting, but due to the system fosters cooperation, and they have. You might want to look into the Venezuelan system, right, or the Cuban system. Countries like Cuba, you cannot.
I think because Nigeria fought the civil war.
You cannot easily invade countries like Cuba.
You said you cannot what?
You cannot easily invade countries like Cuba or Venezuela because the people will fight back. The people, not just the military.
Those are not the only countries. So let me tell you, I
know there are many. These are the ones that like in my hemisphere, right?
Let me say, I have a couple of Iranian friends, right?
Right.
During that war between when America and Israel invaded, they don't even like the leadership of Iran. The way they support their country, I was blown away. But when it comes to Nigeria, I don't know. I've never seen.
And
I just explained
one of the tactical reasons.
I just explained why. There's the system that makes the people want to be patriotic, to fight against any external influences. It's not present in Nigeria. If you go to Lagos State, for instance, right? In Lagos State, they have areas in Lagos State where it's just Igbo people, and they just buy properties and they speak Igbo. They don't even want to integrate with the Yoruba. They don't want to integrate with the Yoruba, and then you got the area with the Yoruba people. They don't want to integrate with any other ethnicity. The government can actually. That could be a project for the government to say, hey, because once you create that kind of integration, and then the government is doing something for the people, trust me, Trump will not, because what Trump did is humiliating. You know what I mean? That's why he went ahead and sent the text first, without even allowing the Nigerian country to do that. He went in it's a humiliation ritual, right?
It's a humiliation and it's very disrespectful.
The bomb exploded, one at a farm, the other one at a compound in Offa. That's all.
But basically, what you're saying in Centric in essence is, did you have anything to say? I don't want to interrupt anybody.
Oh, I wanted to just read one sentence. I mean, there are many things, but that document, I want you guys to know something like that, like the US said about the ISIS thing on this document. Only one sentence, and I'll read it for everyone to listen. And we must remain wary of resurgent Islamist terrorist activity in parts of Africa, while avoiding any long-term American presence or commitments.
That's the national security strategy you're reading from, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I've read it.
You've read it, right? Thank you very much.
Yeah. So they just prime us for extraction, and then they are going to they want to take us back to the colonial era.
Hold on. We have to be careful there, because there was something I saw there that I find intriguing though. Because I just analyzed it. He says something about that for Nigeria, there's a chance that we could become like what the term they use is capable. Let me just confirm it, so I don't want to speak too many languages. Capable, reliable state. This is what I was talking about.
It's about our growing demography.
The idea
meaning we're splitting
also said that they wanted to take the best brains.
You're not letting me state the point. See, the point. The reason why that is easy for me to understand, because I suggested something similar for the current government when Niger Republic, the regime was changed. I said Nigeria could position itself as a nation that assists the West, but for an exchange of technology and all those things. They seem to be talking about, they even talking about nuclear.
Yeah, but they're more, that statement, 1 second. So that statement basically from what I get from it, it's a double speak. That's what I get from it. So we want you to be reliable, meaning we want your influence or the influence China, Russia, maybe Iran, maybe Saudi as over you to win. So you are at our beck and call, right? But now this is why I say it's a double speak.
What do you get for it?
At no point was Nigeria not ever friendly with the United States.
Exactly.
Nigeria has always been a capable vassal for the United States. So basically, in essence, what I read in it is, part of my French, I'm not going to use it, you are our B. That's it.
Okay, hold on. But the situation is different. Hold on. This is important. See, the situation is slightly different in the sense that China is in the ascendancy. They are desperate. Whenever they are desperate, then they can.
But our president is not moving the way he should, is he?
Like I said, because they are making statements, they are using words there. I don't like words.
I think I'm reading from a different document too. The document
it's the same document.
Is
it not the one you sent me?
Anything about
like
Nigeria.
It's
did not mention
in the document. It was in order of priority. We were the last.
Wait for.
It didn't mention anything about Nigeria, but the way I analyzed it was based on the Nigerian interests.
Your forefathers is too optimistic about these people.
No, I'm not being optimistic. See, I'm not being optimistic. Just hear me out. The way I analyzed it was based on what Nigeria required. And so they said, if you can position yourself to an extent in terms of as a strategic nation that can assist them, the question I always ask is, that is fine. What do you get for it? And my concern is that Tinubu is not getting anything for what he's getting other than him being in office, really. And that is the problem with our own people. Because if it was like another country, they will get something tangible out of it.
I think with Tinubu, with America, is probably he's compromised. Maybe they have something on him. I don't know.
Maybe I had some of his.
FBI does not have anything any more than what they have already. That's for the public. But
they've not released it now.
This case is being concluded. What else are they going to have? At the very most, it was a CI. Okay. And to be honest, I don't think they have anything else.
To be honest, if FBI release whatever they have against Tinubu, anything will change.
It could damage him severely. If they find out that your president was a spy for the US, that could damage him very badly.
Oh yeah.
Damage him in like amongst Nigerians. Nigerians don't care. Nigerians don't care about all that.
There is nothing you can release.
Nothing new.
It's hard. You see, when you are working in the intelligence community, military, and everything, it's one thing for them to be like rubbish, and a little bit. Some of them are a little bit compromised and all the rest. But it's another thing to wake up every morning knowing that your commander in chief is a sellout. To that you're very.
If you were to estimate, thank you, Ewa. If you were to estimate that within the Nigerian political class today, how many people do you think, how many percent do you think are not compromised?
Almost all of them are compromised. I hear what you are saying. That's a valid point. But now everybody knows, the whole world knows, and you know for sure. It's not.
Nigerians don't have shame on things like that.
They don't need to find compromise. They don't need to find compromise person on the fifth column to actualize their goals. It's about opportunity. If you look at the section about Africa on the text, go to the bottom part. The bottom part actually tells you what the whole thing is about. Like I said, I've been saying here, it's about China, the competition between China. Look,
China's a big
competition exists.
It says competition for critical minerals and other resources, businesses and help.
Notice Africa is moving away from the West.
Even if it's a dangerous time.
It's not about why they have this in interest. It's what are we getting for it?
Yes. Then forefathers, even if this is a dangerous time, then there are opportunities. Like if we play our cards right.
Wait. What are you getting? So listen, you have to look at this question from the context of a capitalist. What do you think a capitalist is getting from someone that they want to extract the resources from?
Yeah.
Like,
See,
it's all that, I mean, what do you think?
I have to say, though, Trump is a kind of leader that is very transactional, and he does deliver on his own side.
Trump is a capitalist. He doesn't care about fair transactions.
I don't know about the next president, but Trump generally, if he says, okay, if you want to strike a deal with him, I say, I will give you nuclear power plant, you give us this thing, rare earth materials.
I have a question for you.
Based on the text, it's almost like 80-20, because he's talking about selling all the technology, for oil mining and what have you. So he's selling you his technology. He's gonna have access to
who on here plays chess like really good? By raise of hand, who plays chess like really, really good? Nobody.
My sister is
so
on my thing.
Okay, what about business? Who does business here? Doesn't work for anybody. Who is not? Okay, so good. So if you don't work for anybody and you play chess very well, right? You mentioned the move, the match system, right? So you know the power of leverage.
Of course.
You know the power of leverage. You know the power of sacrifice for a bigger advantage. When Nigeria was strong, yes. So when Nigeria was strong, and we couldn't, this is why I always, forefathers will argue this all the time, right? Because I think in essence, we're not seeing it the same way. Of course, we do need these weapons. We do need some form of defense and even enough for preemptive strike against a potential adversary. Not an immediate adversary. This person is potentially our adversary, we'll knock them down. We don't have those capabilities. And why don't we have those capabilities? Because it's not as simple as, we just go to China and say, hey, we give you all this, and then you give us nuclear weapons, eh? They're not listening to you. We don't have that leverage. They'll give you bridges, and they'll give you railroads and ports, but something that's this is why I always used to ask your forefathers. You say, oh, we'll go to America. We ask this person, you want them to give you weapons so that when they decide to strike Sokoto, you can fire surface-to-air missiles at them? They're not going to give you that. When we had the opportunity to get them, is gone. But we can re-strategize and build from the bottom and put ourselves in a position.
Right now. We have the opportunity right now.
Kind of.
If Nigeria decides that they want to take responsibility on the continent, then if you want true influence and you want Nigeria to be a genuine partner, then
I want to ask AY one question. I think he's the only one that can
wait.
I would say I will use my influence to ensure all the other West African nations toe your line, and you are guaranteed that for so and so time. But this is what I demand, and you have to give me this one. You have to give me this one.
No, I don't get what you're saying. I don't get what you're saying. Start from the start.
My point is that if say the US wants something from us, like whatever material they want from us, I'll say I'm fine with that. If you don't want me to trade too closely with China, I'm fine with that. But this is what I would need. Like when you say weapons, this thing requiring weapons, the reason why those things like Saudi Arabia gets it, because they know that the more you are tied into their own ecosystem in a big way, the more likely they start seeing you as a almost.
No. But let's stick to how do you hold on, brother. How are we going to get it?
No, how you get it is that
from those powers.
You tell them, look at Egypt. Egypt, you have already given Egypt 218 this in F-16, and if you don't see us as the people you can give that kind of technology to, then what is the point of talking to you? You have to motivate me to do everything you want me to do, and I will demand all those things and more. Because I would say Egypt only offers you Egypt and maybe a few Arab countries. I can offer you Africa.
Okay, so let's pretend. Let's pretend we're negotiating. So you ask for those things. and let's say I'm America, and I say, well, no, I'm not giving it to you. Then what?
I'll say, boss off. Then we're gonna talk to.
All right, then I'll keep coming to bomb your country, and I'll destabilize your country, and your own people are going to come drag you out of that palace.
Okay.
Then
Do you guys honestly think that Nigeria?
Somebody's gonna jump in soon.
Do you guys honestly believe that Nigeria should own a nuclear weapon?
Why not? It's
Why
essential,
not?
actually.
Well, it has to be strategic. It has to be
Africa needs one.
Just because we're Nigerians.
Nigeria.
No, so forefathers, how would you go ahead?
You guys don't understand the role Nigeria
convincing the other person that you have to give it to me.
You guys don't understand the role Nigeria plays in, for the imperialist power in Africa, right? And just because we're Nigerians doesn't mean that we want Nigeria to have a nuclear weapon. Because Nigeria is a threat to other countries.
We get it. That's
against imperialism.
But at the same time,
that's my position. So I'm trying to see how he's going to get it out.
Fine with Nigeria getting nuclear weapons because they all know that they are all under threat. But if Nigeria gets it, they know Nigeria is not going to use it.
Yeah, but how will you get it is still the issue.
No. If Nigeria let's say Nigeria gets it, who do you think?
Well, hold on, Mr. Intricast. We're gonna get to you getting it. How are you gonna get it? Is where we're at. Let's not jump. How are you gonna get it?
You're the one that's jumping. I'm saying.
No, I'm talking to Fob. I'm not trying to argue with you. Go ahead.
If you get a nuclear weapon, who would you subjugate with that power, with that type of power? Who do you think Nigeria is going to subjugate?
I think what we're discussing and what I'm trying to get. Hold on a second, please. I think what we're discussing and what we're trying to get a bottom line on is deterring outside forces, not necessarily subjugating or abusing the rights of our fellow Africans. I think our discussion right now, well, that's not what we're talking about. What we're talking about is how to prevent the stronger powers from humiliating Nigeria like was done how many days ago. This is what myself and forefathers actually are. So I'm saying if you want to get that, show me how you're going to get it. If you're saying it's just, I'm just going to give you my resources, which we've been giving them forever anyways. And they're not giving us anything else but substandard roads and ports and even making your passports for you. So I'm saying, how are you going to convince the bigger power? Say, if you don't give me this nuclear weapons to defend myself against you, I'm going to start giving you my materials. And I'm saying, well, if they say, both of, what are you going to do?
That you know that if we are going to be partners, as she want me to be partner and help you check the Chinese influence on the continent, then I need to be assured that I'm a full partner that can actually sustain such a partnership. Because to be able to sustain such partnership, given our position, you need to be able to defend yourself, including from them. Because if you are partnering, you are already against the Chinese. You're not going to fight them. You're going to be part of NATO, whatever arrangement they have. Your infrastructure and everything is going to be linked to theirs.
But so then if they say we're not going to give it to you,
if they say they're not going to give it to me, then I go the other direction where they are.
Then you go to China, and China is going to say, which they haven't given you all this while. What if China looks at you and says, well, you know, if we give them this technology and this weapon, it'll make them powerful enough to be able to fight these one-sided contracts that we've put them in for the future. We're not giving it to you. Then what? Both sides have said they're not giving it to you.
I think the Chinese on their own will have an interest in giving it to us. Even if they refuse to give it to us, we can build it ourselves. After all, America built a nuclear weapon while they were at war.
Nigeria can build it. You think Nigeria has the wherewithal to build a nuclear weapon?
See, if any Nigerian
leader does have the brains, the only problem is
if any Nigerian leader start this kind of negotiation, they can be able
wait. The same Nigeria that will build a train track, a 2-mile train track for 25 years.
See, try to understand what I'm saying. See, why you say same Nigeria?
See, Nigeria of today is rotten. Two Niger, the other two Niger.
Yeah.
So Nigeria of today is rotten. You have to understand that. And I would say the source of the rot is with the democracy and the thievery and corruption. Because ever since we got back to this democracy in 1999, all of our state resources and critical assets, the Americans encouraged the government to sell it off to private individuals. So we used to have a national carrier, the Nigerian Airways, the Nikon Insurance Company of Nigeria, all the critical lifeline of the things that benefited the poor, like they sold it out and investors bought it and things like that. And so the government now pulled back, and we're only concentrating on the money that came from oil and all that. But right before the democratic government came in, when Abacha was in government, he had a secret plan to build a nuclear weapon. And a lot of the things that were said was what part of the reason why he got killed. He died first, and his friend, they were very close friends with Libya's dictator, what's his name, Gaddafi. He also died.
Where did he plan to build a nuclear power plant?
They had a plan. There was some Pakistanis involved. There were some Nigerians involved. They were doing something in Zaria, and they were doing something in a village around where do you call this place? Gembu, where highlands of Taraba State. Where is that?
In Taraba State.
Yeah.
So
there's this place where they plant a lot of tea.
You wanted to build 2 nuclear power plants at once?
No. It's not the power plant itself that is the problem. Like, they are reverse engineering. They had a Gaddafi had a prototype, whether it's from the Russians or whatever, but Abacha got his hand on it, and somehow the information leaked, and the US had to act, and they took him out.
Yeah, but there is no way you want to build something like that. The world is not going to be aware now. It's going to be hard.
You have to try. I mean, Pakistan did build their own, even though the world didn't want them to.
I don't know why people think that we cannot build it. If I show you,
yeah, that's a defeatist mentality.
What Switzerland can do, you'll be shocked what they were able to do within a short period of time. If you mean business and you are capable, you have the vision. You'll be surprised while you are discussing with them, they don't even know some other people.
Yeah, but Nigeria, like someone said on here, has the brains, has the manpower. That's not the point. At least that's not my point. So my position, somebody
is right here in the comment section. It seems there was something like that too.
Yeah. There was.
Yeah.
There was. Even we have a nuclear research reactor in Zaria.
Yeah, they came and took it up.
Yeah, but that's not my position. Is at this present time, the Zaria was even built in, I think, 2004 with the Chinese. Yeah. Okay. So, but my point is, it is not that we're not capable or we do not have the capability. It is that when we do it, I mean, look at how underdeveloped the country is, and I say that because of the astronomical corruption in the country.
See, don't worry about it. I can assure you, a leader with creativity will find a way to do it, and you won't even see it coming. In the world,
in that state, yes, we wish it, right? If we wish, yes. But I'm saying, like,
I'm not wishing. I'm saying a leader that emerges, that has a mindset to do it, they will be able to figure it out.
Sometimes, like Nigeria, when I go through the history of Nigeria, it's like
I'm just saying, if that leader shows up, he's going to do it.
You're wishing we have that sort of leader.
No, I'm saying, if you ask me what I wish for it, yes, but I'm just telling you that if we get that type of leader, you'll be surprised.
If means you're wishing for it, I'm wishing for it. We hope we get a leader like that.
But
this kind of leaders right now,
evidence in our history to suggest
this kind of leaders right now, we can't get it. You're lying to yourself. America will bomb you.
No, there is
exactly.
Let me tell you why I think.
Hold on, Hassan. I want to end the live stream. We've been on for way too long. And so let me just give everyone 1 minute.
Ask everyone, because I'm thinking.
No, don't ask everyone. 1 minute. We need 1 minute to talk because we have to come back this evening again.
Okay.
Nepa don't bring light.
Oh, look at that.
Nepa don't bring light.
You're going to talk to Muslim again. No longer African.
That's good news.
Nepa don't bring light.
You have talked to Muslim again. It's no longer African now. Don't mind it. Let me play this just as a kind of parting shot to let. This tells us a little bit how the psyche of Nigerians today, but it's just a joke.
You want to play music? Play your tribe music now. Play your music.
Hey, kakase, kutuba. Burubia. Sugar kwan. Burubia. Granot okwano. Burubia. Maka enyanyo. And amam na obema. Obema. Emense ma. Emmanuel Ngwapupu here nishi. Emmanuel pupu this ten. No baro waguru. Emmanuel ni get BP. Ele be here. Gare kwan. Kawashed. Ima kawashed ti ga gbo ngoko. Hey.
So you get the joke now. That he thought he was a bandit. You know, Nigerians are walking around scared of their shadows because of all these things that people are doing in the country. They are terrorizing people. These are terrorizing people.
And sometimes this bandit thing is even blown out of proportion.
A lot of times.
Yeah.
Like somebody that would take a when it's stuff happens, you are not the one that is getting kidnapped. Now that's why. I can sympathize with Nigerians. Can you imagine if you're a Christian in the north? You'll be scared. If you are if you're a Christian in the north, you'll be scared because you feel like
not in Borno.
Borno, I don't know about Borno though. So to be fair, I don't know too much about what's going on. But Borno is a very
there was a time that it was very dangerous for them and it was bad. But right now,
I like Borno people. You know, I like Borno people to an extent. Like. When I saw when they were dressed, I will be doing the north, so I will get to Borno, and so I will see Borno. They are very, very interesting people. You know, that's Northwest has suppressed them with their power in the Sultanate. So, but the Borno is a very, very interesting.
No, Borno is not in Northwest now, for further.
Oh, well, you see that? You see, I said the Northwest suppressed the power of the Borno. This thing because in Borno they used to be quite prominent in Nigeria at one point. They used to be quite. And I like the
now you know see Hassan.
Yes, now stubborn people.
So, AY, I've been want to ask you one question. You know, me make ask you the question.
Hassan, are you Kanuri?
Yes, from Kukawa.
You know. Nice to meet you.
Do you know Kanuri? They were supposed to be the dominant power in the north, just like the way you have the Hausa today.
Yeah, they were doing Shakara now.
Nigeria happened to us.
It's not happened to you.
Shakara. That's what cost it for you. Don't mind them.
Yeah, they didn't want to share their language. They didn't want to share. They want. It's just like the way you have the Jewish religion.
Yes.
When it came, expanded. That's what.
Yeah, they were doing the Chinese thing now, where they don't care about anything else. Let me speak for myself. We are good.
Yeah,
we are like good. Then Osumada you came and smashed them.
Now, if we are looking for a model for Black Africans and religion, I think the Borno model will be good for the Northwest, especially now that we've suffered, from extremism.
Yeah.
Let me thank the people that donated to us. Sorry. We have to close. There's never going to be any good time to close. There's not going to be any good time to close. Let me thank the people that donated, please. No asking questions. African Frequency.
I wanted to ask the question.
As Valiant, I really do appreciate you with all some of the support you are supporting this company. This Dr. Damage has Valiant again with his he joined the this in the channel, and Madam Oriaku Tokbe, we have to respect. She donated £20. That's a lot of money. Yes, very good support. I really appreciate that.
I don't know what they do, but they're not gonna catch you.
Thank you for it. Yes, he's very supportive. He's very supportive. I really appreciate that. And it has Valiant again with 2,000 naira, 20,000 naira, 2,000 naira. Yeah, very, very good money. And very, very hard-earned money. 2,000 naira. Another 1,000 naira here from Hasvaliant again. Another one from Hasvaliant, 1,000 again. And Oscar Blackbone with $5. And I really appreciate that for Oscar Blackbone supporting the channel. Very, very good. And another one for Oscar Blackbone again, $5. Yeah. Then African Logic Frequency, 2,000 naira. African Logic Frequency, 2,000 naira. Then another African Logic Frequency, 1,000 naira on that one. And Oscar Blackbone again. Yeah. Man, Oscar Blackbone, we appreciate it. I thank you for that. And African Logic Frequency.
Blackbone, we will give you new wife.
Yeah. We really need to. African Logic Frequency, another 1,000 naira.
So Nigerian people, they try for this channel, though.
They are trying now. Nigerian people are donating more. This is scary, actually. The Nigerians are donating more than people overseas. African Logic Frequency again, 1,000 naira. They are shaming the overseas people, Another African Logic Frequency there again. From African Logic again.
That's this guy na traditionalist, na idol worshiper.
What is wrong with you, man? 2,000 naira from that one again. Then another 1,000 naira this donation. I really appreciate you all for donating to the channel. Ken Uloka, thank you for joining us. Chris Ken, I see you there. Oh, Chris Ken, you are there. Ken, it's been a while. I've not seen you for a while.
My question, just in seconds before we finish. Do you think if it was Buhari that was president, he would behave this way?
These guys are people, eh? Yeah.
Do you think Buhari would fold like this?
What's the matter with you? Okay, Jude Ifeanyi, thank you for joining us. Look at that. You see that? He want to criticize it. Don Anthony, I see you there. Clement Ojo, thank you for joining us. Thank you, and I'm sure I messed the name up a little bit there. JJ Wynn, I see you there too. Thank you for joining us. Golden, Fumi was here today. Adama, Black Conservative, quite a lot of different names today, that I don't even know at all. Chamsky XXX, I see you there. And who else is new that I can see there? I think I said that. Queen TA, I see you there too, Queen TA. And let's see what else is there. Sometimes when you miss people, they'll come and remind you when you're about to close. Yeah. Obino, I see you there. And Oga, I see you there too. Thank you for joining us. Golden Arc Records. Thank you for joining us there too, Golden Arc Records. Appreciate you. Tracy Jacobin is there, always there. I'm telling you, man. She doesn't cease. Relentless. Nwachuku is also there.
The answer man in France. Huh?
Yeah, A4 is also there. Thank you. Ray was also in the chat. Ray was also in the chat. Thank you for Tatayo. Is it Tatayo? Yeah, Tata Awo. Thank you for joining us, Tata Awo. And I think I've said just about all of them. I'm sure I missed some of them, the earlier ones that showed up. Man, the chat was busy today. It was really busy today. And it's going to get busier because when Trump keep pounding the country, the talk is going to long go, and then you combine it with election.
You think they're gonna bomb it again?
Yeah, I think he's going to bomb again. I think he's going to bomb again. If he doesn't bomb again, it just looks like he was just bluff. It was just a fake act. So Trump is not going to like to do that. He's going to show again that he can do it. Look at what they are doing to Venezuela and messing about all over the place. But I don't think he's going to drag himself in. That's what that document said. He's not going to let it get caught in. He knows. He's not stupid. If he gets caught in, China will escape.
wants us to be riled
When
up.
has America ever cared about getting caught in a quagmire?
Trump cares because this is a precarious time for them. They need their flexibility to be free to do other bigger things. Getting caught in Africa with the
only problem is that Trump is not actually fully.
What is the gain? What is the gain of getting caught in black dead bodies?
America's foreign policy is dictated by the Israelis. And
No, you hold on. You keep interrupting me. See, the point is that Trump would not want to get caught up in Africa. One, the people he's fighting, they don't have money. They have nothing to offer. And then the PR is going to be very bad too. You know, black dead bodies, people fighting him every time.
They don't care. When has America ever cared about PR?
See, you might not know it. There is the soft power that is associated with the black image, and the last thing Trump needs is on his plate is being caught up in some crazy black backlash in this is in Africa and America too. So I don't think he's going to get caught, but he's going to bomb again. I think he's going to bomb again. That he's going to make him look stupid if he doesn't. So I think he will do it again. Maybe even more than 2, 3, or 4 times. Maybe even more than that. Who knows?
But then where does that leave Nigeria?
Tinubu will have to campaign very hard now. He will have to recruit very hard. And
Nigeria's propaganda machine has to start running hard now.
Yeah, they really need to start.
They need to work. The Ministry of Information, it's over. Nothing the security can do. But the Ministry of Information has its work cut out for it. The Ministry of External Affairs.
Is not going to stop running. Security is the only thing that can. If you can go, you march people down there and take over the whole area. Where are they going to be bombing anymore? Because
no, what I'm saying is they're not going to put boots on the ground.
America is not going to put boots on the ground. They will be
exactly
crazy.
So
and airstrikes alone will not solve the problem.
And airstrikes alone will not solve the problem. And if it continues, if there's a sustained campaign, for example, there is a potential for increasing civilian casualties. When if this starts piling up, then the next thing they will have to do, people start seeing videos. America will have to take away the problem from itself. God forbid. We're just saying we looking into the future potential. What America could possibly now look to do is replace the Nigerian government.
That's bad, that's bad. If that happens, that's very bad.
No. They will never replace the Nigerian government because Tinubu will give them everything they want. What is the use of replacing somebody that will give you everything?
Do you know how ISWAP will use that as propaganda?
That's what I'm saying. Like
they're going to call all their members from Mali.
If civilian casualties start increasing, I'm telling you, Nigeria is the next theater. They're going to be coming from all over the world. Mali, they're coming all the way from Afghanistan.
No, I don't think he's going to get to that point. I
hope it doesn't. God forbid. I hope it doesn't. So they have to be careful.
See, one, I think those Islamic militants that are thinking that are going to be showing up, believe in me, that's not what is going to be happening.
Islamic nations?
It's black people that are going to be showing up, and they will have a big problem on their hand. If you start seeing Muslims from other countries militants, you are going to have a
I'm not saying the nations. I'm talking about the militants, the shaheeds that want to have fun. They're coming.
Yeah, I'm telling you, if they are going to be coming, they are going to be very, very restricted because the flood of the people that are going to be coming are going to be black people. They're going to be showing up. They are not going to be.
That's what I'm saying. Like, listen, let's pray it doesn't happen. I'm just looking. Cascading, if there's a cascading effect, what will be the outcome is what we're saying.
There's no shortage of them, you know, and that is why we were thinking of building a wall in the first place.
There's a big shortage of them. There's a big shortage of them. You see, you always
you don't know that.
Hold on. I know their population. I know their population, and they are not always very, very young. I can tell you that.
Whose population?
The Islamic militants. If
you know their population.
You know the population in Mali, Burkina Faso, Chad, Algeria, Morocco,
hold on. So give us an estimate of the people that you think will show up.
The Islamic militants that are going to be showing up, they're going to be showing up only from countries that are already at war. That's where they are going to be showing up from. How many of the countries that are at war? You can name Yemen, you can name maybe Lebanon, Afghanistan.
You're naive funny about this thing.
You're funny.
You're so naive.
You're very naive, bro.
Okay, I'm very
People that are just sitting in their house, people that are sitting in their house like this, and they okay, they're killing my Muslim brothers. All right, they won't even tell their family they can't get back to the UK.
People left the UK to go join ISIS.
What are you talking about? See, you guys are so, I don't know what to call you. You forget you are black, number one. And second,
no. Don't switch it. Don't switch it.
Who told you that? Arabs didn't come here to fight.
This is what pisses me off sometimes. The way people behave sometimes, you just saw black people getting slaughtered in Sudan, and you're here talking they're going to come and save you.
What is that got to do? Hold on, Valhalla.
What are you talking about?
Forefathers, okay, this is what we. Hold on, Valhalla. Can I please speak so we don't do the whole topic, please? No, forefathers. This is what we shouldn't be doing when we have conversations.
Number 1.4.
Wait, hold up.
Talk and
this is right. So this is what we're saying. What could potentially happen? We don't know that it's going to happen. But if you think there's a registry somewhere of a census of fighters or indoctrinated people that will show up, did you see what happened in Iraq? Did you see what happened in Afghanistan? And you say there's going to go, we forget, no, nobody's talking about Sudan. That's not what we're talking about. And nobody's talking about black people getting slaughtered. We know they're getting slaughtered. What we're saying is, if God forbid, part of the play that America decides to put on the board today is to knock the pieces over and destabilize Nigeria, this is a potential fallout of what's going to happen within that geographic region. But people get to start thinking when you talk about things like that, you're supporting Islam. No, we're telling you based on what happened in history in Iraq, in Afghanistan, in Libya. Hopefully it doesn't happen in Nigeria. People are going to be falling in from everywhere. We don't want that. So when people like us talk, it's not in support. It is not in support of Islam. I don't understand why you guys always see it like that. We're telling you that we don't
enough to overwhelm any number that shows up anyway. So
Nigeria what?
Nigerians alone are more than enough numbers to make up for whatever other.
How many of you Nigerians have gone to fight Boko Haram?
If they start fighting, let's say Americans are not on the ground, so they'll be fighting Nigerians. And if that happens, have a big problem on their hands.
Whoa. What you're going to get, this is why he said you're naive. What you're going to get is not going to be a Muslim versus Christian war that you're looking at it. It is going to be a conflagration. The Islamists in such a situation will be a small part of the problem that sets Nigeria ablaze at that point. It'll be a small part. So don't think for now like, oh, we're saying that they're going to fight Americans. We're saying if America or America's actions should destabilize Nigeria to the extent where People have to start coming in. It is a fallout you don't want, and I know even the powers that be don't want such a scenario.
The warfare is going to be asymmetric, and they are they're now using FPV drones and things like that. Man, you don't want that. God forbid. God forbid.
The way black Muslims talk, you are crazy. I'm looking at this
black Muslims.
Yeah.
Forefathers, that's my job. We did a simulation of this more than 15 years ago.
I'm looking at Syria now. They talked about 27 to 40,000 during the period of the Syrian war that showed up there. And I know
how many?
27 to 31,000. I'm looking at here. And let me see, UN estimates approximately 40,000, and from 111 countries. So, and this number, we are talking about 250 million.
If 40,000 people showed up at your doorstep, shooting the most sophisticated
in one day.
Oh, I know that, forefathers. Trust me. If I give you my background, you know why I know. So, if 40,000 people showed up at your doorstep right now, just think in your head right now. I want you to close your eyes and imagine how many of your relatives and friends you think will stand to get guns being distributed by the government to fight in a war, and how many of them potentially will book it on the first canoe to Cameroon.
So you're telling me 40,000 Islamists will come to Nigeria and
no, I'm telling you that if Nigeria,
God forbid the situation.
This is the thing. But the problem is when they hear these things. Wait, hold on, So the problem is when they hear these things, they don't hear anything else apart from the fact that you're Muslim.
Yeah, Muslim. You're saying, yeah.
So now you're saying to him, everything he's hearing is. You want to bring in 40,000, 40,000.
Hold on, stop. You say 40,000 show up my door. 40,000 can't show up on my door. They are showing up on Nigeria's door. Nigeria is 250 million people. So that is not a small nation you show up at.
But that's what I'm saying. Okay, so let me learn. You shut me off. When you say these things, all they hear is a Muslim is supporting Islamists. All the God forbids, and all the we hope it doesn't happen, and this is how it can stop, and we hope it doesn't get to that. So they don't hear it. They just hear you're Muslim. You want to bring in Boko Haram. So when I said 40,000, oh my God,
you don't let me talk. When I say let me talk, you don't let me talk. I let you talk because you want to talk for 5 minutes before you stop. That's not, you can't filibuster and stuff. And this is the kind of stuff people do all the time. When you talk, it's like you can't even help yourself. You want to start proselytizing.
But you cannot cut someone halfway and think you got the point.
I gave you straight to the answer and stopped. There's no need for you to go.
No, you cannot. Wait. If, for example, you want to say something and you cut the person halfway, I mean, listening is a skill. I know that's a lot of people lack it, right? And comprehension is another skill that people lack.
I'm not making any new point.
Patience is another skill. Here we go.
Conflagration, and I'm trying to tell you that conflagration. Personally, if I saw it and I saw that I'm seeing Arab Islamists coming to Nigeria to come and cause chaos, I will stop the fighting of Europeans and go after them first.
And I asked you that if there was a problem in Nigeria, such as that which
black Africans in Sudan.
But we're not talking about Sudan. See, you always try to make it a tribal.
No, it's a religious thing. It's a religious thing versus people that actually hate us. You have to. They'll claim they are coming here to fight Americans. They'll cause problem inside your own country.
We get that. I mean, listen. This is I think for me.
Then we are on the same page. There's no point. Then we are on the same page.
Technically, we're not. We're not. We're not.
Insist we are the same.
Forefathers, you dream to be a leader. You dream to be a leader. Yes,
I think it's a great.
You don't have the temperament.
He doesn't have the time and comprehension. I think forefathers does have a comprehension issue.
What do you mean?
He does that.
If he does become a leader, he's gonna lead his people astray. That's for sure.
I don't insult you when I say, but you do.
at least I will lead my people astray, but you already lost. There's no way to lead people astray.
I'm not insulting you, but you do have
you are insulting me. I think
no, I don't. I'm not. If you
it's like when this guy was telling me that we are privileged to insult. You are using power statements against other people. You pretend as if you're not doing it. Yes, you are. Don't try to patronize people. And this is one of the things I don't really like about the way some of you Muslims talk.
But see, how did
no, hold on. You claim you're people of faith, but you come and start using double speak at people. You tell people that they are using privilege statements, and when they challenge you on it, you say, "Oh no, you just mean that it represents something else."
But forefathers, how did we? No, but how did we get to? See, this is what I'm saying.
No, I don't like it.
As adults,
it's together with all of you. It's not right.
All right, but let the other person respond. It's fair. It's fair. So as adults, I don't have to always give caveats and beg the other person and seek apologies or offer apologies before I make my statement.
And people keep dragging me back.
And offer apologies before making a statement, right? But I find that I have to do that, especially with you. Why? Because comparatively to everybody else, and again, I'm telling you, it's because you do have a comprehension issue. And I think you have to work on it. Yes, because listen, if you hear
out of your mouth, that's the problem.
Right, but because if you listen to what we were saying, there was no reason for you to now turn it into you got riled up, started attacking Muslims and saying it's you guys. This is what you guys.
You know what I said. You would rather I listen to you tell me 40,000 Muslims are going to show up at our doors.
I said
if you see that you won't let me finish now.
But I said if.
And again, just like you didn't let me finish before, than for me to tell you that 500,000 black people are going to show up the other way around. You would rather tell me that small number of Muslims will show up than hear that 500,000 black people will show up. But you see your attitude. You see your attitude.
No. But first, calm down. If someone was to listen to you,
because
if someone was to listen,
you are in denial.
Hold up.
But you know, forefathers.
Wait, Valhalla. Let me just end this with this. If someone was to listen, Valhalla, can I please land?
You've not seen anything like that before in your life. You just watch movies and
Valhalla, please let me land. Forefather, if someone was to listen to you,
telling me
wait
at our door.
Okay, if someone was to listen to you, this is why I said the comprehension issue comes in. And please give me 1 minute. If someone was to listen to you, they would think that I just started saying 40,000 people are going to show up on your door and slaughter you. That wasn't what it was. We were talking about scenarios. Possible outbreak. Wait. And then I said, hold on, sir. What do
you want me to do?
Sir. And then I said, what if 40,000 people were to show up? How many would fight back? But now you've taken it because of the comprehension to mean you just say 40,000 Muslims are going to show up and come and slaughter me and my family. That wasn't what we said.
No. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying you would rather make me listen to that one because my original point was that when you mentioned that I first said, but you are actually going to get more black people show up to fight the Americans than the Muslim will show up. But you insisted that I need to listen to the Muslim part.
No, we're saying
that was not what happened.
No.
Oh God. Are you serious?
And what have we been talking about all this while? If it's not about the Muslim part,
Forefather, you do have a comprehension issue, serious
I do have a comprehension issue. But what are we to be talking about?
We're talking about potential outcomes if America continues a sustained bombing campaign on Nigeria.
Like it's death. I know that.
You have a comprehension issue, bro.
I know.
Serious one. Okay, I'm glad you know that.
I know what you were saying before. It's not even rocket science. You said you are playing out scenarios. How is that confusing to anybody? It's not, I think what you
how all of a sudden did you now turn it into? How all of a sudden did you now start talking about Sudan. And then you started talking about what do you mean for 1,000 ministers? You Muslims. The problem.
See, when you are doing your supremacist thing, you don't hear yourself. It's natural. It comes like water flows through your mouth now. When you are doing your supremacist thing, you don't hear yourself. I literally only wanted to say more black people will show up, but it turns into a complete crazy show where you have to insist, let us know. You see that he's still doing it too, even till now. He's still doing it because you would rather hear Muslims show up here than black people show up here. And you say you're a black man.
If the black people show up, let me tell you why your bigotry is shown. If the black people showed up from Mali, wouldn't they be Muslims?
They'll be Muslim, but they're not going to show up.
If the black people show up from Sudan that you insist was your position because you're trying to backtrack now, wouldn't they be Muslims?
I didn't say they were going to show up from Sudan.
Well, I'm just saying black people. Comprehension again. If the black people from Mali, showed up to come fight, more black people, like you said, wouldn't they be Muslims?
Who are in the Nigerian army that are fighting them right now?
Hold on. So if the Nigerians, Muslims showed up, I'm just naming black people that could potentially show up if Nigeria was destabilized. If the black people showed up, wouldn't they be Muslims?
Some of them will be Muslims.
And some of them will be what?
But you see what you did there now.
And some of them will be what?
Some of them will be Christians. Some of them will be enemies.
Christians will come fight on behalf.
What you see there now, you just revealed yourself. Now all has been settled. You see what he did? Black people will show up mostly because they are Muslims, not because they are black. That is the reason why
they will show up, of course, because we kept calling them Islamists. Stop trying to backtrack. We call them Islamists, we call them jihadists, we call them terrorists. Stop trying to back.
See, he just made the point again. He just repeated the point. You think every black people that come here is going to be Islamists?
If you stop trying to backtrack and you keep using me because you know.
No. Let me ask you this now. If you as a Muslim came and fought for Nigeria, is it because you are Islamist?
We're not talking about fighting for Nigeria, though. We said if a potential, what would be, let me land and don't try to distort it. And I know people are listening to you, forefathers.
I'm asking you.
We're saying this is the thing. You know you're in a hole instead of you to just admit it.
I'm not in a hole.
You are in a hole, but I would keep giving you, I would keep handing you the shovel. So if terrorists were to start to come from a fallout of a breakdown of law and order resulting from a sustained bombing campaign by the United States in northern Nigeria, and terrorists were to come to Nigeria, do you think there will be Muslims, Jewish, Hindu, or a bunch of babalawos?
Of course there will be Muslims.
So what are you freaking trying to backtrack into tonight for? All right, you just drink some water, you expose yourself.
You know what? I'm the one that have a comprehension issue, and you can't even understand what I'm trying to say. The only thing I tried to say was that when that happens, more black people are going to show up. But you would rather hear that more Muslims are going to show up than even bother to hear what black people are going to do.
What will the black people be? What religion would they potentially be from Mali that you mentioned?
But they are going to be.
You can't always win every conversation. When you realize that you were wrong, it's okay to just admit it. Like I wanted to tell Sekou and Valhalla that
I wanted to agree with you, but you said we disagree. You insisted that we disagreed. I tried to agree with you and end the show. You refused to agree. You won't take yes for an answer. You won't take no for an answer. I don't know what
Valhalla, this your brother, man. Hey, why, man? This your brother.
See, your problem is that I'm willing to concede ground, but you are not willing to concede anything. You say I don't know how to comprehend.
I'll concede. Like I wanted to tell Sekou, for example, this is why I wish he was on. And I want to tell Valhalla that, listen, Sekou's pronunciation might have just been wrong, but I saw the line. And it is not what we usually use to say Islam is not compulsory. We usually don't use Baqarah, which is what he quoted wrongly, a little bit wrong because of his pronunciation. We usually use kafirun, which is lakum dinukum waliyadin. But like he said, my pronunciation might be wrong, and he was right on that. You know, so It's like, but if I'm wrong, I would say, yeah, okay, I see where I was wrong, and it's not a freaking big deal. But forefathers, you don't like Muslims. There's no problem with that. But let's always understand that Muslims are not less of human beings. You know what I mean?
You know what? I get a feeling that I might actually like non-black Muslims more than black Muslims. Black Muslims,
nah, you don't like.
They lack perspective.
You don't like Muslims at all. That's not fair.
How black Christians come here, they don't like me because they tend to be quite. They will have their brain together. Then the moment it comes to their religion, they just lose it. They just lose it.
Why won't they like you? You're a Jehovah's Witness.
I'm not even Jehovah's. I don't know why
Nigga walk in the snow with no shoes on.
You know what? I like it. If I was to be a Christian, I might actually like Jehovah's Witness.
I have a number of friends.
They are very chill people, actually.
Yeah.
Chill people.
Nah, let's be trying to listen to each other, man. I think a lot of
even deeper life, they were nice.
people don't like to listen. Like when we start talking automatically, this is why I never want to. AY used to tell me, don't ever tell them your religion on here. You know what I mean? Like they're gonna start picking on it all the time. You know, and that people don't like to listen. Nigerians have that.
Right.
Nigerians are cool with me. They're always cool. They're cool until they say something and then you take an opposite position with proof. And then now it's because you're Muslim. It's because and my mom would be like, stop talking to them. Like, just let them alone.
That maybe you are missing something.
He's not missing anything.
No.
It's the same thing for all of us.
No, what he's just said, he's not missing anything.
It's not missing. This is what he did with me.
You just did it. You just did it. You just did the same thing.
See, I literally, I'm willing to concede ground. I even told you that to an extent. That
You say it, but you don't do it.
Look at that. Look at this.
You know, people are brainwashed by
you don't judge people for what they say, but what they do. So it's antecedents.
Okay, let's close. I mean,
what I did was I listened to what he said. He said there will be. I can even give him the precise statement he made.
By the grace of Allah, nothing will happen to Nigeria. Allah will protect us. Inshallah, nothing will happen.
God will,
and we will progress. And God one day we will be the shield of Africa. If not today, tomorrow, maybe by the time our kids grow up, that time will come, inshallah.
You know, there was something, I was watching this Igbo song. You know, I'm trying to cover the Igbo traditions and everything. And there was this, what was that again? There was an image that was being showed about some olden Igbo culture and stuff. And the church you seen there, some people were saying this stuff feels familiar. They don't know. It's not them. But they say these things look familiar. These people look familiar to them. Because there is something innate. You remember you evolved with these things. And I think I just found information saying that human beings have far more than 5 senses. I think about 30 different senses. And it tells you that what these people's instinct, there's something they are perceiving. But we have learned to deaden it because we have become something else that we are not. And there's consequences for it. And maybe that's what we are suffering from.
When you begin to talk about science, and I want to counter you, you will never let me go to my conclusion. And now it's almost time for Subah. I have to go and pray. But sometime
we may have time.
We're going to have that discussion. Hopefully, you won't gaslight and accuse me.
You know, I'm getting my gas and the light ready. I will get it properly ready.
I'm getting my mask and fire blanket.
Look at that. Make sure there's
facts,
no power.
Don't worry.
Make sure there's no power. So you come here as a proper African. If there's no power supply, since you come here when there's no power supply anymore as South Africa. All right.
Don't worry. We'll make it, inshallah.
You guys are one of the best. I have to give AY as the what they call it MVP for the day. He seems to have come in. He didn't even say a lot, but he reached big conclusions. He's a very clever guy, you know that. But truly, are you in Nigeria?
He told you he's in Nigeria. Why doubting him?
You are doubting me.
I was like, catch some people.
Okay, so what is how is Lagos? How is Lagos? That's what I wanted to ask.
Lagos is good.
What time is it right now?
It's bubbling, man.
It's in the morning.
What time is it right
6 minutes to 6
I'm
a.m.
just trying to get. I'm just trying to get him. Shit.
Your time is not correct to Valhalla before you go late to wherever.
My time is not correct. What do you mean? 5:50, 5:53.
Okay, it's 5:53.
I was looking at an analog watch.
Okay. Yeah, that's analog watch. Nice. Ah, you use watch. The last time I used watch, you see, we are poor people. We don't use watch
very
anymore.
poor.
I love watch.
No, you are not. I don't use watch. I don't use watch anymore.
My watch is analog.
That's nice. All right, so gentlemen, I really appreciate you. You guys are some of the best, I have to say. That's why we have strong disagreement. And you see what my one brain cell did. He came online and he led a list of a few things that he considered to me today. That is how you are supposed to behave. That's how we get better as people.
I told you I don't have
It's the privilege. It's the privilege. If you didn't have that privilege, he wouldn't have to talk to you like that. He would just go straight to the point.
I'm a learned man. I have a high esteem. I'm happy. I got love people around me. My ego is beautiful, but it is not overinflated or bloated. I don't have low self-esteem, which is what a lot of people have to deal with. I don't have to deal with that.
I appreciate that culture. Let's cultivate that culture of learning from each other. And I think you'll be shocked what will be coming out of here. And AY gave us a blinder today. I learned quite a bit with what you submitted today, I have to say. And GD2 is coming along quite well. And you'll be surprised where these things can lead. And the people in the chat, they must have learned it. I don't think the chat will listen to it.
Next time, I'm going to target
Tell that handsome man, Tracy Jacobin, we want to see her on the show.
I'm going to target.
Tell that very handsome man, Tracy Jacobin, to come on.
At the time he is here.
I know.
Handsome French man.
The only thing this chat listens to is when they get to Nigeria.
I want to talk to him.
Nigeria, when they hear Fulani, when they hear Muslim, that's the only thing this chat listens to. And Nnamdi Kanu.
Nigerians
don't listen to anything else.
They just and I know it's because we got like different outlooks on life. They're too bigoted, too tribal, and they don't understand how small-minded it makes a lot of them look. Where everything is just based on tribe and religion. It's like, yeah.
Well, in some ways we are not.
It's so normalized in the South.
It's just
like if you go, they call you Aboki. Now, Aboki is supposed to mean a friend, but it's derogatory in the way they use it because it's supposed to be like you're inferior to them or something.
We have discussed that before, Hassan. We
had that discussion here now. So I now know it's
now so that they do now.
I was explaining sometimes they didn't want to listen to me.
You see how this place educate people? They educated me now. I know how to say Abokina if I wanted to say
it.
You
can say Abokina. For example, if you tell Matka Abokina, it's not going to pick up. You actually
the context matters.
Some people use it, just to
insult.
Yeah.
This is why I said we need to educate Nigerians. Education matters. I'm telling you. Education teaches you tolerance. It gives you a different perspective and outlook on life and how to interact with people.
I'm so focused on the next generation. I've given up with the older ones.
Oh, you see, I've now come to my conclusion. We should not elect anybody over 60, maybe even over 50 into office anymore.
I've always said over 45, 50. Like 50
they are
max.
incapable of learning. They are incapable of learning. All these people over 50, they are incapable of learning. Cap it at that.
No, 6 is too old. 6 is too old.
Don't cut it. I'll be off. Tracy will fight you.
They are almost as old as Nigeria. What is Tracy looking for? Being a person.
He will fight you. Don't cut it. I'll be off.
PDOB is gone from the list already. What are you talking about?
I think it should be around 65.
I don't think we have under 50 in this presidential campaign. I don't think
that's the problem. I hope they're going to spring a surprise and the youth will come through.
They have money to run the campaign.
Yeah, That's part of the problem. You have to have an elder that decides that I'm not going to run.
Yeah,
you go
I'm
and
going to
represent
spend the
me.
money. Yeah.
No, maybe not even. There's enough young people that got money. They got money. It's their organization.
If Nigeria believe in you, they can contribute.
Yeah, they got money. There's money. It's organization they lack.
Now, even if it's not, people contributed for Peter Obi, at least people that believe in it.
I'm sorry. I hope that people.
But the money was not much, though. Peter Obi need money. If he is going to contest, he needs somebody to sponsor him, right?
Yeah. All right, I think we are running out now. You guys must be scared of this one. Anybody talk? Come and see them. Thank you all for joining us. We're going to be joining you tonight. A new show. Tune in, like, share, and subscribe to the channel. And I thank you for all the support, all the donations. Dr. Damages will be grateful for it. And we really appreciate all the work you all have done here today, including the panelists. You know, if there was money to be shared, don't worry, you will get it. When the money starts coming, we start sharing it. Yes, because you guys are quality, you know, you are bringing quality, and especially with the culture that is being emerged, you'll be surprised. You guys will be more knowledgeable than all the people that they are paying money to go to anywhere to go and talk. Seriously, you have more fun. Some of the people you see on TV, they don't even know what AY knows. That's for sure. I'm telling you, it's real.
On TV, you gotta blow. We're like, what?
AY knows a lot, though. He knows a lot.
He knows his stuff now. It takes his time. All right, let me enjoy our Igbo music and our man. I'm telling you, man, sometimes when I keep telling people this thing, when you take time to watch Nigerian cultures and the way the richness that is lying in, oh my God.
Very rich. You can't beat Nigerian culture.
The depth of it is unbelievable.
Every part of it.
That is why Nigeria needs to try to stay together, because the culture, there's so much food in Nigeria that people have not even. Like, I've met people from certain parts of Nigeria and they give you food. You're like, what? You know what I mean? Yeah, you're like, so much food alone in Nigeria. Like,
they can't say AY no Islamic education.
That's what they want to do. That's the insult. All right, let me play our people out, Jerry.
Make I shoot you bazooka, make you for Yakata. I drink a go, I drink it, kai. Open barretta. I put that big book, I open barretta. You know, today, na fire, fire. Open barretta. If it's not, you know, be careful now.
Yego keliza kwa bati bobo doyi